Imagine you get a new job. On the first day of work, you're getting a tour of the office building, and you notice something strange. Only men work here. You wonder where the women are, and you ask your new boss. He looks surprised at the question and says, "What are you, some kind of feminist?" If this happens to you, what would you think? Would you be offended by the implication that you're a feminist? What exactly is feminism anyway? First, let's define feminism in general. The global idea of feminism refers to the belief that men and women deserve equality in all opportunities, treatment, respect, and social rights. In general, feminists are people who try to acknowledge social inequality based on gender and stop it from continuing. Feminists point out that in most cultures throughout history, men have received more opportunities than women. While this basic idea of feminism seems simple enough, there are many people who misunderstand what the goal of feminism is. Some people imagine that all feminists are angry, bitter women who only want to subjugate men. Of course, this stereotype offends actual feminists. Why is there such a big difference between stereotype and reality when it comes to feminists? One of the reasons for this discrepancy might be because there are, in fact, lots of different specific types of feminism. Let's cover 4 of those types now: radical feminism, socialist feminism, cultural feminism, and liberal feminism. Maybe you are a feminist and you didn't even know it. Perhaps the stereotype of feminists that we discussed before is most closely associated with our first type of feminism, called radical feminism. Radical feminism is a movement that believes sexism is so deeply rooted in society that the only cure is to eliminate the concept of gender completely. How would this be possible? Radical feminists suggest changes, such as finding technology that will allow babies to be grown outside of a woman's body to promote more equality between men and women. This will allow women to avoid missing work for maternity leave, which radical feminists argue is one reason women aren't promoted as quickly as men. In fact, radical feminists would argue that the entire traditional family system is sexist. Men are expected to work outside the home, while women are expected to care for children and clean the house. Radical feminists note that this traditional dichotomy maintains men as economically in power over women, and therefore the traditional family structure should be rejected. Radical feminism is the most extreme form. The second type of feminism, called socialist feminism, is slightly less extreme, but still calls for major social change. Socialist feminism is a movement that calls for an end to capitalism through a socialist reformation of our economy. Basically, socialist feminism argues that capitalism strengthens and supports the sexist status quo because men are the ones who currently have power and money. Those men are more willing to share their power and money with other men, which means that women are continually given fewer opportunities and resources. This keeps women under the control of men. In short, socialist feminism focuses on economics and politics. They might point out the fact that in the United States, women are typically paid only 70 cents for the exact same job that a man would be paid $1 for. Why are women paid less than men for the same work? Socialist feminists point out that this difference is based on a capitalist system. The third type of feminism we'll discuss in this lecture is cultural feminism. Cultural feminism is a movement that points out how modern society is hurt by encouraging masculine behavior, but society would benefit by encouraging feminine behavior instead. Let's think about a couple of examples of this idea. First, we need to identify what traditional masculine behaviors might be. These might be traits like being aggressive and competitive. So how does modern society encourage people to be aggressive and competitive? We can see this in the business world for sure. People who own companies, are CEOs, and are successful in business are certainly likely to be aggressive, competitive people. This is also likely to be true in high-powered politicians, such as senators and presidents. While competition and aggression are useful in certain contexts, cultural feminists point out that by encouraging these behaviors, we are also encouraging the negative aspects of competition and aggression, such as the suppression of feelings, crimes like assault and murder, and even social issues such as domestic violence. Cultural feminists argue that our society would be better off if we encouraged traditional feminine behaviors instead. What would those characteristics be? They would be traits such as being kind, nurturing, and cooperative. Do you think that politics and the business world would be different if those were the traits that were rewarded? How would family life be different? How would schools be different? Would problems like bullying be decreased if we encouraged everyone to be more kind and nurturing instead of competitive and aggressive? Cultural feminists would argue that the world would be better if we valued feminine qualities more. So far, the three types of feminism we've covered are actually not very common. Most modern feminists consider themselves to be in the fourth and final category, which is liberal feminism. So what exactly is liberal feminism if it's the most common type of feminism? Liberal feminism is a movement that believes all individuals should be free to explore equal opportunities and rights. It's really a pretty simple idea. Liberal feminists just want men and women to have equality in all situations. No more, no less. This means that liberal feminists would want to see equal pay for men and women, and more representation of women in politics and business, just like the other forms of feminism. However, liberal feminists are also willing to point out places and times when men are the victims of sexism, and they want to end those problems as well. Liberal feminists would be willing to re-examine court decisions about child custody that favor women, for example, or be willing to pay for dates, acknowledging that it's not fair for men to pay all the time. Liberal feminists simply want people to be rewarded for their individual talents and efforts in a completely equal and fair manner. You can see that this form of feminism is the closest to our definition of feminism in general from the beginning of this lesson. In summary, this lesson first defined feminism in general, which is the belief that men and women deserve equality in all opportunities, treatment, respect, and social rights. We then discussed 4 specific types of feminism. The first was radical feminism, which seeks to eliminate gender roles completely. Next was socialist feminism, which focuses on how capitalism serves to maintain the status quo. Third was cultural feminism, a type that emphasizes how society would be better off if traditionally feminine traits were rewarded. Finally, liberal feminism seeks to have equality between men and women in all domains. Now that you know about feminism, would you consider yourself a feminist? If so, which type of feminist are you? Have you ever thought about how the time and place of your life has influenced the type of person you are? Your culture affects things like the foods you might like, what religion you might be, and how much you value political ideas such as capitalism versus communism. Culture also has an effect on your gender roles, meaning how masculine or feminine you are, and what kinds of tasks you expect to do as you age. For example, if you get married, will you be in charge of cooking and cleaning, or will that be something your partner takes care of? Maybe you plan to split those tasks 50-50. This lesson considers the influence of culture on gender roles. Do you think that your plans for married life would be different if you were raised in a different culture? What about your opinions about things like whether boys or girls are better suited for careers in math and engineering, or whether women are better at taking care of children? Our personal opinions often seem like they are the result of individual experiences, such as how our family was structured. But these opinions are probably also deeply affected by the culture in which we were raised. Let's go over 3 famous examples of cultures that have been studied because of their interesting gender roles. We'll talk about communities in Israel first, then we'll discuss a famous analysis of many societies that existed before the Industrial Age, and finally we'll talk about different cultures in New Guinea. In the early 1900s in Israel, Jewish people started to form farming communities based on several idealistic principles. Each community was called a kibbutz, a Hebrew word meaning gathering. Essentially, a kibbutz is a small Jewish community trying to form a utopic society based on principles of equality and hard work. One of the ideal principles in a kibbutz is gender equality. Men are encouraged to take on traditionally feminine roles, such as cooking and caring for children, but women still do these tasks as well. Similarly, both men and women are encouraged to take on traditionally masculine roles, such as farming and serving guard for the community. Often people in a kibbutz rotate which jobs they do on a daily or weekly basis, so that everyone contributes equally. This equality of roles is admired by many social scientists around the world, and there are still over 200 kibbutz communities throughout Israel today. A very different picture of culture and gender emerges when we examine our famous second example, which is a study completed by George Murdoch in 1937. Murdoch was a famous anthropologist who was interested in pre-industrial societies, meaning cultures that existed before the world changed due to factories, cars, and other forms of modern technology. Murdoch did a very comprehensive study in which he examined over 200 pre-industrial societies from all over the world. He found that they had many things in common, including typical gender roles for men and women. Murdoch saw that even though these societies did have some differences, such as culture or common types of food, general social roles for men and women were similar for almost every society he studied. Murdoch noted that men generally were expected to complete tasks related to hunting and warfare. These tasks required being physically strong and tough, and living in rough conditions away from home, sometimes for weeks or months at a time. In contrast, women were generally expected to complete tasks related to cooking and childcare. These tasks were considered better for women because of their nurturing, more delicate nature. Again, the important thing about Murdoch's study is that these general expectations were true across hundreds of different studies. Murdoch concluded that the reason for these cultural similarities was men and women's physical natures. Men are generally taller and physically stronger, so it makes sense that many societies would give them tasks related to physical strength. Women are often softer and give birth to children, so again, it makes sense that societies would assign roles to them related to taking care of those children. Note that Murdoch did notice some similarities across different cultures where there was more equality between men and women. For example, Murdoch said that men and women were almost equally represented as farmers in the communities he studied, and men and women were equally likely to have body art, like tattoos. Now let's turn to our final analysis of the overlap between culture and gender. The final culture we'll examine today is that of people who live in New Guinea, an island near Australia. Just like the United States has many different tribes of Native Americans, each with their own culture, New Guinea has many different groups of people. Each group is unique, and a social scientist and anthropologist named Margaret Mead became famous for studying the societies of New Guinea in the early 1900s. Relevant to this lesson, she found that there were 3 different societies on the island that each had a unique setup when it came to gender expectations. The first culture was in a mountainous area on the island, with a tribe called the Arapesh. Just like we saw in a typical Israeli kibbutz, the Arapesh people lived with basic equality between men and women, with both sexes completing stereotypically masculine and feminine tasks. In the southern part of the island, Mead studied a tribe called the Mudugamor. This tribe was very different. People in this tribe were actually headhunters and cannibals. Perhaps due to the relatively brutal nature of their society, both men and women in this tribe were described by Mead as selfish, aggressive, and masculine. So they did have gender equality, with both men and women acting the same, but both genders in this tribe acted more like stereotypical men. The third and final tribe Mead studied on New Guinea was on the western part of the island. This tribe was called the Chambuli. Here, Mead did not find the equality she saw in either of the first 2 tribes. Men and women were very different from each other. However, the pattern was still surprising because it was the reverse of what most societies have for gender stereotypes. In this final tribe, the women were typically dominant, logical, and in charge, while the men were emotional, submissive, and more likely to nurture the children. So there are 2 important conclusions we can make when we think about Mead's research. First, many later critics of Mead suggested that she might have interpreted these societies in a biased way because she was looking for differences among the 3 cultures. If she expected to find differences, maybe she simply ignored aspects of each society that didn't support her hypothesis. However, in spite of this criticism, Mead's research has a second conclusion that's hard to ignore. There were 3 different societies, all on the same island, that differed in terms of gender roles and expectations. Even if Mead exaggerated these differences, changes across culture highlights the overall point of this lecture, that culture does have an influence on how men and women act. Think about your own culture and how it might have impacted your views, behaviors, and expectations for the future, both at work and at home. In this lesson, we discussed the influence of culture on gender roles. We covered 3 famous examples of culture and gender. First, communal groups in Israel, called kibbutzim, are examples of communities where men and women typically share equal roles. Second, anthropologist George Murdoch noted that in most pre-industrial societies, men are expected to do tasks that require physical strength, such as hunting and warfare, while women are expected to do tasks that require more emotional nurturing, such as taking care of children. Finally, we discussed the famous research by Margaret Mead, in which she compared 3 very different societies from New Guinea, each of which had its own set of gender expectations. By noting how different cultures have different expectations for men and women, we can see how large an impact cultural roles have for the personalities and behaviors of each sex. Think about a stereotypical family in a traditional setting, such as a family sitting down to Thanksgiving dinner in the United States. Who can you picture carving the turkey at the head of the table? For many people, this task is given to either the father or the grandfather in a family. Now assume for a minute that you're heterosexual and plan to get married. Do you plan to change your last name after the wedding? If you have children, will they get the last name of the father or the mother? Most families across the world assume that the wife will take the husband's name and that the children will do the same. Both of these examples, the Thanksgiving turkey and families taking the husband's name, are examples of 2 concepts, patriarchy and sexism. This lesson will first define patriarchies versus matriarchies, and then we'll discuss 5 different forms of sexism. First, what is patriarchy? The word literally translates as rule of fathers, and it means a society in which male members have more social and political power than female members. Most societies all over the world have been set up in a patriarchal system since humans began forming groups. Many religions teach that in a family, the father should be the one who makes important decisions. Most societies expect the father of the household to be the one who provides economic resources, and everyone in the family usually takes on the father's last name. Most countries throughout history have had men ruling their countries or running their governments. The contrast to patriarchy would be a society based on the system of matriarchy, which translates as rule of mothers. A matriarchy would be the opposite of a patriarchy. A matriarchy is a society in which female members have more social and political power than male members. Can you think of any modern countries that are examples of matriarchies? Sure, some countries have female leaders, such as the Queen in England. However, even in these countries, the general population is still a patriarchal system. At home, men are still considered to have more power than women, and the government still has more male politicians than female politicians. In fact, social scientists have only identified a few cultures in the entire history of the world that ran with a matriarchal system. One example is the Musuo, a very small community of people in rural China, where women control property, choose their husbands, and make most of the decisions in the community. So why is it the case that 99% of cultures in the history of the planet Earth have run on a patriarchal system instead of a matriarchal system, or a system based on total equality between men and women? Social scientists say that the answer is sexism. Sexism is the general belief that one sex is superior to the other. Most of the time, sexism benefits men, as we've seen within patriarchal cultures. It's true that there are some examples of times when sexism benefits women, such as laws about who gets custody of children after a divorce. However, these examples are not very common. Many social scientists argue that patriarchies are so popular because most cultures throughout history have given men more power than women. This power differential is the essential element of sexism. However, even though you've probably heard of sexism before and know what it basically is, social scientists have studied sexism in depth. If we can understand sexism, it will be easier to see how and why it influences cultures. In fact, scientists have decided that sexism is complicated, and therefore they have identified different forms of sexism and how these forms affect people's thoughts and behaviors. The rest of this lesson will discuss 5 different forms of sexism that have been identified by social scientists. The 5 types we'll cover are old-fashioned, modern, hostile, benevolent, and ambivalent. The first type of sexism is called old-fashioned sexism, and this refers to explicit and overt beliefs that men are superior to women in a variety of skills and tasks. Someone who believes in old-fashioned sexism might publicly make statements like, "Men are just smarter than women," or "Women shouldn't be politicians because they can't handle the pressure." It's called old-fashioned sexism because someone from 50 or 100 years ago might have heard these statements all the time in public. But today, people are less likely to say these things out loud. That doesn't necessarily mean that people don't believe them, but many cultures today find it rude or disrespectful to be so explicit with beliefs against people in a certain group. Just like racism or homophobia isn't as socially acceptable today as it was 50 years ago, old-fashioned sexism is considered rude by today's standards. However, the second type of sexism is called modern sexism, and this form of sexism is fairly common in today's society. Modern sexism refers to 3 basic beliefs. First, the belief that sexism is no longer a problem in today's world. Second, that programs designed to help women are not necessary. And third, that women who complain about sexism are just causing trouble. Essentially, modern sexism tries to make the argument that men and women have equal opportunities in today's world, so people trying to end sexism are actually hurting men. Modern sexism ignores national problems such as the fact that women are paid less than men for the same job, and instead it argues that modern policies are unfairly favoring women. Because these beliefs use equality as their surface value, modern sexism is a common argument with today's politicians and policymakers. The third type of sexism we'll cover in this lesson is called hostile sexism. Just like the name implies, hostile sexism has components of anger and bitterness in it. Basically, hostile sexism is the belief that women are whiny, sexual teases who enjoy controlling men. People who have high levels of hostile sexism do not like women, and they believe that all women are trying to take all power away from men. Hostile sexists are most likely to publicly disparage feminists, and they prefer women who are submissive to men. So far, we've covered old-fashioned sexism, modern sexism, and hostile sexism. These 3 forms all have something in common. They view men as better than women. This general view is in contrast to our 4th type of sexism, which is called benevolent sexism. Benevolent sexism is the belief that women have qualities of purity and morality that men lack and should be treated like princesses. So on the surface, people high in benevolent sexism actually favor women, thinking that they are precious, beautiful, and delicate. Do you think benevolent sexism benefits women in general? While benevolent sexism seems like it would help women because it's sort of complimenting women, many social scientists believe that these beliefs really hurt women. Believing that women are delicate princesses is actually condescending in some ways because it creates expectations that women need to be protected and can't accomplish difficult tasks on their own. It implies that women are dependent on men. Finally, it means that women who don't fit into this pretty delicate expectation are considered less desirable wives and mothers. The last type of sexism we'll discuss today is called ambivalent sexism. The word ambivalent in general means pulled in 2 directions, and that's just what ambivalent sexism is. Basically, ambivalent sexism is the belief that some women are good and pure, while other women are bad and deserve bad treatment. When people are high in ambivalent sexism, they sort women they meet into one of these two categories. Some women, such as maybe their own mother and grandmother, are revered and considered worthy of protection and love. However, other women who don't fit traditional expectations are considered to be evil feminists who deserve no respect or love. Essentially, ambivalent sexism is a combination of believing in both hostile and benevolent sexism, but applying these opposite beliefs simultaneously by simply believing there are only two types of women, good and bad. This set of beliefs harms both women and men by reducing human beings into simple categories, which ignores the complexity of human life and society. This lesson covered several ideas relevant to interactions between men and women. First, we defined a patriarchy, which is a society in which men dominate, and compared that to a matriarchy, which is a society in which women dominate. Next, the lesson defined sexism in general and covered 5 specific types of sexism. The types we summarized were old-fashioned, modern, hostile, benevolent, and ambivalent. Have you ever thought about different types of sexism and how each type has a slightly different impact on society? What do you think will happen with sexism in the next 50 years?
George Herbert Mead, a sociologist from the late 1800s, is well known for his theory of social self, which includes the concepts of self, me, and I. In this lesson, we will explore Mead's theory and gain a better understanding of what is meant by the terms me and I. We will also discuss the concept, derived out of Mead's work, of the looking glass self. Mead's work focuses on the way in which the self is developed. Mead's theory of the social self is based on the perspective that the self emerges from social interactions, such as observing and interacting with others, responding to others' opinions about oneself, and internalizing external opinions and internal feelings about oneself. The social aspect of self is an important distinction because other sociologists and psychologists of Mead's time felt that the self was based on biological factors and inherited traits. According to Mead, the self is not there from birth, but it is developed over time from social experiences and activities. According to Mead, 3 activities develop the self: language, play, and games. Language develops self by allowing individuals to respond to each other through symbols, gestures, words, and sounds. Language conveys others' attitudes and opinions toward a subject or the person. Emotions such as anger, happiness, and confusion are conveyed through language. Play develops self by allowing individuals to take on different roles, pretend, and express expectation of others. Play develops one's self-consciousness through role-playing. During role-play, a person is able to internalize the perspective of others and develop an understanding of how others feel about themselves and others in a variety of social situations. Games develop self by allowing individuals to understand and adhere to the rules of the activity. Self is developed by understanding that there are rules in which one must abide by in order to win the game or be successful at an activity. According to Mead's theory, the self has 2 sides or phases, me and I. The me is considered the socialized aspect of the individual. The me represents learned behaviors, attitudes, and expectations of others and of society. This is sometimes referred to as the generalized other. The me is considered a phase of the self that is in the past. The me has been developed by the knowledge of society and social interactions that the individual has gained. The I, therefore, can be considered the present and future phase of the self. The I represents the individual's identity based on response to the me. The I says, okay, society says I should behave and socially interact one way, and I think I should act the same, or maybe different, and that notion becomes self. The me and the I have a didactic relationship, like a system of checks and balances. The me exercises societal control over oneself. The me is what prevents someone from breaking the rules or boundaries of societal expectations. The I allows the individual to still express creativity and individualism and understand when to possibly bend and stretch the rules that govern social interactions. The I and the me make up the self. Sociologist Charles Cooley built on the work of Mead with his concept of the looking-glass self. The looking-glass self is made up of 3 stages of behavioral and personality development. According to Cooley, one's self takes time to develop. Self begins to develop after birth and continues throughout a person's life through the following stages: imagining, interpreting, and developing self-concept. Imagining occurs when an individual judges the way they act and appear through the views of family and friends. For example, my mom sees me this way. My friends see me this way. My teachers see me this way. Initially, these views make up a person's self-concept. This can be seen as, "This is how I must appear to others" stage. Interpreting is the second stage of the looking-glass self and is a learned ability. Interpreting occurs as the individual draws conclusions from past experiences and from what others think, and then reacts to the judgment of those other views. The final stage, developing self-concept, occurs as the individual synthesizes all the information they have based on past experiences and others up to that point, and develops a sense of self-image. This can be seen as the "this is who I am" stage. George Herbert Mead developed the concept of self, which explains that one's identity emerges out of external social interactions and internal feelings of oneself. Self is not evident at birth, but emerges over time through language, play, and games. The self consists of me and I. The me represents learned societal behaviors and expectations, and the I represents the individual's identity based on the response to those social behaviors and expectations. The me and the I act to balance the self out. The looking-glass self-concept, developed by Charles Cooley and based on the work of Mead, explains that self develops over time and the process is continuous throughout one's life, or until social experiences cease. There are 3 stages of the looking-glass self: imagining, interpreting, and developing self-concept. The first stage can be summarized as the "this is how I must appear to others" stage. The second stage occurs as an individual begins to react to others' opinions and views. The final stage synthesizes these reactions and feelings and becomes the "this is who I am" stage. A community of moles gives shelter to a homeless porcupine. The moles, however, are constantly stabbed by the porcupine's quills. What should they do? This scenario was used to aid in the development of a theory that argued women and men may have differing paths to moral development. This lesson will introduce and apply that theory, developed by Carol Gilligan. The field of moral development encompasses prosocial behavior such as altruism, caring, and helping, along with traits such as honesty, fairness, and respect. Many theories of moral development have been proposed, but this lesson will focus on the specific theory proposed by psychologist Carol Gilligan. Gilligan was a student of developmental psychologist Lawrence Kohlberg, who introduced the theory of stages of moral development. Gilligan, however, felt as though her mentor's theory did not adequately address the gender differences of moral development due to the fact that participants in Kohlberg's study were predominantly male and because his theory did not include the caring perspective. Gilligan argued that males and females are often socialized differently, and females are more apt than males to stress interpersonal relationships and take responsibility for the well-being of others. Gilligan suggested this difference is due to the child's relationship with the mother, and that females are traditionally taught a moral perspective that focuses on community and caring about personal relationships. Gilligan proposed the stages of the ethics of care theory, which addresses what makes actions right or wrong. Gilligan's theory focused on both care-based morality and justice-based morality. Care-based morality is based on the following principles. It emphasizes interconnectedness and universality. Acting justly means avoiding violence and helping those in need. Care-based morality is thought to be more common in girls because of their connections to their mothers. Because girls remain connected to their mothers, they are less inclined to worry about issues of fairness. Justice-based morality is based on the following principles. It views the world as being composed of autonomous individuals who interact with another. Acting justly means avoiding inequality. It's thought to be more common in boys because of their need to differentiate themselves and their mothers. Because they are separated from their mothers, boys become more concerned with the concept of inequality. Returning to our mole-porcupine scenario, researchers found individuals approach the problem with two perspectives, justice-based morality or care-based morality. Gender differences were also evident. Individuals with a justice-based perspective tend to see any dilemma as a conflict between different claims. The moles want one thing, the porcupine wants something incompatible. They can't both have a valid claim on the burrow, so only one of them can be right. A solution to the dilemma is not a resolution of the conflict. It's a verdict, in which one side gets everything and the other side gets nothing. The care-based perspective approaches the problem differently. Rather than seeing all the parties as separate individuals with their own valid or invalid claims, it sees them as already in a difficult situation together. If there is a conflict between them, that is part of the problem. The point is not to decide the conflict one way or another, but to find a way to get around it or remove it. This perspective starts from the particular case and the actual people within it and hopes to find a solution that will not damage anyone. It will be ready to embrace compromise and creative solutions. Researchers have found a tendency for males to adopt the justice perspective and for females to be more likely than males to adopt the caring perspective. Like Kohlberg, Gilligan proposed 3 stages in her ethics of care theory: pre-conventional, conventional, and post-conventional. Within each stage, there are goals and specific transition points that move the individual through the stages. Gilligan suggests that these transitions are fueled by changes in the sense of self rather than in changes in cognitive capability. During the pre-conventional stage, the individual learns to care for oneself. The goal is individual survival. The transition is from selfishness to responsibility toward others. In the conventional stage, the individual internalizes norms about caring for others and tends to neglect oneself. The goal is self-sacrifice. The transition is from self-sacrifice to the truth that the individual is a person and should be cared for too. The final stage, post-conventional, is the point in which an individual becomes critical of the conventions they adopted in the conventional stage and learns to balance caring for self with caring for others. The goal is a principle of nonviolence. Do not hurt others or self. Moving away from our mole-porcupine example, let's explain these stages through another scenario. 2 friends, Amy and Ella, are playing at recess when a bully approaches Ella to start a fight. In the pre-conventional stage, Amy might run away, leaving Ella behind, because she is concerned with her safety and worries about getting in trouble for fighting at school. In the conventional stage, Amy might start fighting the bully herself to protect her friend, neglecting her own safety for her friend's safety. In the post-conventional stage, Amy might try to intervene and stop any fighting from occurring. The study of moral development involves both pro-social behaviors, such as caring and helping, and traits such as honesty, fairness, and respect. Many theories exist to explain moral development among children, but Gilligan introduced a theory that captured the gender differences of moral development. Gilligan's theory focused on both care-based morality and justice-based morality by proposing 3 stages of moral development: pre-conventional, conventional, and post-conventional. In each stage, the individual transitions from one focus to another. eventually establishing a balance between caring for oneself and for others.
How do we develop an identity or a sense of self? Psychologists have many theories. One, named Erik Erikson, believed that we work on constructing psychosocial identities throughout our whole lives. By psychosocial, he meant an interplay between our inner emotional lives, psycho, and our outer social circumstances, social. Erikson believed that as we grow and age, we pass through 8 distinct stages of development. He thought that each stage was defined by a specific conflict between a pair of opposing impulses or behaviors. The resolution, or inability to resolve, these conflicts affects our personalities and identities. Erikson defines 4 childhood stages and 3 adult stages, bridged together by 1 stage of adolescence. We'll go through each stage and define it by its central conflict, as well as give some examples of behaviors and patterns of thinking characteristics of the stage. The first is the oral sensory stage, encompassing the first year of life and defined by a conflict between trust and mistrust. Infants during this time learn to trust their parents if they're reliably cared for and fed. If not, if they're neglected or abused, they'll develop mistrust instead. Infants at this stage either learn that they can trust others to fulfill their needs or that they can't, that the world is a dangerous and unreliable place. The second stage is called muscular anal and defined by the conflict between autonomy and shame and doubt. Parents who allow their toddlers between the ages of about 1 to 3 to explore their surroundings and develop interests of their own help to foster a sense of autonomy. But parents who are too restrictive or cautious with their children can instead leave them with a doubt about their abilities. Like learning mistrust instead of trust, this can have long-standing consequences. A related conflict between initiative and guilt defines the next stage, the locomotor stage. Children in this stage, between the ages of 3 and 6, need to develop initiative, or independent decision-making, about planning and doing various activities. If they are not encouraged to do this, or if their efforts are dismissed, they may learn to feel guilt instead about their desire for independence. The last childhood stage is called latency, and is defined by a conflict between industry and inferiority. Children in this stage are between the ages of 6 and 12, and during this time are starting to gain real adult skills like reading, writing, and logic. If they're encouraged, they'll develop industry or motivation to keep learning and practicing. They'll start to want to be productive instead of just wanting to play. Children who aren't encouraged to work hard at learning new skills will instead feel inferior and unmotivated. We're halfway there. Around age 12, children start entering the 5th stage, adolescence. Adolescents are primarily concerned with finding a personal identity, and may experiment with many identities and express it with music choices, clothing, or who they hang out with. But if they're unable to commit to an identity, or regret the identity they've chosen, they may experience role confusion in the form of an identity crisis. Though what we think of now as adolescence ends with the teenage years, Erikson saw this stage potentially lasting into the 20s, and as a key feature of coming of age. Erikson next characterized the struggles of young adulthood, which he thought were characterized by a struggle between intimacy and isolation. At this stage, adults have formed their identities and start looking for close, reciprocal relationships like marriage. If they cannot find such a relationship, or can't keep them, they may start to feel isolated instead. Next is middle adulthood, defined by generativity versus stagnation. Adults at this stage, typically between ages of 40 and 65, start to wonder if they've really done enough with their lives, and if they've produced things of value. If they feel they haven't, they may experience a sense of stagnation. Finally, Erikson theorized the late adulthood stage of life as defined by a conflict between ego integrity and despair. Adults at this stage, usually over 65, feel content if they look back at their lives and feel they've been productive and happy. If not, they may feel despair or like they've been wasting their time. Of course, not everyone has agreed that Erikson's 8 stages of psychosocial development are accurate. Some psychologists accuse it of being so broad and vague that it is impossible to falsify. It's so all-encompassing that you can't prove it right or wrong. Nonetheless, Erikson is especially significant for contributing a fluid theory of identity that can change over our whole lifespan.
let's talk about the id, the ego, and the superego, the three parts of the structure of personality in a theory that was developed by Sigmund Freud. He's probably someone you've heard of. He's a pretty famous psychologist from the late 19th and early 20th centuries. While his theory of personality is outdated, it was monumental in influencing how we think about personality today. When you think of Freud, you might think about going into therapy and lying down on a couch, telling your therapist about your problems. But if someone goes into therapy today, the therapist isn't going to say, "Oh, of course, aha!" It's the id, the ego, and the superego. They're just not talking to each other right. Nevertheless, these three personality parts have entered the mainstream understanding of how we think about internal conflict. Let's think about an average person who's pushed and pulled in lots of directions by different drives like sex and food, but also ethics and a wish to maintain a healthy body. These drives are pushing them and pulling them in different directions, and maybe they're not even aware. This is the idea of internal conflict. It's the conflict between basic desires, the id, morality and being a good person, the superego, and consciousness, the ego. So first, let's start with the id. This is an unconscious part of your personality. It's basically the childish and impulsive part of you that just does what it wants, and it wants things really intensely and doesn't really think about the consequences. Freud describes this as operating on a pleasure principle, which essentially means what it sounds like, which is that it's always seeking to try to increase pleasure and decrease pain. Now, as an example of this, let's say you come home and you find to your delight that your roommate has baked a cake. Your id would think, "Oh, I want to eat that cake right now. That looks delicious." You know your roommate's not going to be happy if you eat it, so first you eat a little piece of the corner, and then you have to cut yourself a slice so it doesn't look disgusting. And then soon enough, you've eaten the whole thing. It's gone. How did you manage to eat the whole cake? Blame your id for taking over. That's what your id aims to do in life. It wants you to eat whole cakes because it wants you to increase pleasure. Cakes are going to make you feel good. Why not eat the whole thing? Now, what it also wants to do is decrease pain. So let's say you wake up the next morning and you think, "Oh no, I just ate a whole cake. That's really bad. Maybe I'll get some exercise." You think to yourself about how you'll go hiking in the mountains all day, and you tell yourself, "All right, let's get some exercise." No, your id says, that's not gonna happen. That's gonna hurt. We don't want to do that. So if you're totally id-driven, you'd basically eat the whole cake and then you would not go hiking the next day to burn off the calories. That's the pleasure principle. Now, we usually don't eat whole cakes and lay on the couch all day every day. What helps to control the rampaging id? There is another part of your personality that's mainly unconscious, and it's the superego. The superego is the part of you that's super judgmental and moralizing and is always trying to get you to behave in a socially appropriate way. Now, let's see what the superego would do if you come home and you find the cake. If the superego is in charge, you wouldn't eat the cake at all. You'd still think it looks delicious and want to eat it. But the superego would say, "No, it's my roommate's cake. I'm not going to eat this cake." Remember, the superego wants you to behave morally and appropriately, and it's not that socially appropriate to eat other people's baked goods. But let's imagine that your id takes over, so you do eat the cake. The same thing happens. You eat a little bit more, and somehow you end up eating it all. But now your superego jumps back into action. What happens now that you already ate the cake? Guilt is what's going to happen. Your superego makes you feel really guilty when you do things that are not socially appropriate. What do you do now? If your superego is in control again, you would certainly go jogging, but you would also apologize to your roommate and bake them a new cake, maybe an even better one than before. The superego controls our sense of right and wrong. We feel bad when we do things that are wrong, and we feel good when we do things that are right. And that's what the superego controls. Now, let's talk about the third part of your personality, the ego. The ego mediates between the id and the superego. The id is trying to get you to do things like eat cakes and not go jogging, and the superego is trying to get you to make good decisions and be an upstanding person. So the id and the superego are always fighting with each other, and the ego steps in between the two. While the id and the superego are mainly the unconscious parts of your personality, the ego is fully conscious. What you think of as you is what Freud would call your ego, and the ego operates on something that's called the reality principle. And what the reality principle means is that your ego interprets the unconscious drives from your id and superego and turns those into real actions. So the ego is taking the id's desire to eat cake and the superego's desire to be a good roommate and finding the right solution. Let's go back to the example where your id takes over and you eat your roommate's cake, and then your superego makes you feel really guilty about this. What's really causing you to apologize and to bake a new cake is your ego. Your ego takes the input of the uncontrolled desire of the ego and the guilt of the superego and comes up with a solution. So that's basically how the id, the ego, and the superego interact with each other in Freud's theory. Now, there aren't sections of your brain that we can identify as each structure of the personality. Neuroscientists can't look at your brain and see that a certain part activates and lights up when you make impulsive decisions, or that another part lights up when you're feeling guilty, or that a special part lights up when you're meditating. That's not what's going on. But what does happen is that we do think about our internal conflicts and can reflect on those feelings of impulsiveness and judgment when we're working out our problems. We might notice these internal conflicts in our daily lives. In fact, this three-part set of personality is so ingrained in our culture that a lot of books and movies have character trios that represent the parts of the personality. As an example, let's consider Harry Potter. You've got Harry, and you've got Ron, and you've got Hermione. Ron is the hot-headed one and the emotional one. He doesn't think that much and doesn't do that well in school. He is an id figure. On the other side of the personality, there's Hermione. You might say that she thinks way too much. She always knows what to do. She's definitely the superego. Ron and Hermione fight a lot in the books, but that's where Harry steps in. He plays the mediator role quite often and tries to come up with a realistic action to solve the problem. Harry is an example of the ego and the reality principle. And we see this interaction of the id in Ron, the superego in Hermione, and the ego in Harry over and over again. So that's Freud's lasting legacy, his three-part personality of the id, the ego, and the superego. Again, it's a bit outdated, and it's not based in neuroscience. It might not be a fundamentally true way of representing our personalities, but it's a model of thinking about personality that's made a big impact in psychology and our cultural consciousness. Remember, the id is the impulsive part of your personality that's driven by pleasure and repulsed by pain. The superego is the judgmental and morally correct part of your personality, and the ego is the conscious part of your personality that mediates between the id and the superego and makes decisions.
Mark, a 2-year-old, and Allie, an 8-year-old, are sitting at the table waiting for a snack. Their mom presents them each with a cup of juice, the same amount in each cup. Mark begins to cry and point, saying, "You gave her more." Mark's mom tries to reason with the young child, explaining that the same amount of juice is in each cup, but he is insistent that he is being treated unfairly. What is happening in this situation? In this lesson, we will learn about the stages of cognitive development while watching Mark proceed through infancy to adolescence. Jean Piaget proposed stages of cognitive development through which children and adolescents proceed based on maturation and experience. They are sensory motor stage, pre-operational stage, concrete operations, and formal operations. The first two sequential stages deal with the cognitive development of infants and young children. They are sensory motor intelligence and pre-operational or pre-logical intelligence. The sensory motor intelligence stage occurs from birth to approximately 1 to 2 years. In the child's first year, the processes of intelligence are both pre-symbolic and pre-verbal. For the infant, the meaning of an object involves what can be done with it. These actions include pushing, opening, pulling, closing, and so forth. In the second year of life, the young child develops the identity of his or her own body and others in time and space. The infant develops action schemes, such as reaching for an object or grasping something or pulling it towards them. At this stage of development, Mark can pull a string to reach the object at the end of it. He can pull a blanket to get an out-of-reach toy, and so on. Another example is Mark putting objects into his mouth to determine the shape and structure. This is something that many infants and young toddlers do. Our next stage is pre-operational thinking. This occurs from around 2 to 3 years to approximately 7 years of age. Partially logical thinking or thought begins during these years. For example, the child recognizes that water poured from one container to another is the same water. However, the child reasons only from one specific item of information to another and makes decisions based on perceptual cues. Pre-operational thinking can and usually is illogical. For example, Mark, based on his perceptions, thought that the taller, slender glass had more juice in it than the shorter, wider glass that he received. In other words, perceptual cues, such as the height of the juice in the glass, dominate the child's judgment. Also, children in this stage have difficulty accepting another person's perspective or point of view. Piaget referred to this as egocentrism. The basic units of logical thinking are particular kinds of cognitive activity that Piaget referred to as operations. The two levels of logical thinking identified by Piaget are concrete operational and formal operational thinking. The concrete operational stage occurs from around 7 to 8 years of age to 12 to 14 or older. Concrete operational thinking is linked to the direct manipulation of objects. It involves situations that require understanding of simultaneous changes in multiple characteristics of objects. An example is flattening a ball of clay into a hot dog shape. As the shape becomes longer, it also becomes thinner. The child at the level of concrete operational thinking can demonstrate the following. First, a transformation in one feature or characteristic of a situation is exactly balanced by a transformation in another characteristic. Second, the essential nature of the object or data remains consistent. And third, the transformation in the object can be returned to the original form by an opposite or inverse action. Let's discuss these more specifically and put some terms in. The capability of recognizing the unchanging characteristic of an object is referred to as conservation. The child can demonstrate conservation by returning the object to its original form or organization. For example, Mark has a ball of clay. It's first in a ball shape. He can flatten it out. He understands now that the same amount of clay exists whether it's in the ball form or the flat form. This is conservation. The capability to simultaneously coordinate a transformation and its opposite or inverse action is referred to as reversibility. So Mark has his ball of clay, he flattens it out, and he knows that he can return it to the original ball shape. This is reversibility. When a child develops the logical structure that a transformation simultaneously and necessarily implies its inverse or opposite, the child can manipulate the situation and analyze it correctly without becoming confused. So a child that's not in the concrete operational thinking stage would think that by flattening out the ball of clay, there's more clay. They may also be confused that you can take that flattened clay and turn it back into a ball. However, a child in concrete operational thinking understands these principles. Concrete operational structures include 4 areas of thinking. They are numerical operations, conservation, class inclusion, and ordering, which is placing objects in the correct series. The concrete operational child can also double classify. For example, he or she could divide flowers into red roses, red tulips, white roses, and white tulips. Pre-operational children, in contrast, could only focus on one feature at a time, such as either the color red or the type of flower, tulips or roses. We come now to our final stage, formal operational thinking. This occurs from approximately 12 to 14 years of age and older. In contrast to concrete operational thinking, formal operational thinkers can solve cause and effect problems in which several factors are interacting with each other. The formal operational thinker is able to conceptualize all the possible combinations of factors in a particular situation. For example, given 4 characteristics of objects in a situation, such as red and white, roses and tulips, the formal operational thinker can think of 16 possible combinations of these characteristics. The concrete operational thinker can only generate the 4 basic classes: red roses, red tulips, white roses, white tulips. When faced with complex situations, the formal operational thinker begins by conceptualizing some of the possible combinations and then systematically testing hypotheses in order to isolate the explanation. The formal operational thinker systematically addresses multi-factor problems. So in summary, Piaget's research indicated 4 levels of cognitive development. Sensory motor is pre-symbolic and pre-verbal. Pre-operational thinking involves some decision-making, but it's based solely on perceptual cues. The logical forms of thinking are concrete and formal operations. Concrete operational thinking involves the direct manipulation of objects in situations that require understanding of simultaneous change in 2 characteristics. Formal operational thinking, our highest level, can systematically test hypotheses about cause and effect situations in which multiple factors interact with each other.
At some point in your life, you've probably been faced with a moral dilemma. Consider this example. A father tells his daughter, Lauren, that she can have a bike if she saves enough money from her weekly allowance to pay for half of it. Then, when Lauren tells her father she's saved up all the money, her father reverses his decision and tells Laura to give him the money because he wants to use it to buy beer. On the one hand, Lauren wants to obey her father. On the other, she doesn't want to support his destructive drinking habits. Lauren is torn about giving her father the money. Psychologist Lawrence Kohlberg was especially interested in how children develop their ability to make moral decisions like this one. He came up with several stages of moral development, which, though not without criticism from other psychologists, form a good starting point to think about these questions. It's important to remember that not everyone, even adults, necessarily make it into all of the higher stages. People first pass through 2 stages, known collectively as the pre-conventional level. In the first stage, people are motivated by trying to avoid punishment. Their actions are bad if they get punished and good if they don't. In this stage, Lauren would give her father the money because she doesn't want him to punish her. At the second stage, people are motivated purely by self-interest. Lauren at this stage would likely keep the money, thinking that even if she can't afford a bike, she can use it to buy something else good for herself. The next level of moral development, the conventional, also contains 2 stages. Adolescents typically operate at this level, as do some adults. In stage 3, people make moral decisions based on getting people to like them. Lauren might decide to give her father the money because this will improve her relationship with him. But if her mother is upset by her father's drinking, she might decide to give the money to her mother in order to be a good girl in her eyes. Her decision would be based on whichever social relationship seemed most important. In stage 4, moral reasoning centers around maintaining a functioning society by recognizing that laws are more important than individual needs. In this stage, Lauren probably wouldn't give her father the money because his alcoholism is disruptive to the stability of their family and community. The final level of moral development is called the post-conventional. Not all adults reach this level. Many are stuck at some of the earlier stages. Post-conventional moral thinkers reject the rigidity of laws, believing that they should be ignored or changed if they're not good laws. In stage 5, people will try to act in ways that achieve the most good for the most number of people. They'd judge a law as unjust if it failed to do this. Lauren at this stage would not give her father the money because she'd recognize that his alcoholism is hurting his family and himself. Stage 6 thinkers develop ethical principles and a sense of justice. Actions are taken because they are right in themselves, not because they help achieve other goals. Though Kohlberg theorized that this stage existed, he had trouble finding people who were always operating at this level. For Lauren to exhibit stage 6 moral reasoning, she'd have to have a strongly developed sense of the injustice of giving her father money for beer. Kohlberg's theories are not without their detractors. Perhaps the best known of his critics is Carol Gilligan, who criticized Kohlberg's stages for being too focused on boys. Kohlberg claimed that boys tended to reach the higher stages more frequently than girls, which Gilligan and others have taken issue with. Yet Kohlberg has remained influential largely because he took the first steps towards defining moral values through empirical studies. Though his conclusions may be flawed and even sexist, his methodology is important. So we've learned that Lawrence Kohlberg's theory of moral development proposes 3 levels on which we make judgments of right and wrong. Pre-conventional decisions are based on the direct consequences to the individual who is perpetrating the morally questionable act. Conventional decisions are based on wanting to please and to be accepted by others. And post-conventional decisions are based on an individually formulated sense of justice and respect for others.
Look at the sequences shown here. Can you figure out what image comes next in the sequence? There is an obvious pattern here that makes it easier for you to predict what the next image will be. You may have noticed that after the orange arrow, the sequence starts over again with the yellow square. This means that the next image in the sequence should be a blue diamond. Did you come up with the correct answer? If so, you have good abstract reasoning skills. So what do we mean by abstract reasoning? Abstract reasoning refers to the ability to analyze information, detect patterns in relationships, and solve problems on a complex, intangible level. Abstract reasoning skills include being able to formulate theories about the nature of objects and ideas, being able to understand the multiple meanings that underlie an event, statement, or object. For example, realizing that the Liberty Bell is not just a piece of American history, but it is also a symbol of freedom. Being able to identify the relationship between verbal and nonverbal ideas. Being able to detect underlying patterns and relationships between events, ideas, and objects. For example, understanding the relationship between slavery and the Civil War. Abstract reasoning is often compared to concrete reasoning, which involves looking at things on the surface level and using this information to solve problems in their most literal sense. Concrete thinkers reason in terms of facts, events, objects, and specific examples. Abstract thinkers move away from these specific things and reason in terms of generalizations, ideas, and deeper meanings. Suppose you were introduced to Macy and George, a married couple. An example of concrete reasoning is knowing that Macy and George have been married for 12 years. Abstract reasoning would be thinking about the concept of marriage in general. Another example of concrete reasoning would be knowing that Macy and George got married in a Catholic church. Abstract reasoning would be thinking about the significance of marriage in a Catholic church. Other examples of abstract reasoning include being able to recognize patterns and shapes, being able to think about the concept of numbers in general, understanding the significance of the 22nd Amendment, understanding the relationship between distance and time, formulating theories about the nature of the human existence. People who possess abstract reasoning skills are able to ask questions, examine a situation from multiple perspectives, find connections among concepts, and evaluate ideas to examine the world. This is in contrast to concrete reasoning, which is the ability to analyze and evaluate information in its most literal sense. An example of abstract reasoning is formulating theories about the nature of time. An example of concrete reasoning is knowing that it is 10:30 p.m.
Social loafing refers to the concept that people are prone to exert less effort on a task if they are in a group versus when they work alone. The idea of working in groups is typically seen as a way to improve the accomplishment of a task by pooling the skills and talents of the individuals in that group. But, in some groups, there is a tendency on the part of participants to contribute less to the group's goal than if they were doing the same task themselves. Social loafing has negative consequences for both the group and the individuals in the group. The group dynamic is affected when certain individuals are seen as weak contributors to the group purpose. It tends to split the group and fosters a lack of cohesion. For example, if only 5 of the 8 members of a team are doing most of the work, it will often create an in-group, those members that are working hard, and an out-group, those members that are not contributing as much. Resentment can easily build between the two factions, causing less productivity and more emotional tension than a cohesive group would experience. Individuals in the group can also be affected by social loafing. While there is a disparity of effort between members of a group, individuals start to gauge their own effort based on what others are doing instead of maintaining a standard of excellence towards achieving the goal. This lowers the level of satisfaction for the task in all members of the group. For example, if a motivated team member repeatedly feels others are relying on them to do most of the work, they might deliberately reduce their workload or even stop collaborating with group members because they no longer want to feel exploited by the less productive members. Group size. The larger the group, the more likely it is that social loafing will occur. For example, if you have 10 members of a group working on a project, it is easier for individuals who are not motivated or productive to hide because there are more people to pick up the slack. Low levels of motivation. An absence of motivation prompts poor group participation. There are lots of reasons people may lack motivation for a group task. A common reason is when participants are assigned to a project but don't want to be part of a group. A good example is when students are assigned to work in groups for an academic project. Inevitably, some students hate group work and decide from the start that they don't want to participate. When motivation is low among certain individuals in a group, they will often look for ways to assume the least amount of responsibility and contribute as little as possible. This then creates a burden on the remaining members of the group to take on more than their fair share of responsibility. Another reason for low motivation is when individuals question the perceived value of the group's goal. If a group member doesn't think the group's purpose is worth their time or energy, their motivation to participate will likely be low. Reduced sense of contribution. If an individual doesn't feel their contribution matters, they are less likely to assert the effort. A good example of this is voting. Many people say that voting for a cause you believe in is important, but if a person perceives that too many people will vote against their cause, they may choose to not vote at all. They don't think their vote will change the outcome, so why bother? Social loafing is more likely to occur in individualistic cultures like the U.S., as opposed to collectivistic cultures like those found in many parts of Asia. A collectivistic culture puts group goals and collective action ahead of the interests of the individuals in the group. There is less social loafing in collectivistic cultures because the group's welfare is the highest priority. In contrast, individualistic cultures focus on the accomplishments of the individuals in the group. Each member is primarily interested in the rewards and benefits as it applies to their own situation and less concerned about the needs and overall success of the larger group. Build good rapport among group members. When individuals in a group know one another, they are more likely to be respectful of the need to share responsibility for the group's task. Set clear and measurable goals. Groups that set clear and challenging goals often have a strong sense of purpose that propels all members to feel challenged and productive. Develop a team contract. A team contract is simply a document the team creates at the start of their task that sets group expectations and individual responsibilities. Giving team members choices about which tasks they will take responsibility for also enhances motivation and ownership of the team's goals. Keep group size small. The smaller the group, the less likely group members will be prone to social loafing. The ideal size of a group is between 4 and 8 members. Groups larger than 8 run a greater risk of social loafing. Social loafing is when individuals in groups expend less effort on a task than they would if they were doing it by themselves. Social loafing is more likely in large groups, where motivation is low and where the individuals in the group don't see their contribution affecting the outcome. The good news is that social loafing can be minimized and even avoided by helping group members develop friendly relationships, setting clear and measurable goals, establishing the expectations and responsibilities up front, and keeping the group size small.
How do we learn to interact with other people? Socialization is a lifelong process during which we learn about social expectations and how to interact with other people. Nearly all of the behavior that we consider to be human nature is actually learned through socialization. And it is during socialization that we learn how to walk, talk, and feed ourselves, about behavioral norms that help us fit into our society, and so much more. Socialization occurs throughout our life, but some of the most important socialization occurs in childhood. So, let's talk about the most influential agents of socialization. These are the people or groups responsible for our socialization during childhood, including family, school, peers, and mass media. There's no better way to start than to talk about the role of family in our social development, as family is usually considered to be the most important agent of socialization. As infants, we are completely dependent on others to survive. Our parents, or those who play the parent role, are responsible for teaching us to function and care for ourselves. They, along with the rest of our family, also teach us about close relationships, group life, and how to share resources. Additionally, they provide us with our first system of values, norms, and beliefs, a system that is usually a reflection of their own social status, religion, ethnic group, and more. For example, Alexander, a young boy who lives in America, was born to an immigrant family. He grew up bilingual and was taught the importance of collectivistic values through socialization with his family. This experience differs drastically from someone born to an older, traditional American family that would emphasize the English language and individualistic values. The next important agent of childhood socialization is the school. Of course, the official purpose of school is to transfer subject knowledge and teach life skills, such as following directions and meeting deadlines. But students don't just learn from the academic curriculum prepared by teachers and school administrators. In school, we also learn social skills through our interactions with teachers, staff, and other students. For example, we learn the importance of obeying authority, and that to be successful, we must learn to be quiet, to wait, and sometimes to act interested, even when we're not. Alexander, like other children, might even learn things from his teacher that she did not intend to teach. For instance, he might learn that it's best to yell out an answer instead of raising his hand. When he does so, he gets rare attention from the teacher and is hardly ever punished. Another agent of socialization that relates to school is our peer group. Unlike the agents we've already discussed, family and school, peer groups give us an opportunity as children to form relationships with others on our own terms, plus learn things without the direction of an adult. Our peers have an incredible amount of influence on us when we're young, so it's understandable that parents worry about the type of friends we choose. Often, we discuss topics and learn behavioral norms from our peers that our parents do not or would not approve of. However, our peers also give us a chance to develop many of the social skills we need as adults. For instance, Alexander will certainly experience moments when his friend's behavior and/or values contradict the norms and values he obtained from his family. He has to learn to decide which norms and values to keep, reject, or use and follow in certain situations. The last agent of childhood socialization we're going to discuss in this lesson is mass media, which includes television, internet, radio, movies, books, and magazines, just to name a few. This is another agent that our parents are understandably concerned about. As with our peers, we often learn things through mass media that our parents would probably rather we didn't. Especially today, children are exposed to a wide variety of content, including violence and sex, which many deem inappropriate. Mass media also seems to reinforce gender and other stereotypes. For example, Alexander loves to watch cartoons, but they perpetuate the idea that men are more important than women. Women are usually portrayed as supporting characters, mothers, girlfriends, or damsels in distress. As a result, Alexander is continually taught that women are not as brave and intelligent as men. Socialization occurs throughout our life, but some of the most important socialization occurs in childhood. 4 of the most influential agents of socialization during that phase of our lives are the family, school, peers, and mass media. Family is usually considered to be the most important agent of socialization. They not only teach us how to care for ourselves, but also give us our first system of values, norms, and beliefs. Schools are agents of socialization which not only teach us subject knowledge and life skills, but also social skills through our interactions with teachers, staff, and other students. Another agent of socialization that relates to school is our peer group. Unlike family and school, peer groups give us an opportunity as children to form relationships with others on our own terms, plus learn things without the direction of an adult. Our peers give us a chance to develop many of the social skills we need later in life. The last agent we discussed was mass media, which includes television, internet, books, and more. As with our peers, we often learn things through mass media that our parents would probably rather we didn't, such as violence, sex, and the reinforcement of gender and other stereotypes. There are many, many different cultures throughout the world. Interestingly, we are all typically part of several cultures at the same time. For example, someone who lives in the U.S. could be part of the national culture in addition to the distinct culture of the South, a religious community, a heritage group, and more. In this lesson, we are going to focus on identifying different subsets or categories of cultures that can exist within a larger one, and also discuss how these subsets are viewed. First, it's important to understand the concept of a subculture. A subculture is a unique culture shared by a smaller group of people who are also a part of a larger culture. A larger culture often contains many subcultures, and an individual can be part of several of them. Each subculture has distinct norms and customs that aren't a part of the broader culture in which it is enveloped. Think of the Amish, or bikers, or hippies, or Whovians. Each of these groups has unique cultures, yet they all exist within the broad culture of the United States. There are so many subcultures in America that it would be extremely difficult to identify all of them. And though some subcultures are basically like an open group that anyone could join, others are only available to some members of a society. For example, the term high culture is used to describe a subculture shared by the elite in a society. In fact, many associate the word culture with high culture. Someone who attends the ballet and collects museum-quality artwork is often considered cultured. High culture isn't considered to be better by sociologists, just interestingly different from popular culture, which is the dominant subculture shared by the majority of a society's population. The elements of popular culture have mass accessibility and appeal. For example, high culture includes expensive restaurants that serve caviar and play classical music. This isn't typically appealing to the bulk of citizens in the U.S. On the other hand, popular culture includes cheap fast food restaurants that serve hamburgers and play top 40 pop music. These restaurants are so appealing that they are everywhere you look. Of course, our entire country does not consist only of high culture and popular culture. It's well known that we have immigrants from many countries who bring their culture with them and make our population quite diverse. Have you ever heard that America is like a melting pot? It could be said that our national culture is a blend of many cultures. They are like soup ingredients that, once mixed together, contribute to the whole and are difficult to separate from each other. Yet, multiculturalism, which is the view that cultural differences should be respected and celebrated, is on the rise in the U.S. In contrast to the melting pot metaphor, multiculturalism promotes diversity through the recognition and continued celebration of separate cultures that coexist peacefully. Rather than creating one culture from aspects of other cultures, multiculturalism focuses on the preservation of separated individual cultural traditions and customs. Multiculturalism seems like a welcoming, inclusive sentiment, but the inclusion may not extend to countercultures. A counterculture is a type of subculture which strongly opposes one or more elements of the dominant culture. In other words, those who share a counterculture reject conventional values or behavioral norms accepted by the majority in a society. For example, polygamists believe in marriage to more than one person. This contradicts the value, and even law, of the dominant American culture. Many people react very negatively to the culture of polygamists and other countercultures as well. In summary, a subculture is a unique culture shared by a smaller group of people who are also a part of a larger culture. A larger culture often contains many subcultures, and each subculture has distinct norms and customs that aren't a part of the broader culture in which it is enveloped. There are so many subcultures in America that it would be extremely difficult to identify all of them. However, the term high culture is used to describe a subculture shared by the elite in a society. High culture isn't considered to be better by sociologists, just interestingly different from popular culture, which is the dominant subculture shared by the majority of a society's population. The elements of popular culture have mass accessibility and appeal. Perhaps more than any other country, we have a great diversity of people and backgrounds. Multiculturalism is the view that cultural differences should be respected and celebrated. In contrast to the melting pot metaphor, multiculturalism promotes diversity through the recognition and continued celebration of separate cultures that coexist peacefully. Although that may seem like a welcoming, inclusive sentiment, it may not extend to any counterculture, which is a type of subculture which strongly opposes one or more elements of the dominant culture. Culture is a huge topic of study for sociologists. Culture exists anywhere humans exist, and no two cultures are exactly the same. We've started talking about culture in another lesson and discussed its combination of elements that together form a people's unique way of life. In this lesson, we are going to take a closer look at those elements, specifically symbols, language, values, and norms. These elements look different across cultures, and many change with time as a society evolves. The first element that exists in every culture is a variety of symbols. A symbol is anything that is used to stand for something else. People who share a culture often attach a specific meaning to an object, gesture, sound, or image. For example, a cross is a significant symbol to Christians. It is not simply two pieces of wood attached to each other, nor is it just an old object of torture and execution. To Christians, it represents the basis of their entire religion, and they have great reverence for the symbol. We can see more examples of symbols in American culture. Emoticons are combinations of keyboard characters that many use to represent their feelings online or through texting. The American flag represents our entire country. A red light at a traffic intersection is used to relay the message that you need to stop your vehicle. The second element present in every culture is a language. Language is a system of words and symbols used to communicate with other people. This includes full languages as we usually think of them, such as English, Spanish, French, etc. But it also includes body language, slang, and common phrases that are unique to certain groups of people. For example, even though English is spoken fluently in both America and Britain, we have slang and phrases that mean different things. American French fries are British chips. American cookies are British biscuits, and so on. Another example of how cultural languages differ beyond vocabulary is the fact that eye contact represents different meanings in different cultures. In America, eye contact suggests that you are paying attention and are interested in what a person has to say. In other cultures, eye contact may be considered rude and to be a challenge of authority. Another cultural element is a system of values, which are culturally defined standards for what is good or desirable. Members of the culture use the shared system of values to decide what is good and what is bad. For example, in America, we are individualistic. We encourage competition and emphasize personal achievement. A person who accepts a promotion in our culture is praised for their individual hard work and talent. But our values are in stark contrast with the collectivistic values of other cultures, where collaboration is encouraged and a person's success is only as good as their contributions to the group. The same person that is offered a promotion who lives in a collectivistic culture would consult with his family before accepting to ensure that it would be the most beneficial to the group as a whole. The last element of culture we'll discuss in this lesson is a collection of norms. Norms are culturally defined expectations of behavior. They are guidelines we use to determine how we should behave in any given situation and what would be considered inappropriate behavior. For example, we know that we should stand in line to use the restroom without even thinking about our behavior. If someone cuts in front of us, we are certainly irritated, if not angry, that the other person has not followed the norms of our culture. Norms vary in their perceived importance and in the way that others react to their violation. Some norms are turned into formal rules and laws, while others are simply unwritten rules of etiquette for everyday behavior. These unwritten rules can typically be categorized as either folkways or mores. Folkways are norms that dictate appropriate behavior for routine or casual interaction. In our culture, boys wear pants instead of skirts, and we all know not to pick our nose in public. These are casual rules for behavior. Although we may think that people who violate them are weird or rude, we don't think they should be imprisoned for their behavior. On the other hand, mores are norms that dictate morally right or wrong behavior. These are rules for behavior that are so important that they usually don't even get written down because they go without saying. Using loud profanity at a funeral is a fairly mild example. More serious mores are considered taboo, and people who violate them are considered unfit for society. For example, there are no formal laws against cannibalism in the United States, yet those who participate in cannibalism violate such an important norm that they are punished and severely ostracized from society. In summary, some of the common elements that make up individual cultures are symbols, language, values, and norms. A symbol is anything that is used to stand for something else. People who share a culture often attach a specific meaning to an object, gesture, sound, or image. Language is a system of words and symbols used to communicate with other people. This includes not only fully spoken or written languages, but also body language, slang, and common phrases that are unique to certain cultures. Values are culturally defined standards for what is good or desirable. Members of the culture use the shared system of values to decide what is good and what is bad. Similarly, norms are culturally defined expectations of behavior. They are guidelines we use to determine how we should behave in any given situation and what would be considered inappropriate behavior. When we think of American culture, it's easy to picture certain symbols and rituals, such as the American flag, baseball, apple pie, and so on. But for many, it's not as easy to identify norms and values that are shared by most Americans. The behavior of those around us often seems to contradict what they say is important. In this lesson, we will discuss this contradiction by defining ideal and real culture. We will also discuss how we typically view our culture in comparison to other cultures by examining the concepts of ethnocentrism and cultural relativism. First, think again about the gap between the values that people profess to have and the behavior that contradicts it. This gap exists at a bigger level between ideal culture and real culture. Ideal culture includes the values and norms that a culture claims to have. It involves an idealized, uncompromising value system that dictates perfect behavior. Using ideal culture as a standard, you are either right or wrong. Rules are black and white with no gray areas and no exceptions. Real culture, on the other hand, includes the values and norms that are actually followed by a culture. It involves an adaptable value system that is used mostly as a set of guidelines for preferred behavior. Right and wrong are separated, but exceptions exist for pretty much everything. To illustrate the difference between ideal and real culture, just think about the American value of equality. Growing up in the U.S., we were told that equality is very important. It's part of our ideal culture. Yet, we see inequality everywhere. Women are paid less than men, minorities are given less opportunities, and so on. Unfortunately, our real culture doesn't include much equality. We continue to see a trend of idealizing our culture when we look at the prevalence of ethnocentrism, which is the tendency to assume that one's own culture is good, while that of another is strange or even immoral. Usually, we are so used to the values and behavioral norms that we've grown up with that they seem to be human nature, rather than just elements of our own culture. For example, in America, eye contact suggests that you are paying attention and interested in what a person has to say. This may seem like something obvious that everyone would know. Yet, in other cultures, eye contact can be considered rude and a challenge of authority. Even language shows our tendency for ethnocentrism. Americans have referred to China as the Far East for a long time. This expression uses our own country as the point of origin. We put ourselves in the center with every other culture located relative to us. At the same time, the Chinese name for their country translates as Central Kingdom, an indication that they do the exact same thing. With today's continued emphasis on globalization, it's more important than ever to rid ourselves of the cultural biases that can come with ethnocentrism. Some social scientists even believe that, ideally, we could reach a point where each of us could fully accept and even appreciate the culture of others. This is cultural relativism, which could be defined as the practice of understanding and judging a culture from the viewpoint of that culture instead of one's own. This perspective promotes the idea that there is no universal right or wrong, and that we should not judge behavioral norms and values that exist in another culture based on our own cultural standards. For example, polygamy is illegal in the U.S. and is considered immoral by many. Yet, it's a common practice in certain cultures. If we were to practice cultural relativism, we would shed our own rules and expectations and fully accept that polygamy is normal and appropriate in other cultures without trying to change that fact. In summary, sometimes there's a gap between the culture, including values, that a society professes to have and the culture that they actually possess. Ideal culture includes the values and norms that a culture claims to have, while real culture includes the values and norms that are actually followed by a culture. We tend to not only idealize our culture, but also think that it is better than others. Ethnocentrism is the tendency to assume that one's own culture is good, while that of another is strange or even immoral. With today's continued emphasis on globalization, it's more important than ever to rid ourselves of the cultural biases that can come with ethnocentrism. Some social scientists even believe that, ideally, we could reach a point where each of us could fully accept and even appreciate the cultures of others. This is cultural relativism, which could be defined as the practice of understanding and judging a culture from the viewpoint of that culture instead of one's own. All the world's a stage. Have you ever heard this quote from one of William Shakespeare's plays? It's part of a speech that draws parallels between actors in a play and the way we perform for others in real life. A sociologist named Irving Goffman made the same comparison in his theory about dramaturgical analysis, which is the study of human social interaction in terms of theatrical performance. According to Goffman, sociologists are like directors, observing and analyzing what happens on the stage of life. Every social status that humans have is like a part in a play, and the role associated with that status serves as our script, giving us direction as to how to behave and what to say on stage. Typically, we care about how the audience reacts and how they'll judge our performance. So, we have parts that we volunteer for and different methods of presenting ourselves. In other words, we try to create a certain impression by presenting the self to others the way we want to be seen. We try hard not to slip out of character and reveal how we would really act behind the scenes. Let's look closer at this concept, known as impression management, as well as idealization and how nonverbal communication can sometimes sabotage our efforts. Impression management can be defined as the attempt to control the impressions and opinions that other people have of one's self. For example, a woman cast in the part of job seeker tries hard to influence her impression on potential employers. First, she tries to influence their opinion through a resume by wording her experience just so, and then tries to control their impressions through an interview by dressing for success and answering questions correctly. Of course, impression management isn't just confined to more formal situations such as job interviews. It actually happens all the time as we attempt to control how others see us in a variety of roles, including parent, spouse, employee, church member, athlete, and many more. As we play each part, we vary our performance depending on the expectations of others. For instance, you probably act differently at a funeral than you would at a 21st birthday party. Of course, the reason that impression management is so important is because we want others to think well of us. Therefore, we practice idealization, which is the exaggeration of our positive qualities. It is our attempt to present the best possible version of ourselves and convince others that our actions and intentions are not selfish. Just think of the typical view of politicians as an example. They put the best possible spin on their actions and try to make everything appear to be the good of their constituents. Of course, it's not just politicians. Idealization also involves attempting to conceal our negative feelings and the secrets that others wouldn't approve of. Most, if not all of us, tend to smile and act friendly towards people we don't like because it's polite and we do not want to seem like a rude or unlikable character. Interestingly, we can portray certain characters even without words. Nonverbal communication is the use of anything other than words to communicate something. It includes what we think of as body language, facial expressions, postures, gestures, eye contact, and so on, and other things such as tone of voice and even appearance. Although nonverbal communication can help us portray a character correctly, it can also betray us. I'm sure you've heard the saying that actions speak louder than words. If someone says, "I love you," with a disgusted look on his or her face, would you believe that person? Probably not. Sometimes we read our script and verbally communicate correctly, but unintentionally allow nonverbal communication to portray a different message. Avoiding eye contact while lying is a good example. In summary, dramaturgical analysis is the study of human social interaction in terms of theatrical performance. You can think of sociologists as directors, observing and analyzing what happens on the stage of life. Every social status that humans have is like a part in a play, and the role associated with that status serves as our script. Typically, we care about how the audience reacts and how they'll judge our performance. Impression management is the attempt to control the impressions and opinions that other people have of one's self. It happens all the time as we attempt to control how others see us. As we play each of our parts, we vary our performance depending on the expectations of others. Of course, the reason that impression management is so important is because we want others to think well of us. Therefore, we practice idealization, which is the exaggeration of our positive qualities. However, sometimes nonverbal communication, which is the use of anything other than words to communicate something, can portray how we really feel. Throughout our lives, we socialize and interact with many different people. This engagement with others helps us to develop as individuals and to make sense of the world around us. Sociologists study our interactions as part of social interaction theory, which reveals interesting patterns of the way we act and react in response to others. Of particular interest in this lesson is our use of a social status as a guide for appropriate behavior around others. Let's define status and talk about different types of statuses that we all have. First, what is a social status? Status refers to a social position one holds in a group, organization, or society. Many think of status as a synonym for prestige, and it's true that certain positions do have more prestige than others, such as doctors, CEOs, and so on. However, to sociologists, status and prestige are not the same thing. Everyone has a status, regardless of rank or power. Status simply explains how a person fits into a social structure, such as a family, school, business, society, and more. For example, imagine the fictional King Arthur, who most of us are familiar with. He had several statuses, just as many of us do, including male, son, warrior, British, and king, just to name a few. It can be easy to confuse a status with a role. We will talk about social roles in depth in another lesson, but the basic difference between the two is that we occupy a status, but play a role. Every status has an expected set of behavioral expectations, a role to play. For example, a woman becomes a mother when she has a child, and so occupies the status of mother. She is expected to play the role of mother by caring for and loving her children, among other things. In essence, statuses are passive. Remember, we occupy them, but roles are active. We play them. There are a few different types or categories of statuses. One is an achieved status, which is a status that one earns or chooses to take on. It reflects a person's abilities, efforts, and life choices. It can be a status that one would be proud to have, such as doctor or professional athlete. However, since achieved status reflects a person's efforts and choices, it will reflect the bad as well as the good. Some statuses are less than desirable, such as alcoholic and criminal. Think about King Arthur again. Arthur had several statuses that he achieved. One is husband. He obtained that status by marrying Guinevere. Another is warrior, a status he achieved because of his effort in learning to fight in battle. Another type of status that is often contrasted with an achieved status is an ascribed status, which is a status that one is either born with or takes on involuntarily. This is the type of status that is beyond our control, like sex, race, and socioeconomic status at birth. For example, when King Arthur was born, he automatically obtained the statuses of son, male, British, and more. Interestingly, in some cultures, ascribed status is considered to be more important than achieved status. In America, we emphasize personal achievement, and people can, in theory, move freely up and down the social ladder. But that is not true in other cultures. In agrarian societies, those that are rural and dependent on agriculture, it's common to place more value on ascribed status. For them, a status you were born with, such as social class, is the one you have for life, regardless of your personal achievements. The last type of social status we'll discuss in this lesson is a master status, and it is the status that has the most impact on one's social identity. This master status trumps all other statuses and can sometimes shape one's entire life. For example, the President of the United States has a status that is viewed as more important than anything else in his life and reflects his life's achievements. A master status can be a job, economic standing, education, characteristic, or even a family name. Just think about the Kennedys or Rockefellers. CEO, doctor, homeless person, and cancer survivor are just a few possible examples. What do you think would have been Arthur's master status? If you said he was king of Camelot, you're right. In summary, social interaction theory reveals interesting patterns of the way we act and react in response to others. Of particular interest in this lesson is our use of a social status as a guide for appropriate behavior around others. Status refers to a social position one holds in a group, organization, or society. It explains how one fits into a social structure. There are a few different types or categories of statuses. One is an achieved status, which is a status that one earns or chooses to take on. It reflects a person's abilities, efforts, and life choices. Another is an ascribed status, which is a status that one is either born with or takes on involuntarily. This is the type of status that is beyond our control, like sex, race, and socioeconomic status at birth. Lastly, a master status is the status that has the most impact on one's social identity. This master status trumps all other statuses and can sometimes shape one's entire life. There are a number of ways in which we socially construct the world around us. In other words, we use our social interactions with others to make sense of and give purpose to our lives. One way in which we do this is to create social structures that give us cues for how to behave. Statuses and roles are two of these structures. We previously discussed statuses in depth, so now we turn to social roles. A social role defines a set of behaviors that are expected of someone who holds a particular status. It's easy to confuse a status and a role, but the basic difference between them is that we occupy a status and play a role. Every status has an expected set of behaviors, a role. A woman becomes a mother when she has a child, and so occupies the status of mother. She's expected to also play the role of mother by caring for and loving her children, among other things. Interestingly, role expectations can change over time and also differ between cultures. Not that long ago, it was a role expectation for mothers to stay at home with their children and keep house, while the fathers played breadwinner. Today, in our culture, this still occurs, but is no longer a strict expectation of the mother's role, just an acceptable option. In other cultures, however, a mother working outside the home is still considered to be strange or even unacceptable. All of us typically occupy many statuses and play the roles attached to each one. Sometimes a status has more than one role associated with it. This is known as a role set. For example, a teacher plays one role in relation to his students, another role in relation to his fellow teachers, another in relation to the school board, and so on. It can be stressful to play so many roles at once. Have you ever been stressed because of overlapping work, school, and social commitments? Did you feel as if there wasn't enough time in the day to make everyone happy? If so, you were probably experiencing role conflict, which is what happens when role demands from different statuses conflict with each other and cause stress. The more statuses we have and the more roles we play, the more likely we are to experience role conflict. If our fictional mother worked as an office manager, volunteered for a philanthropic organization, participated in church activities, and provided care for her own aging mother, she would likely experience role conflict because the responsibilities would sometimes overlap and clash. Though meeting the role demands of different statuses can be overwhelming, it can also be difficult to meet all of the role obligations of a single status. Role strain is when the role demands from a single status cause conflict or become stressful. For example, a teacher might feel overwhelmed by the demands of his role set. The demands of the school board, principal, and students aren't always complementary. He would probably feel stressed or even burdened by the different aspects of his job. Though some roles stay with us for our entire lives, others don't last. And sometimes role conflict and/or role strain can become too much to handle. Role exit occurs when an individual leaves an important social status and stops playing its attached role. By important, we're talking about a status that was central to one's identity, such as a master status. By exiting the status and attached role, either voluntarily or involuntarily, the person typically has to redefine relationships with others and reestablish a new identity. For example, when our teacher retires, he will experience a role exit. He will no longer have to play the role of teacher, which was an integral part of his identity for so many years. He will have to establish a new one as a retiree who has no students, fellow faculty, teaching responsibilities, etc. In summary, a social role defines a set of behaviors that are expected of someone who holds a particular status. All of us typically occupy many statuses and play the roles attached to each one. Sometimes a status has more than one role associated with it. This is known as a role set. It can be stressful to play so many roles at once. Role conflict occurs when role demands from different statuses conflict with each other and cause stress. The more statuses we have and the more roles we play, the more likely we are to experience role conflict. Though meeting the role demands of different statuses can be overwhelming, it can also be difficult to meet all of the role obligations of a single status. Role strain is when the role demands from a single status cause conflict or become stressful. Sometimes role conflict and/or role strain can become too much to handle. This may result in role exit, which occurs when an individual leaves an important social status and stops playing its attached role. You have probably heard about a famous debate in psychology and sociology that is known as nature versus nurture. The question is if human behavior is a product of our genes and evolution, or of experience and social contact. The majority of sociologists believe that the answer to this question is likely a combination of both, but that nurture plays the most important role in at least our social behavior. So, let's talk more about nurture, specifically about the importance of socialization. Socialization is a lifelong process during which we learn about social expectations and how to interact with other people. During socialization, we learn about our own culture, including behavioral norms and values that teach us how to fit into our society. As children, we learn to walk, talk, and feed ourselves, and also the difference between right and wrong from the people around us. Through socialization, we acquire a personal identity and learn to value our connections with others. This process continues for an entire lifetime. Nearly all of the behavior that we consider to be human nature is actually learned through socialization. For example, it is easy to assume that standards of beauty are the same all over the world. Surely, a woman who Americans instinctively find attractive would also be considered attractive by other cultures, right? Yet, there are cultures in which women go to drastic measures to elongate their necks and shrink their feet in order to obtain their cultural standards of beauty, which clearly are not the same as ours. Therefore, beauty may not be instinctive after all, but culturally defined and learned from others. Socialization is such a basic part of our lives that it is easy to overlook its importance. But it is the reason we laugh, cry, talk, and do many of the other things we think of as just a part of being human. Socialization doesn't always happen, though, and certainly can't happen in social isolation. This is a state that occurs when someone experiences a complete lack of contact with the social world. We are talking about no communication with humans, no visual sighting of them, no access to society whatsoever. Social isolation would be horribly lonely for someone used to being around people. Imagine what a man would be like if he lived in a city for 30 years and was then stranded completely alone on a deserted island for the rest of his life. But social isolation from the beginning of one's life seems to be just as bad, if not worse. From what sociologists have been able to tell from case studies, individuals who grow up in social isolation have no chance to learn all of the feelings and behaviors we mistakenly believe that we are born with, so although they look human, they don't act human. An example can be seen in the tragic, well-known case of Anna, an unwanted child of a farmer's daughter. Her mother confined Anna to a dark, windowless room, and although she provided her with enough milk to keep her alive, had no other contact with her. When social workers found Anna, she was 5 years old and had lived her entire life tied to a chair in that room. She didn't know how to walk, talk, or even chew. She was also extremely apathetic and never laughed, cried, or had much of a reaction to other people at all. Unfortunately, what happened to Anna is not a solitary instance. There have been many other cases in which children have been found in similar circumstances. Each time, the child seemed almost inhuman because of the lack of socialization. Even studies involving monkeys show us the importance of socialization and the negative effects of social isolation. Harry Harlow conducted a famous experiment in which he split into groups baby monkeys who had been separated from their mothers at birth. Long story short, he discovered that monkeys who were placed in isolation for just 6 months had a dramatic effect on their development. These monkeys were unable to interact and socialize once exposed to other monkeys. They had never learned how. In summary, socialization is a lifelong process during which we learn about social expectations and how to interact with other people. Nearly all of the behavior that we consider to be human nature is actually learned through socialization. It is such a basic part of our lives that it's easy to overlook its importance. Yet we see just how important it is when we look at cases of individuals growing up in social isolation, which is a state that occurs when someone experiences a complete lack of contact with the social world. Like Anna and similar human case studies, and the monkeys observed by Harlow, those who grow up in social isolation have no chance to learn all of the feelings and behaviors we mistakenly believe individuals are born with.
How would you describe the culture of the United States? Would you talk about the way we dress, the foods that originated here, the English language, the way we salute the American flag? What about our individualistic values and emphasis on competition? Culture can be defined as the language, norms, values, beliefs, and more that, together, form a people's way of life. It is a combination of elements that affect how people think, how they act, and what they own. American culture, for instance, includes everything just mentioned. It also includes our history, architecture, accepted behavior, and so much more. Culture is an essential part of being human. No one is completely without it. In fact, an individual can be part of many cultures and subcultures. For example, someone who lives in the U.S. could be part of the national culture in addition to the distinct culture of the South, a religious community, a heritage group, and more. There are many elements and aspects of culture. However, each can be categorized as either material or non-material culture. Material culture includes all the physical things that people create and attach meaning to. Clothing, food, tools, and architecture are examples of material culture that most people would think of. Natural objects and materials, rock, dirt, trees, etc., aren't considered to be part of material culture. However, how people view natural objects and how they use them are. Non-material culture includes creations and abstract ideas that are not embodied in physical objects. In other words, any intangible products created and shared between the members of a culture over time are aspects of their non-material culture. Social roles, rules, ethics, and beliefs are just some examples. All of them are crucial guides for members of a culture to use to know how to behave in their society and interpret the world. The word culture is often used as a synonym for nation and society, but they aren't the same thing. A nation is a territory with designated borders. A nation can be found on a map. A society is a population in which people interact and share common interests. A society can be found in a nation. Culture, on the other hand, is a people's shared way of living. Culture can be found in a society, and it can also be shared between societies. To illustrate the difference between these three concepts, think of the lost city of Atlantis described in literature. According to most accounts, it was its own continent, a round island somewhere in the Atlantic Ocean. Atlantis, the nation, would be composed of the entire island. It is rumored that the Atlanteans who lived there were a great people. Atlantis, the society, would be this population and the social world they create by interacting with each other. It is also thought that the lost city was very advanced, a marvel of architecture, engineering, and technology. The culture of Atlantis would include the physical things created by the Atlanteans and their way of life, their beliefs, language, norms, knowledge, and so on. In summary, culture can be defined as the language, norms, values, beliefs, and more that together form a people's way of life. It is an essential part of being human. Although there are many elements and aspects of culture, they can all be categorized as either material or non-material culture. Material culture includes all of the physical things that people create and attach meaning to. Non-material culture includes creations and abstract ideas that are not embodied in physical objects. The word culture is often used as a synonym for nation and society, but they aren't the same thing. A nation is a territory with designated borders. A society is a population in which people interact and share common interests. Culture, on the other hand, is a people's shared way of living. It can be found in a society, and it can also be shared between societies.
Research is an extremely important part of sociology, psychology, and all of the other social sciences. Researchers strive to systematically collect information in order to create accurate and objective descriptions of the social world. This allows them to draw conclusions about why people act the way they do in all types of situations and in relation to other people. Research occurs in many different forms and can be divided into two basic types, quantitative and qualitative. The focus of this lesson is to explain the difference between quantitative research and qualitative research and discuss their respective strengths and weaknesses. The first type of research that social scientists use is quantitative research, which is based on numerical data which can be analyzed using statistics. This type of research focuses on pinpointing what, where, when, how often, and how long social phenomena occur. For example, imagine you wanted to research jaywalking at a certain intersection. If you were to conduct quantitative research, you could count the number of people who jaywalk. Quantitative research includes experiments in which certain variables are manipulated and the outcomes measured. It also includes studies conducted in the natural world. The U.S. Census is a good example. Numerical data can be collected through machines, surveys, inventories, and more. Again, the numbers can be analyzed using statistics. The analysis can tell us the relationship between certain variables. This leads us into a discussion about the advantages of quantitative research. One advantage is the fact that we can use statistics to extrapolate the data collected in order to predict how people will behave in the future. For instance, let's say you not only counted the number of people who jaywalked, but also collected other information such as age and gender. If you recorded 20 people jaywalking and 15 of them were men, you might predict that a man would be much more likely to jaywalk than a woman. There are certainly other advantages to quantitative studies. Many researchers prefer quantitative methods because they provide objective, hard facts. Variables are easy to identify, and results can be generalized to larger populations. However, there are also disadvantages to quantitative methods. For instance, they can't explain why social phenomena occur, they just quantify the fact that they do. They don't take into account the emotions, motives, imagination, beliefs, etc. of the subject. Of course, there's also the fact that not all social phenomena can be counted or measured in quantifiable ways. For instance, how would you describe a funeral ceremony using numbers? In situations like this, social scientists use qualitative research, which is based on data that cannot be measured or counted, but can be collected and interpreted through observation. This type of research focuses on why and how social phenomena occur. Instead of numbers that can be analyzed using statistics, the data is in the form of descriptive words that can be examined for patterns or meaning. For example, imagine you wanted to study the behavior of monkeys that live in the zoo. Using qualitative research, you might watch the monkeys every day and write your observations in a journal. When the study was over, you would go back through the journal to try and find patterns of behavior, such as daily habits. Qualitative research is also called descriptive research because its purpose is to describe social occurrences. It can be conducted in focus groups, interviews, or simple observation of social events as they happen in real life. The data is collected by the researcher himself or herself instead of through the inventories, questionnaires, and other means used for quantitative research. This can be both a good thing and a bad thing. The researcher can gain an empathetic understanding of the behavior of others, but the data collection is bound to be subjective and can even include bias. Due to the personal involvement of the researcher, it's practically impossible to stay impartial. However, qualitative research can provide a wealth of in-depth information and even explain findings from a quantitative study. For example, conducting qualitative research on jaywalking could explain why certain people jaywalk while others do not, instead of simply pointing out the fact that they do. In summary, research in the social sciences occurs in many different forms and can be divided into two basic types, quantitative and qualitative. Quantitative research is based on numerical data which can be analyzed using statistics. This type of research focuses on pinpointing what, where, when, how often, and how long social phenomena occur. In contrast, qualitative research, also called descriptive research, is based on data that cannot be measured or counted, but can be collected and interpreted through observation. This type of research focuses on why and how social phenomena occur. There are advantages and disadvantages for each type of research. Quantitative research can use statistics to extrapolate data and predict how people will behave in the future. Many researchers prefer quantitative methods because they provide objective, hard facts. Variables are easy to identify, and results can be generalized to larger populations. However, they can't explain why social phenomena occur. They just quantify the fact that they do. They don't take into account the emotions, motives, imagination, beliefs, etc. of the subject. Qualitative research does do this, and often incites empathetic understanding. It can provide a wealth of in-depth information and even explain findings from a quantitative study. However, it's common for qualitative research to include bias. Due to the personal involvement of the researcher, it's practically impossible to stay impartial.
Why do some cultures expect their daughters to marry before the age of 15? How does a person's specific family values impact the way he or she acts in public with friends? What are the origins of bullying in an all-male classroom? These are complicated questions that cannot be answered through a simple survey or other quantitative research design method. These and similar questions are best answered through qualitative research methods of collecting, analyzing, and interpreting observed information. More specifically, these questions are best addressed through the use of ethnography. This lesson will define ethnography and describe the characteristics, step-by-step procedures used to complete ethnographies, and discuss how to assess ethnographies. I really want to understand bullying and its origins among specific groups. I was reading an article the other day on same-gender classrooms and the bullying that goes on in all-male classrooms. I just don't know how to research this topic. You should consider ethnography. Ethnography is a type of qualitative research design aimed at studying cultures and groups from a unique perspective, that of the subject. The word ethnographies literally means writing about people groups. Ethnographies are holistic in nature and include a history of the culture being studied, their routines and practices, and discussion of their environment. Oh, that sounds like a great approach. What else should I know about ethnographies? There are several defining qualities that are unique to ethnographies. Ethnographic research is the observation of groups of people or a culture in the field, or in other words, in a natural setting. Observations are the main form of data collection, but interviews are often used to clarify the researcher's observations. The researcher pays attention to the context, artifacts, and environments of the subjects, in addition to their interactions with each other. Ethnographies are long-term studies. This allows the researcher to experience the regular patterns and routines of the community of study, as well as seeing how it responds to new or different situations. The researcher also plays the role of the learner. In most research designs, the researcher is the expert. However, in ethnographies, the researcher assumes a role where he or she knows very little and is in the research setting to learn. Yes, I do think your question of what are the origins of bullying in an all-male classroom can be addressed through ethnography. You can also use ethnographies when searching for the meaning of cultural norms and views, when examining or trying to find reasons for the use of certain behaviors or practices, when examining social trends and instances like divorce and illness, when examining social interaction and encounters, and when trying to understand the role of families, relationships, and organizations. So how do I begin? Well, you have completed the first step, that is to identify a question or problem to address. Next, you want to formulate additional questions that will guide what you observe and how you collect data. Once your guiding questions have been established, the data collection process begins. First, you have to gain access to the population being studied. There are two access types you will encounter when conducting ethnographic research: open access and closed access. Open access is when the researcher does not need permission to collect data and observe the population. For example, communities, groups in malls, concerts, and any other public settings are considered open access. However, the researcher must be accepted by the group in order to conduct research. Without this acceptance, the researcher will probably be able to make observations, but cannot take the research any further by conducting interviews with individual group members or ascertain other relevant information. Closed access is when the researcher needs permission and introductions from the gatekeeper of the population. For example, hospitals, schools, and corporations are considered closed access. For your research, you will need permission from the teacher of the classroom, the principal of the school district, and maybe even the student's parents. Access is critical because without it, observations cannot be verified through interviews, and the researcher cannot gain access to other important information that may inform the study, such as group artifacts, history, and the environment. Once access has been granted, the researcher begins to collect data by conducting long-term observations and in-depth interviews with the population. The interviews provide the researcher with a cross-check on assumptions and observations made. This period of data collection is ongoing until the research is complete. The researcher will record the data collected by taking notes, photographs, making maps, and using any other means necessary to record the observations. It is also critical that the researcher note and observe the environment that the population spends the most time in. So in your case, you will want to take an inventory of the classroom and note any changes throughout the year. Data collection and data analysis happen concurrently with ethnographies. Once a hypothesis has been formed, the researcher will continue to look for emerging patterns while comparing the data previously collected with the data he or she is continuing to collect. Finally, once all observations are over and the data has been collected, it is time to write the ethnography. Ultimately, the researcher is telling a story, and the final product should be written so that the culture or group is brought to life, making the readers feel like they are in the population setting and can understand their culture and way of life. You need to consider how to assess the validity and reliability of your ethnography as well. You should ask yourself the following questions. How reliable is my study? Can it be replicated by myself or by others? That's referred to as external reliability. Does my study measure what it proposes to measure? This is referred to as internal validity. Can my findings be extended to other groups? This is referred to as external validity. Researchers must be aware of the ethical considerations when doing ethnographic research. A big consideration is, will the researcher inform the participants of their study and be transparent about the research being conducted? This is referred to as overt research. Or will the researcher not inform the participants, referred to as covert research, in which case the researcher must worry about deception and loss of trust from the group. Other ethical implications that must be considered include, is there a need for an informed consent, or a document that describes the study in plain language? Is there protection of the population's privacy? Will there be any harm to the participants? So let's apply what you've learned to a new situation. Here's the scenario. A researcher wants to determine if the number of failed college classes correlates to low morale among employees in their first year of employment. Should this research question be addressed through an ethnographic study? No. This question could be researched in a more quantitative nature by comparing the number of failed college classes to a survey of morale. Observation is probably not the best method of research in this situation. Let's try again. A researcher wants to determine the impact of personal friendships outside of the workplace on collaboration and teamwork within the work setting. Should this research question be addressed through an ethnographic study? Yes. Using an ethnographic approach to this question would be appropriate. If the researcher did not reveal that he or she was conducting a study, but instead became integrated into the work environment as a new employee, would that be considered overt or covert research? The answer is covert. The researcher has not revealed that he or she is conducting a study and that the employees are part of her research. And the final question, is this considered an open or closed access population? Closed. Since this is a place of business, the researcher would either have to be an employee or seek permission to conduct research in the workplace. In conclusion, ethnographies are a form of qualitative research and are designed to study cultures and groups. Ethnography methods include the observation of people in their natural setting for an extended period of time. In-depth interviews are used to clarify observations. The researcher assumes the role of learner and typically knows very little about the question being studied. Ethnographies should be used when searching for the meaning of cultural norms, trying to understand behaviors and practices, examining social interactions and instances of certain circumstances, and when trying to understand the role people play in a larger population or organization. The first step in conducting ethnographies is to identify the main question and sub-questions that will guide the researcher in data collection. The data collection process involves observations, interviews, and collection of notes, photographs, and any other relevant data which informs the research. The researcher must gain access to the population he or she intends to study. In public settings, access is open to the researcher, but they must still gain trust and acceptance of the population. In closed access situations, such as schools, hospitals, or the work environment, researchers must first get permission before making any observations. Once all data has been collected, the researcher will formulate the findings into a story that brings the population to life for the readers. Researchers should consider the reliability and validity of their work, along with ethical implications, such as revealing themselves as a researcher to the population or covertly observing and collecting data.
No one lives in a vacuum. People interact with society every day. Even if you stay in your room all day and don't go outside, you are still expected to obey the laws and rules of society. You might turn on your computer, watch television, or read a book or magazine, all of which are influenced by society. In short, everyone is influenced by society. Sociology is the study of human society and its patterns. Sociologists do research on the problems and development of societies and the ways that humans interact. For example, a sociologist might look at how a specific society deals with public health issues like obesity. What does the society do? How do people in the society view the issue? What things work to combat the problem? Whether they are looking at class, gender, race, social movement, or one of many other topics, sociologists do research by analyzing statistics, languages, and the social movements of societies. There are three main lenses through which sociologists look at society: positivist, interpretivist, and critical theories. Let's look closer at each one. Imagine that you are a sociologist. You've noticed a trend in your culture that voting is low among poor and young people. Older, richer people are still voting regularly, but people who are not part of the upper class and/or older generation are voting less and less as the years pass. You want to know why this is happening. How do you go about studying this phenomenon? Positivist sociology studies the rules that govern behavior in society through a scientific lens. If you are a positivist sociologist, you are interested in the science of society. You want to apply the scientific method and scientific tools to your studies to find the natural laws of human behavior within society. You know how people are bound by the laws of gravity? Science has tested and shown that gravity is a natural force that works on human bodies. Positivism looks at sociology the same way that scientists look at gravity. It says that there are certain natural forces that work on societies, and they should be studied in a scientific manner. So let's go back to our scenario. You're a sociologist and you want to study why younger, poor people are not voting. As a positivist sociologist, you might look for an external force that causes this to happen. Is it because younger, poorer people are less educated and therefore less likely to follow elections? Let's say that education is your hypothesized cause of lower voting among certain parts of society. You want to test this hypothesis using tools like surveys and statistical analysis. This is the essence of positivist sociology. You develop a hypothesis about the forces at work in society and test it using scientific tools. Positivism is only one way to approach sociology. Another way to look at society is to ask how people interpret the world around them and react to those interpretations. Interpretivist sociology looks at the way society is shaped by the interpretations of the world. This can be the way that subsets of society are viewed, how religious beliefs shape a society, or a variety of other factors that might shape the way people interpret society and their role in it. Sociologist Max Weber pointed out that sociologists come into their studies with a certain worldview. This can shape the way they do their research. But Weber stressed that sociologists need to set their own value systems aside and take seriously the values of the culture they are studying. Remember the problem with voting that we want to study? One way to look at it is to ask the question of how people who are not voting are interpreting the world around them. Is voting not valued in that segment of society? Do they view their votes as not counting? These are interpretivist questions that could shape the way you study the problem. Positivist and interpretivist sociology focus on answering questions so that we can understand the way that society works. These views see the purpose of sociology as describing or understanding society. But what if we want to move beyond just description? What if we want to solve problems? Critical sociology is a branch of sociology that focuses on studying society in order to change it for the better. Remember our question about voting. We've discovered that poor and young people are not voting. While positivist and interpretivist sociologists study the causes and stop there, critical sociologists will study the causes in an attempt to create a solution. For critical sociologists, then, the question is not simply why this segment of the population is not voting, but how we can use that information to convince them to vote more. Sociology is the study of human society and its patterns. There are three major views on sociological research. The positivist view looks at underlying natural laws that shape society by using the scientific method. The interpretivist view looks at the way people interpret the world around them. Finally, critical sociology looks at both why society works the way it does and what can be done to improve it.
Imagine you're reading the newspaper and you see an article that says that a study was done on whether reading books about vampires makes children want to turn into vampires themselves. The article says there's a correlation between reading vampire books and desire to be a vampire, and that the correlation is -1.5. The reporter concludes that vampire books should be banned because they're causing children to turn into vampires. What do you think of this reporter's conclusion? If you understand the theory and statistics behind correlation studies, you'll know that this reporter needs to go back to school to learn how correlations really work. That's the topic of this lesson. A correlation is a simple statistic that explains whether there's a relationship or association between any two variables. Correlations are probably the most common statistic used in the field of psychology, so it's important to understand how they work. Let's start with how we might do a basic correlational study, before we get to the meaning behind the actual numbers from the statistics. In a correlational study, researchers pick two variables they think might be associated with each other. For this lesson, let's think about a student who wants to go from high school to college. The admissions office at each college will want to know what that student's high school grades were like, because they believe that high school grades can predict college grades. In other words, they believe that high school grades are associated with college grades. So why would they make this conclusion? They could make a graph showing all of the students they have accepted in the past, and this graph could show both variables. On the y-axis, we could plot each student's high school grade point average. On the x-axis, we could plot that same student's overall college grade point average. We put a dot on the graph showing where these two variables intersect. We keep going until we have a dot for every student. Each dot represents one person. This type of graph is called a scatter plot. A scatter plot shows a dot for each person of interest, where each dot represents one person's scores on the two variables of interest. Here, each dot shows one person's high school grades and college grades. You can remember the name scatter plot because after we plot or mark the graph with each person, it looks like a bunch of dots have been scattered all over it. After all of the dots have been plotted, we can look for the general pattern or trend that is a representation of most people. In other words, if you were to draw a single straight line on this graph, where would you draw the line? It would probably be right here. This line is a quick summary of the general pattern of dots we see on the scatter plot. Now, how does this graph relate to correlations? A correlation is simply a number that is assigned to represent this scatter plot and this line. The equation for how to calculate the number you end up with is kind of complicated, and you don't need to know it until you take a statistics class in college. For now, all you need to know is that the equation gives you a number that's like a code, and you can interpret this number or code to know what the graph looks like that resulted in this number. How to read the number is what we'll cover next in this lesson. The resulting statistic you get from a correlation equation is called a correlation coefficient. There will always be two parts to a correlation coefficient. The first part is the sign, or direction, meaning whether the coefficient is a positive number or a negative number. That sign is the first part of the code you need to know. The second part of the correlation coefficient will be a number. That number will always be between 0 and 1. That means that the correlation coefficient will always be somewhere between -1 and +1, but it could be anywhere in between. Let's go over each part of the correlation coefficient and discuss what that part means. We'll start with the sign or direction. Unless your coefficient is exactly 0, you'll have a number that's either positive or negative. The sign of positive or negative is simply a code that indicates how the line appeared on the scatter plot. Remember our example before? We plotted high school grades and college grades, and we ended up with a line that looked like this. Notice that the line goes from the bottom left corner of the graph to the upper right corner of the graph. That means that as one of our variables went up in value, so did the other variable. In other words, if a student had a high GPA in high school, he or she is likely to also have a high GPA in college. As one variable gets higher, the other variable also gets higher. Whenever we graph two variables that move in the same direction, the line we draw will generally go from the bottom left to the upper right of the graph. We call this a positive correlation. A positive correlation means that both variables move in the same direction. As one goes up, the other goes up, or vice versa. We call this a positive correlation because when we do the equation to come up with our correlation coefficient, the result is going to be a positive number. So it could be anywhere from positive 0.01 all the way up to positive 1.00. The only other option for a correlation will be that it's got a negative sign in front of the coefficient. So you won't be surprised to learn that we call this a negative correlation. A negative correlation means that the two variables move in the opposite direction from each other. As one goes up, the other goes down. What would that look like on a scatter plot? Where would we draw the line? Imagine that we plotted two variables we think move in opposite directions. Let's pick college grade point average and the number of hours a student spends partying instead of studying. We might imagine that the more you party at college, the lower your grades might be. So the two variables move in opposite directions. As one goes up, that would be the partying, the other goes down, your GPA. If we made a scatter plot of several students who were already in college, we could put the number of hours partying on the y-axis and keep college grades on the x-axis. Now, the scatter plot might look like this. So where would we draw the line representing the general pattern? Here it goes from the upper left to the bottom right. This will always be where the line goes for a negative correlation. So now you know what the positive or negative sign means on a correlation coefficient. It tells you whether the two variables move in the same direction or opposite directions. It also tells you the general direction of the line you would see on a scatter plot showing all of the people used to calculate the correlation. The second part of any correlation coefficient is the number that appears right after the sign. Remember that a correlation coefficient will always range from 0 to 1. So you might see a correlation of negative 0.85 or positive 0.14 or positive 0.98. You already know what the negative or positive sign means. What does the number behind it mean? The number you see in a correlation tells you the strength of the association between the two variables of interest. In other words, are these two variables very strongly related or not? Let's go through some examples to make this clear. If the number you get is a perfect 0, that means that the two variables are not related to each other at all. You can imagine some variables that simply have nothing to do with each other. For example, college grades are not correlated with how tall you are, or what color your eyes are, or the average number of pizza slices you eat in any given week. These variables are not correlated, meaning the correlation coefficient you would get would be 0. As a correlation moves from 0 to 1, it means that the relationship becomes stronger and stronger. A low correlation means that the two variables are a little bit related to each other, but not much. A high correlation, meaning one that's closer to the value of 1, means that the two variables are very strongly related to each other. For example, high school grades and college grades are generally related to each other. So what does this look like on the scatter plot? Well, let's go back to that correlation of 0. If we tried to plot two variables that have nothing to do with each other, we'd end up with dots all over the graph. So basically it would look like a bunch of random dots with no general pattern at all. Here's an example of what that might look like. If I asked you to draw a line on this graph showing the pattern, what would you do? You really couldn't. That's what a 0 correlation means. There's no pattern to the dots. As we get closer and closer to the value of 1, either positive or negative, what happens is that the dots start to cluster around each other in a recognizable pattern. They start to look more and more like the line we would want to draw. Here's an example of what a correlation of positive 0.56 would look like. You can see that we're starting to see a pattern. Here's an example of what a correlation of positive 0.91 looks like. We're getting close to that high value of 1, so you can see that the line is pretty obvious here. If we had a perfect correlation of positive 1.00, it would look like this. You can see that every single dot lies perfectly on the line. Remember that correlations can be negative or positive. You saw the graph of positive 0.56 before. A graph of negative 0.56 would look exactly the same, except that the slant to the dots would go the other direction, like you see here. And here's an example of what negative 0.91 would look like. And here's an example of negative 1.00. It's important to remember that a correlation of negative 1 and a correlation of positive 1 both indicate a perfect association between the two variables. Both of these correlations indicate equal strength in terms of how one variable is related to the other. The only difference is the direction of the line. Now that you understand both the direction, positive or negative, and the number, anywhere from 0 to 1, whenever you see a correlation from a study, you'll know what it means. That little coefficient tells you both whether the two variables move together or in opposite direction, and it tells you how strongly the two variables are related to each other. There's only one thing left to know about correlations. The biggest mistake that people make when they see a correlation between two variables is thinking that one of the variables caused the other variable. That's not necessarily true, even if the correlation is a perfect negative 1 or perfect positive 1. So why not? Well, let's go back to our example of grades. We know that high school grades and college grades are in fact positively correlated with each other to a pretty high degree. But does that mean that your grades in high school actually caused you to get similar grades in college? No. Instead, there are other variables that actually cause both of these variables to move in the same direction. It could be that you are very smart, or that your intelligence caused both types of grades to be high. Or it could be that you are a very dedicated student and that your motivation to study actually caused both types of grades to be high. This type of situation is called a third variable problem. Even though our two original variables of high school grades and college grades are correlated, both are actually being caused by some other third variable, or even a fourth or fifth variable. So we can't actually say that college grades are caused by high school grades. While this concept might seem simple with the example of grades, many people make this mistake in research studies that you might hear about on TV or in the newspaper. Let's say a researcher finds out that there's a positive correlation between the number of times parents encourage their children and how well those children do in school. It's very tempting for us to conclude that encouraging children causes them to do well in school because of the correlation. But making that conclusion would be a mistake. We don't actually know that encouraging children causes them to do well. It could be that when children do well in school, their parents are more motivated to encourage them, so the cause actually goes in the other direction. Or it could be that people who live in fancy neighborhoods are both more likely to encourage their children to look good to the neighbors, and are more likely to have children who do well in school to look good to the other students. So here, a third variable, the neighborhood, is actually the causal factor. And the important thing to remember is that while it's possible that two variables that are correlated might have a causal relationship, we can't be sure. In order to study cause and effect relationships, we would have to do a true experimental study. You can learn about true experiments in a different lesson. In summary, a common type of statistic in psychology is called a correlation. Correlations tell you if two variables are related to each other, and if so, in what way. The sign in a correlation tells you what direction the variables move. A positive correlation means the two variables move in the same direction. A negative correlation means they move in opposite directions. The number in a correlation will always be between 0 and 1. The closer the number is to 1, either positive or negative, the stronger the association between the two variables. Remember that just because two variables are correlated, that doesn't necessarily mean that one causes the other. If you can remember all of this information about correlations, you're well prepared to understand and interpret them when you read about research or when you do your own. Scientists in almost every field of study use experiments to answer research questions. Imagine you are a psychologist and you want to investigate whether caffeine has an effect on student behaviors and performance in the classroom. How would you go about finding out the answer to this question? The answer is that you would do an experiment. This lesson covers all of the different aspects of an experiment you would want to consider. The first thing any experimenter needs to decide is what variables you are studying. Let's imagine your hypothesis is that when students in school consume caffeine, their performance on tests is affected. You might hypothesize that caffeine increases test performance because it causes the students to be less sleepy and more focused. Or you might hypothesize that caffeine decreases test performance because it makes the students jumpy and hyper. Either way, you have two variables involved in this study. The independent variable in an experiment is the variable that you control as the experimenter and the one that creates two or more groups in the study. In order to study caffeine, you might give half of the students a caffeinated drink and the other half of the students simply get water. The difference between the two groups is whether they have caffeine or not. So the independent variable is the variable that you, as the experimenter, have manipulated. The dependent variable in an experiment is the outcome variable, or the one you are simply measuring. Here you guessed that caffeine might affect test performance. So in this example, your dependent variable is test performance. Another way to think about independent variables and dependent variables is in terms of cause and effect. This study is testing whether caffeine, the cause, has an effect on test performance. All experiments are testing if whatever makes the groups different has an effect on some outcome variable. The independent variable is always the cause. Here that's the caffeine. The dependent variable is always the effect. Here that's test performance. So the independent variable always happens first, and the dependent variable always happens second. Now let's talk about why we need more than one group in an experiment. Imagine you went into a classroom, gave every student caffeine, and then tested them on some kind of performance measure, such as the number of times they can jump a rope. You can see how the students performed after having caffeine. But how can you know if their performance was increased or decreased compared to what they would have done that day without caffeine? With only one group in your study, you can't be sure of what the effects of caffeine were. So in an experiment, we always need at least two groups to compare. Let's go back to the example of giving half the students caffeine and half the students water to drink. When we're testing for the effect of the independent variable, we want to make sure that one of the groups in our study can serve as the natural or baseline group. That natural or baseline group is called a control group. In our example, the control group would be all of the children who only drank water. We then compare the control group to the group of children who received caffeine. In an experiment, the group that receives some kind of change to their natural environment is called the experimental group. In our example, the experimental group would be all of the children who drank caffeine. We need at least two groups so that we can compare the experimental group to the control group. Control groups are especially necessary when testing for the effect of drugs like caffeine. because we want to make sure the group doesn't change simply because they think they are supposed to. When you change your behavior just because you expect a change, that's called the placebo effect. For example, let's say we give all of the children soda, but half of the sodas have caffeine and half are caffeine-free. We wouldn't want to tell the children which kind of soda they got, because they might change their behavior simply due to expectations. This type of problem can be avoided with a good control group. When we divide the class up into the control group versus the experimental group, it's important to make sure that this division occurs at random, when each person in the study has an equal chance of being in either the control group or the experimental group. That's called random assignment. You might decide which group each person is in by flipping a coin, as an example. Why is random assignment important? We want to make sure that the groups are as identical as possible in every way except for the independent variable. Let's go through an example of why this matters. Imagine that you decided that all the boys in the class would get the caffeine drink, while all the girls in the class got the no caffeine drink. Then you tested for the effects of caffeine using the dependent variable of jumping rope. Now imagine that you see a difference. The caffeine group is better at jumping rope. But you can't actually conclude that caffeine was the cause. It could be that boys are better at jumping rope. Unless the groups are identical in every possible way except for the independent variable, you can't be sure what caused any difference in the dependent variable. But if the independent variable really is the only difference between groups, then you can be sure, because there's no other explanation. This is why random assignment is so important. Only with random assignment can you be sure of a cause-effect relationship within an experiment. Without random assignment, there might be other reasons why you see a difference between the two groups. The final decision you have to make when you're designing an experiment is who will participate. When you're studying any research question, the entire group of people you're interested in is called the population. The population is always a relatively large group. If you're interested in the effects of caffeine in children, then your population is actually every single child in the entire world. A more specific population might be every child in a certain school. But of course, you probably can't include every child in your study. So you will use a sample. A sample is the group of people actually participating in your study. The sample is always smaller than the population. Next, you need to decide how you will narrow down your population and choose your sample for the study. You have several different options. A common way to choose people for a study is to simply use people who are readily available and willing to participate, such as your friends or family. You might advertise for the study on your personal Facebook page and wait for people to volunteer. When you use an easy sample like this, it's called a convenience sample because it was so convenient and easy. However, a convenience sample is not a very good way to get people in the study. Why not? Because when you use only a convenience sample, you're probably only getting a certain type of people. For example, you might only use people who live in your local area. A specific type of convenience sample that's based on a particular geographic area is called a clustered sample. This means that your sample probably isn't a good representation of the population. If you lived in California and you haven't asked any people from Iowa to be in your study, then you can't really be sure people in California act the same way as people in Iowa. One way to attempt to get a good sample from the population is to make a list of every person in the population, then choose randomly from that list. This type of sample is, as you might guess, called a random sample. The definition of a random sample is one in which every person in the larger population has an equal chance of being in the sample. The idea behind a random sample is that it's probably representative of the population, meaning any important variables that are in the population are equally present in the sample. Look at this graph for an example. The colors could represent any important variable, such as different ages of children, different grades in school, people living in different states, or different ethnicities. When you use a convenience sample, you might not get the same breakdown in the sample as you had in the population. But if you choose randomly from the population, you've got a better chance of getting a representative sample. A more complicated version of a simple random sample is called a stratified random sample. Here, you identify important variables in advance, divide up the population based on this variable, then randomly choose an equal number of people from each group for the sample. For instance, you might think that caffeine affects boys differently from girls, and you want to compare. So you would want to make sure you randomly choose an equal number of boys and girls. When you identify variables like this in advance that you want to make sure are covered by your sample, you use a stratified random sample. It's partially random, but also partially structured. No matter what kind of sample you use, remember that the main concern is that it is representative of the larger population of interest. In summary, in an experiment, the variable you control that creates groups within your sample is called the independent variable. Experimenters hope that differences in the independent variable cause changes in the outcome variable, which is called the dependent variable. The baseline group that doesn't receive any change from their normal environment is called a control group, whereas the group that receives some change is called the experimental group. You want to make sure that you decide which participant goes into which group using random assignment so that the groups are as identical as possible. There are many different ways you can choose a sample from the larger population. In order to make sure your sample is representative of the population in terms of important variables, the best way to choose people is by using a random sample. These issues can be complicated, but if you do them correctly, experiments can be a very useful way to answer questions from psychology. If you consider all of the issues from this lesson, you can create a true experiment. Over the years, the field of psychology has attempted to answer complicated questions about human nature, such as, what treatments are effective for mental illness? What is the most effective way to teach children? Or what makes people happy? Answers to these questions can only come from high-quality research. This lesson will cover many different types of research design and give an example of each. The first decision a researcher must make is whether to test a group of people at a single moment in time or whether to test a group of people several times across many days, weeks, or even years. Imagine you need to make this decision. What are the pros and cons of each choice? If you decide that you are going to study a group of people just one time in a single session, that research design is called cross-sectional research. An obvious pro or advantage to cross-sectional research is that it is relatively easy and inexpensive. It's also easier to do your study using a large group of people because you only need them for a single session. It's easier to get people to agree to be in a study if it only takes a single hour or single day. However, a con or disadvantage to cross-sectional research is that you cannot study whether people change over time. That's where the second type of research comes into play. If you decide that you want to study a certain group of people over multiple sessions or over an extended period of time, that research design is called longitudinal research. You can remember the name longitudinal because it starts with the word long, meaning a long period of time. The advantages and disadvantages of longitudinal research are the exact opposite of cross-sectional research. With longitudinal research, you can follow people over time, which means that you can see how their thoughts or behaviors change across different locations, when they are around different people, or simply as they age. For example, imagine you are studying happiness. You could study whether someone who is happy today is still happy next week, next month, and next year. In this way, you might gain insight into the stability of emotions by using longitudinal research. However, the disadvantage of longitudinal research is that it is more expensive and time-consuming, and often it's difficult to get volunteers for the study due to their increased time commitment. The difference between cross-sectional and longitudinal research applies to every particular type of study. Next, we need to cover different types of studies. Again, each choice has advantages and disadvantages. Imagine that you want to study happiness in children. This example will be used for the rest of the lesson to illustrate the differences between each type of research design. The first option you have is called a case study. A case study is defined as the use of a single person in a research study. For our example of studying happiness in children, imagine that a particular child has been identified by his teachers as always being extremely happy. A researcher might study this child in depth to attempt to understand why he is so happy. The advantage of a case study is that it allows a researcher to gain a lot of in-depth, detailed information due to the close examination of this single case. However, a disadvantage is that what you learn about this particular person might not be true of anyone else. So it may be difficult to make general conclusions about what makes other people happy, because you only really know about this single person. The next option researchers have is called a field study, or sometimes this is called a naturalistic study. Here, instead of asking participants to come to a strange lab to be studied, the experimenters observe the participants in their natural environments. For example, if you wanted to study happiness in children, you might observe children at school or on a playground. Don't get confused and think that just because it's called a field study, you actually have to go out into a field. The term simply means that you are not in a lab. Instead, you are in a natural environment. The advantage of a field study is that the behaviors you observe will certainly be more natural, because ideally, you are simply watching what would have happened anyway, even if you weren't there. The disadvantage of a field study is that you have no control over the environment, so you can't really test the impact of changes to that environment, and you can't really ask the participants any questions, because that would be interrupting their natural behaviors. Perhaps the most common type of research in psychology is a survey study. This is exactly what it sounds like. Researchers give a group of people a survey with lots of questions, and the participants simply answer the questions. For example, a researcher could ask every child in a certain school to fill out a questionnaire about what makes them happy or unhappy. The clear advantage to this type of study is that it is easy, simple, and inexpensive, and a researcher can get hundreds of people to complete the survey in a relatively short period of time. However, there are some disadvantages to survey studies. One disadvantage is that it's difficult to truly test the impact of certain variables when all people are doing is filling out a survey. Another disadvantage is that some people might not be honest in their survey responses. The classic type of research is the true experiment, which is when a researcher creates two or more groups of people to compare. In a true experiment, the difference between the groups is something under the control of the experimenter. When each person is assigned into one group or the other, that assignment is random. Therefore, this aspect of experiments is called random assignment. For example, let's say that you have a hypothesis that children who get healthy lunches in school are happier than children who get unhealthy lunches. You could control the lunches of two different classes by randomly deciding which class gets which kind of lunch. Then compare the happiness level of each group. If the two groups are identical in every way except the lunches, and they do experience different levels of happiness, you can say that it was due to the difference in lunches. You'll learn more about experiments in another lesson, but for now, just know that the main advantage of experiments is that you have control over the situation, so you can make hypotheses about cause and effect within the environment. The main disadvantage is that experiments require a lot of advanced planning and control over the participants for them to be done correctly. The final type of research design is a quasi-experiment. You just learned about true experiments, where researchers compare two or more groups that they have created. In contrast, in a quasi-experiment, researchers are still comparing two or more groups, but the groups were not created by the experimenter. Instead, they occurred naturally. In other words, quasi-experiments do not have random assignment. For example, let's say that you wanted to compare the happiness levels of boys versus girls. Here you would be comparing the two groups, but you did not create the groups. You did not select a participant and randomly assign them to be a boy or a girl. That choice was made much before you came around. Another example might be that you want to compare older children to younger children in terms of their happiness. Again, you could compare several different age groups, but you didn't create the groups. They happened naturally. Quasi-experiments compare across groups that occur naturally and were not created by the experimenter. The advantage of quasi-experiments is that they often answer interesting questions, such as gender or age differences. But the disadvantage is that we can't really be sure of why any differences occur. For example, let's say that we do find that boys are happier than girls. We still don't know why that difference exists. It might be something biological, or it might be how boys are raised differently than girls. Or it might be that girls are not given as many social advantages as boys. Until we do a true experiment where we can sort out these different possible causes, a quasi-experiment is helpful in identifying differences across naturally occurring groups, but not in telling us why those differences exist. In summary, many different types of research are possible. Longitudinal research studies people over an extended period of time, whereas cross-sectional research studies people only in a single session. A case study is when we examine a single person to get in-depth information. Field studies occur in natural environments, such as school or work settings. Survey studies allow researchers to gain a lot of information quickly from a lot of people. Experiments let researchers compare two or more groups of people they have created by manipulating something in the environment. Quasi-experiments let researchers compare two or more naturally occurring groups, such as boys versus girls or teenagers versus adults. Any of these types of research can allow psychologists to answer questions about how and why people think and behave. Imagine you're a teacher in elementary school, and you want to study whether you can predict how well children will learn spelling by assessing their personalities. You could complete this study in several different ways. Let's say that you give students a questionnaire that is supposed to measure a variety of different personality traits. Then you give students a spelling test. How do you know if the study was done well or of good quality? This lesson will discuss ways that you can assess the quality of any research study, including studies that you read in professional journals, studies you hear about in the newspaper, or studies that you design yourself. This lesson covers the concepts of reliability and validity. In a different lesson, you'll also learn about reliability and validity, but it will be in a different context. Psychologists discuss reliability and validity when we talk about whether assessments are of good quality, such as whether a certain intelligence test really measures intelligence. Assessment in school is also relevant to reliability and validity, but there are different types of reliability and validity for assessments and for research studies. This lesson focuses on research studies only. The first criterion for whether a study is done well is called reliability. Reliability is a measure of the consistency of scores over time. There are different types of reliability in terms of research studies. The first type of research reliability is whether the results are reliable across time. That is, if the same researcher would get the same results if he or she did the same study at a different time. Let's go back to the example of a teacher who tests whether personality predicts spelling ability. If that teacher does the study in 1 year and gets certain results, the teacher would want to do the exact same study the next year and the year after that to see if the results are stable across time. If they are, then the teacher can be much more confident in making conclusions. If the results are not reliable across time, then the teacher should be more cautious in making any conclusions. A second type of reliability would be if a different teacher wanted to try doing the same study. Imagine the first teacher calls a friend in a different school and tells that friend about the results. Then the second teacher does the same study on a different set of children in a different school. If both teachers get the same results, then we can say that the results are reliable across samples or across groups of people who are participating in the study. We could also say that the results are reliable across experimenters. All of these types of reliability are important so that researchers can be confident in saying that the results are true across time and across different settings. Besides reliability, validity is also important in research studies. Just like with reliability, there are different kinds of validity within a research study. The first type of validity is called internal validity. Within an experiment, you are usually making conclusions about some kind of cause and effect relationship, such as concluding that personality affects spelling ability. So internal validity is defined as making sure that the cause-effect relationship identified in the study is really there and there are no other explanations for the results. Let's go through an example. Let's say that a teacher decides that personality does predict spelling ability, but maybe the teacher didn't score the personality tests correctly. Or maybe there was some other variable predicting spelling ability, such as the age of the children or how many books they read at home. If the teacher didn't set up the experiment correctly to account for these other variables, he or she might come to the wrong conclusion. Another lesson covers how to make a true experiment so that these other variables are covered. For now, just remember that internal validity means that you can be really sure that any conclusions you make from the results of the study are true and correct. Another type of validity is called external validity. While internal validity was relevant to the inner workings of the experiment, external validity is about the bigger outside world. The definition of external validity is that the results you get from the sample of participants in your study are true of people outside of the experiment as well. In other words, you want to know that your results are true of general people, not just the people in your study. For example, let's say that a particular teacher finds that personality traits do affect spelling ability. But imagine that she works in a school that has only girls. She might be able to reach conclusions about how personality affects spelling for girls, but she can't really say that her conclusions are true for boys, because she simply hasn't tested that. She also hasn't tested children of different ages, or living in different states, or even children who have different teachers. So she must be very careful about how she generalizes her conclusions. If she concludes that personality predicts spelling ability in every child, that conclusion doesn't have good external validity, because her conclusion is simply not valid without testing other types of children. The final type of validity is called ecological validity. Ecological validity refers to whether the results have meaning in the real lives of everyday people. You could imagine a situation where an experiment is so strange and specific it doesn't apply much to everyday life. For example, let's say a teacher designed a study to ask whether spelling ability increases or decreases when children have to feed elephants, jump up and down, and eat pizza all at the same time. While this study might be entertaining to watch, it really doesn't have much usefulness to the real world. Therefore, it wouldn't have much ecological validity. In summary, anytime a researcher attempts a research study, he or she needs to consider several criteria for how well that study is done. In general, reliability measures consistency of scores across time or different contexts. There are several different types of reliability. In general, validity measures if the results of a given study are accurate, true for different kinds of people, and relevant to the real world. You can use these criteria when you're designing your own research studies or when you are reading about other people's research studies to decide if they are of high quality.
C. Wright Mills was a sociologist who believed that knowledge was the crucial element to social change. He was a hugely influential, radical social theorist. One example of his works which supports this distinction is his legendary book on social power. In 1964, the Society for the Study of Social Problems established the C. Wright Mills Award. This award is given to the individual whose work best exemplifies outstanding social science research and a great understanding the individual and society in the tradition of the distinguished sociologist C. Wright Mills. He felt society needed to change and that change would come through those who had knowledge and used it properly. He felt that critical thinking was the means of obtaining this crucial knowledge and thus used this thinking to create what he called the sociological imagination. C. Wright Mills was a social conflict theorist who argued that a simple few individuals within the political, military, and corporate realms actually held the majority of power within the United States, and that these few individuals made decisions that resounded throughout all American lives. To look at an example of the hierarchy of power, imagine a triangle with the executive branch, military leaders, and corporate leaders at the top, interest group leaders, legislatures, and local political leaders in the middle, and then the common masses, the everyday people, at the bottom. Mills wrote The Power Elite, identifying certain individuals as the national upper class that own most of the country's wealth, runs its banks and corporations, are in control of the universities and mass media, and staff some of the highest-ranking positions within governments and courts. Mills further explained that these elites often move fluidly between positions within the three controlling realms. For example, Hillary Clinton moved from the position of First Lady to that of Senator to Secretary of State. Mitt Romney moved from the corporate world to governor and even as a presidential candidate. Mills noted that these power elite usually were people who interacted with each other regularly and typically held the same political and economic views or agendas. Many power elite theorists actually argue that there is not such a thing as a true democracy because these few individuals have so much power that the wishes of the average people cannot be heard. These theorists believe that those at the top are so distant from the average people and that they are so powerful that there isn't any true competition for them, thus they usually tend to get what they want. C. Wright Mills once stated that it is the political task of the social scientist to translate personal troubles into public issues. What does this mean exactly? How are personal problems a matter of public issues? These might be two questions that you are asking yourself after reading this quote. Let us look at exactly what C. Wright Mills meant by this statement and how it applies to you, your community, and to society as a whole. In order to get a better understanding of how personal troubles are linked to public issues, and in order for one to grasp a better understanding of their own personal lives, one must first fully understand that there is a link or a connection between the public and the private. One must see the difference between what trouble is and what an issue is. To Mills, trouble is an individual's character and with those limited areas of social life of which he is directly and personally aware. An issue, then, is matters that transcend these local environments of the individual and the limited range of their life. Basically, a personal trouble has to do with the individual, and to resolve the trouble, one must look at the character and life of the individual. Issues, then, have to do with society and some element within it. For example, if you have one person who is unemployed, then you look at that individual's skills and abilities to try and resolve the problem. This means that the trouble of unemployment is caused by something within the individual. However, if you have 14 million people unemployed, then this is beyond the individual and is now a social issue. This issue cannot be corrected by focusing on only the individuals, but must be resolved by looking at the bigger social elements involved. So just how exactly does one make the connection or see the link between the personal and the public? C. Wright Mills stated that to do this, one must use critical thinking skills such as the use of the sociological imagination. The sociological imagination is defined as an awareness of the relationship between an individual and the wider society. This awareness then allows us to make the connection of what is happening to us personally to the wider, broader social world. This imagination allows us to go beyond personal observations to understand the more complex social issues. For example, let's look at the issue of divorce. When looking at divorce through the lens of one's personal troubles, divorce is very difficult on the individuals involved, emotionally, financially, and even spiritually. Divorce is a personal hardship for the husband and the wife involved, not to mention the children as well. By using the sociological imagination, one sees that divorce is not just a simple personal problem for those individuals involved, but one that has consequences on a social level. Looking at divorce sociologically, one can see that with the rise in divorce and with the increase in blended families, divorce has actually redefined a crucial social structure, that of family. Today, the nuclear family is not the only type of family that exists within society. We now have a society that has connections and issues between family members in blended families, step-parents, step-siblings, half-siblings, and single-parent families. On a broader scope, divorce then becomes public issues, reaching its tentacles that affect schools, government agencies, businesses, and even religious institutions. The sociological imagination allows us to become more active participants within our own society, for it allows us to better understand what is going on and how various parts of society and the individuals within society are affected. As we become more aware of the effects, we then can become a catalyst for change. C. Wright Mills was a social conflict sociologist who studied the power structure within the United States. In his work, The Power Elite, Mills explained how just a few individuals within the government, military, and corporate worlds held most of the wealth and power within the country. He stated that due to these power elite, the average people within the United States were simply not in true control as taught to us according to democracy. Many theorists believe that the United States does not have a true democracy simply because of the great power held within the select power elite few. Mills also believed that knowledge was the key to promoting social change. He believed it is the job of all social scientists to connect individual problems with greater social issues in order to create changes that would solve the problems. Mills coined the term sociological imagination, which means awareness between oneself and the broader social world around them. Mills believed that when a link or a connection was found between individual problems to greater social issues, one could better understand their own lives and social change could come about to create a better society. Charles Horton Cooley was a sociologist who wanted to better understand why human beings behave the way they did. One of Cooley's most important contributions to sociology was his idea that by studying everyday social interaction between people, one could begin to better understand why people behave as they do. This is the basis of the interactionist perspective of sociology. Cooley stated that to understand behavior, we must first understand the meanings humans attach to certain situations, and thus, the behavior that is taught to go along with that situation. He believed that societies shape the lives of the people who live within them. Cooley's major contribution to sociology was the study of primary groups. Cooley coined the term primary group, meaning that this is the first group one is introduced to and is the most influential on our learning of ideas, beliefs, and ideals. When observing society, Cooley noticed that the more a society became industrialized, the more individualistic the members became. He saw that the people became more distant from each other, more competitive, and were losing the connection to traditional family values and that of community. It was through his study of primary groups that Cooley hoped to instill more social unity and cohesiveness. While society has continued to evolve and change, even at a more rapid pace, many of the social problems Cooley was concerned with still exist today. However, with Cooley's research, we better understand the importance of social unity and society's influence upon individuals. Born in 1864 in Ann Arbor, Michigan, and as a son of a Michigan Supreme Court judge, Charles Horton Cooley grew up in a household where education was highly valued and with high expectations placed upon him by his ambitious father. In 1894, Cooley earned his Ph.D. from the University of Michigan. In 1905, he founded the American Sociological Association, and in 1907 became a full professor of sociology at the University of Michigan. He remained teaching at the university for his entire career. Like many sociologists, Cooley wanted to understand society better. As mentioned earlier, Cooley found that the more advanced a society became, the more individualistic people became. He witnessed the breakdown of social cohesion in traditional family. He was convinced that it was the small, intimate groups which influenced behavior the most, and with the breakdown of these primary groups, we also had a breakdown of human behavior. Cooley coined the term primary groups, which is defined as groups characterized by intimate face-to-face association and cooperation. Primary groups come together for expressive reasons, to provide emotional support, love, companionship, and security. It is through these groups that one begins to develop the sense of self. Cooley is one of the founders of the interactionist perspective, which seeks to explain society by looking at the everyday forms of interaction between individuals. Cooley's theory of self is one in which we learn who we are through our interactions with others. This is known as the looking glass self. This basically means that our self-image comes from our own self-reflection and from what others think of us. Cooley believed that it is through these interactions that one begins to develop an idea of who they are. Therefore, the self is a product of our social interactions. There are 3 phases to the development of self according to the looking glass self theory. Phase 1, we imagine how we present ourselves to others. Phase 2, we imagine how others evaluate us. Phase 3, we develop some sort of feeling about ourselves based upon our perception of what we think others have of us. The self then emerges from one's individual imagination of what we think others think of us. One critical element to this is that we may perceive someone's impression of us incorrectly. For example, a parent criticizes something their child does. The child then feels that the parent thinks they are stupid, and thus the child then begins to believe, I am stupid. Using the social mirror as a measurement of ourself, a positive reaction from someone creates a positive self-concept. A negative reaction, a negative self-concept. Cooley states that this is a never-ending process, for we are always meeting new people and reevaluating ourselves based upon our impression of what they think of us. Cooley's sociology is decidedly holistic. He speaks of society as being an organism. He states this by emphasizing the systematic interrelations between all parts of society and social processes. To quote Cooley, if we say that society is an organism, we mean that it is a complex of forms of processes, each of which is living and growing by interaction with the others. The whole being so unified that what takes place in one part affects all the rest. It is a vast tissue of reciprocal activity. Cooley therefore believed that self and society could be equated as the same entity. He once said, self and society are twin-born. He believed that one could not exist, let alone develop and thrive, without the other. Cooley stated that an individual could not develop a sense of who they are without something to compare it to. Thus, states Cooley, individuals in the same group and society are dependent upon one another for the development of their self-identity. Cooley argued that a person's self grows out of a person's commerce with others. Cooley stated, the social origin of his life comes by the pathway of intercourse with other persons. The self, to Cooley, is not first individual and then social. It arises side by side through communication. One's consciousness of himself is a reflection of the ideas about himself that he attributes to other minds. Thus, there can be no isolated selves. Cooley stated, there is no sense of I without its correlative sense of you, or he, or they. Cooley is known in sociology for his contribution to the development of the interactionist perspective, and for his development of the looking glass self. He was one of the first to define the importance of society in forming the individual or self, and the importance of primary groups. His organic link between society and self remains one of Cooley's crucial contributions to the area of modern-day psychology
and sociology.
The following lesson defines suicide. If you or a loved one are considering suicide or struggling with mental health conditions, know that there is help. For resources and help, please visit suicidepreventionlifeline.org or crisistextline.org. According to the World Health Organization, an estimated 1 million individuals die by suicide every year. Over 100 years ago, sociologist Emile Durkheim researched the rate of suicide within his own country of France, as well as England and Denmark. In his research, Durkheim stated that while suicide was a solitary act, the causes had significant links to various social factors. When Emile Durkheim researched the rates of suicide in various countries in 1869, he was not concerned so much with the personality traits of the individuals who committed such acts, but was looking more at the rate of suicide per country. He wanted to find common social links in the differing countries that would influence a higher or lower rate of suicide. Basically, he wanted to study each country's beliefs, values, norms, traditions, etc., to see if these social factors influenced the rate of suicide. When looking at the rate of suicide in the three countries, Durkheim looked at the number of suicides per million inhabitants. He found that England had 67 suicides per million, France had 135, and Denmark had 277 per million. His question then was, why did Denmark have such a comparatively higher rate of reported suicide? To answer this question, Durkheim looked at not the beliefs of why someone commits suicide, but at the social factors that may influence a person to commit suicide. He focused on the level of, number 1, cohesiveness within a society, number 2, a person's standing within the society, number 3, a person standing within the religious, social, and occupational groups of the society. Durkheim found that while the act of completing suicide is an individual act, it is directly connected to group and social life. Here are some of Durkheim's findings and current research on suicide. Number 1, integration. The level in which a person feels connected to or accepted by a group or society. A person with high levels of integration feels accepted and loved by the group and will have a low chance of dying by suicide. A person with low levels of integration feels unwanted, excluded, or rejected by the group and will have a high chance of dying by suicide. Number 2, religion. A person without a religious affiliation has a higher suicide rate than those who are active within a religion. Protestants actually have a higher suicide rate than Catholics and Jews. Number 3, marriage. Unmarried people have a higher suicide rate than married individuals. Number 4, military. Soldiers have a higher rate than civilians. Number 5, times of peace or war. There is a higher rate of suicide in times of peace than in times of conflict or war. Number 6, economy. There is a higher rate of suicide in times of economic instability and recession than in times of prosperity. Number 7, wealth. Wealthy individuals have a higher rate of suicide than modest or poorer individuals. Number 8, sex. Males have a higher rate of suicide than females. Number 9, race. Whites have a higher rate of suicide than African Americans. Like many other social scientists, Emile Durkheim developed a theory to explain how someone's individual behavior can be seen and understood within a social context. Durkheim's theory helped to take this solitary act and allow people to expand it to see a connection with a larger society by pointing out the influences of groups and social forces on individuals. His theory then has predictive powers in that one can look at certain social and economic changes and predict if rates of suicide will rise or fall. Emile Durkheim was a sociologist who researched the act of suicide within the countries of France, England, and Denmark. He focused not on the individual characteristics of the people who commit such an act, but the varying social factors that influence people to complete suicide. He discovered that various categories of people will have a higher or lower chance of dying by suicide based upon social and economic factors. Durkheim felt that the level of integration also had a direct influence on the rate of suicide for an individual. Emile Durkheim's research helped to explain suicide in a social context, as well as acting as a predictive agent in determining the levels of suicide based upon changes within groups and society. This lesson addresses the topic of suicide. If you or someone you know is struggling with thoughts of suicide, please reach out for help. The following website can provide support: suicidepreventionlifeline.org. Emile Durkheim was a well-known sociologist famous for his views on the structure of society. His work focused on how traditional and modern societies evolved and function. Durkheim's theories were founded on the concept of social facts, defined as the norms, values, and structures of a society. This perspective of society differed from other sociologists of his era, as Durkheim's theories were founded on things external in nature, as opposed to those internal in nature, such as the motivations and desires of individuals. According to Durkheim, collective consciousness, values, and rules are critical to a functional society. In this lesson, we will focus on Durkheim's theories of functionalism, anomy, and division of labor. Functionalism emphasizes a societal equilibrium. If something happens to disrupt the order and flow of the system, society must adjust to achieve a stable state. According to Durkheim, society should be analyzed and described in terms of functions. Society is a system of interrelated parts where no one part can function without the other. These parts make up the whole of society. If one part changes, it has an impact on society as a whole. For example, the state provides public education for children. The family of the children pay taxes, which the state uses for public education. The children who learn from public education go on to become law-abiding and working citizens who pay taxes to support the state. Let's look at this example again. The state provides public education for children, but a disruption or disequilibrium in the system occurs. Perhaps the education is subpar and the children drop out and become criminals. The system adjusts in order to improve the education and attempts to rehabilitate, through jail or other means, the criminals in order for them to become law-abiding and tax-paying citizens. Durkheim actually viewed crime and delinquent behavior as a normal and necessary occurrence in the social system. He proposed that crime led to reactions from society about the crime. These shared reactions were used to create a consensus of what individuals felt were moral and ethical norms by which to abide. These commonly held norms and values led to boundaries and rules for the society. Durkheim's concept of the division of labor focused on the shift in societies from a simple society to one that is more complex. He argued that traditional societies were made up of homogeneous people that were more or less the same in terms of values, religious beliefs, and backgrounds. Modern societies, in contrast, are made up of complex divisions of labor, beliefs, and backgrounds. In traditional societies, the collective consciousness ruled, social norms were strong, and social behavior was well regulated. In modern societies, common consciousness was less obvious, and the regulation of social behavior was less punitive and more restitutive, aiming to restore normal activity to society. This belief led to the concept of two types of solidarity, mechanical and organic. Mechanical solidarity occurs when individuals within structural units are alike and self-sufficient. For example, in traditional societies, people grew their own food, made their own clothes, and had little need for extensive social contact with others because they did not have to rely on others for daily needs. Organic solidarity is when a large population is stratified into smaller structural units. There is a high level of interdependence among individuals and structures, but there is still a division of people along lines of labor or type. Durkheim recognized that things like increased communication, transportation, and interaction with others resulted in the social change from a mechanical solidarity to organic. If societies evolve too quickly from traditional to modern, a breakdown of norms and collective consciousness occurs. The concept of community and social constraints become weakened, and this leads to disorder, crisis, and anomy. The concept of anomy refers to a condition or state in which there is a breakdown of social norms and guidance for the citizens of a society. Anomy occurs when society has little influence on individuals' propensity to follow rules and norms, and individuals are therefore left without moral guidance. Individuals do not feel attached to the collective society. According to Durkheim, anomy is caused by the division of labor and rapid social change from traditional to modern society. Anomy causes the feeling of alienation among individuals because they feel like their only attachment is to the system in which they don't believe in or don't feel a part of. It also causes feelings of frustration and a sense of deprivation. The concept of anomy was presented in Durkheim's work entitled Suicide. Durkheim argued that individuals have a certain level of attachment or social integration within their societal groups. Abnormally high or low levels of social integration may result in suicide. High levels cause people to feel like they are a burden on their social group, leading to suicide. while low levels of the social integration result in feelings of being lost or in a disorganized society, resulting in suicide. Emil Durkheim developed theories of social structures that included functionalism, division of labor, and anomie. These theories were founded on the concept of social facts or societal norms, values, and structures. Functionalism is a concept with three integral elements. First, it is a society makeup of interrelated parts. Those parts form a whole, normal state of society. When there is a disturbance to normalcy, the interrelated parts work to reorganize and create a sense of equilibrium once more. Division of labor focuses on the shift of traditional to modern societies and the changes that shift brings. Traditional societies can be viewed as having mechanical solidarity, while modern societies can be viewed as having organic solidarity. Increased communication, transportation, and interaction with others were driving factors in the change from traditional to modern society. Anomie is the state in which there is a breakdown of social norms and guidance. Anomie is caused by the division of labor and rapid social change from traditional to modern society. Anomie causes feelings of isolation, frustration, and social deprivation among individuals. Durkheim noted that higher or lower than normal feelings of social integration may result in suicide.
Have you ever asked yourself why people behave the way they do? Well, so did Irving Goffman, a Canadian-American sociologist who is known most for his study and analysis of everyday human interactions. He did not rely on any formal type of scientific method to gather his data. Instead, he used the act of simple observation to explain society. Goffman's research is fundamental in understanding society's ideas, values, and beliefs through the behavior of the individual. It is through his findings that we can better understand situational behavior. Goffman was a sociologist who viewed society through the symbolic interaction perspective. This perspective looks at the everyday behavior and interactions between people to help explain society. Some examples of everyday interaction would be meeting various people in the grocery store, workers interacting on the job, meetings of a small group such as a PTA, or children playing in a park. These interactions catch the attention of an interactionist, and through these interactions, Goffman and other sociologists learn why people behave as they do in given situations. Interactionism views society as a framework of people living in a world full of meaningful objects. These objects may be physical, tangible objects, actions, relationships, or symbols. Interactionists believe that humans place a meaning on all things to understand it. For example, if you were shown an object that you have never seen before, you would not know what to do with it, what it does, if it would hurt you, or even how to interact with it. It wouldn't be until someone explained to you the meaning of the object, what it is used for, how to use it, and what to expect from it, that you would know how to interact with it. Human culture creates symbols to stand for certain elements within the culture. Symbols are a representation of a society's ideas, thoughts, and beliefs, and can be physical objects, hand gestures, nonverbal communications, pictures, and much more. Symbols have a meaning attached that all members of the same society understand. In the United States, placing your hand over your heart during the national anthem would be a symbol of respect, whereas a frown on someone's face would be a symbol of unhappiness, anger, or sadness. When we learn the symbols and the meanings attached to each, we are taught, or have been previously taught, an appropriate behavior that goes along with the symbol. Thus, the symbol with the meaning attached dictates our behavior. For example, you are driving faster than the posted speed limit, and you see a police car. Immediately you slow down, but do not stop, for the police car represents a ticket if caught speeding over the posted speed limit. However, given the same scenario, you are speeding and you see a police car behind you with flashing lights on. You pull over because the flashing lights mean to stop. Irving Goffman introduced a popular thinking within the symbolic interaction perspective called the dramaturgical approach. Sometimes this is referred to as dramaturgical analysis. Dramaturgical analysis is defined as the study of social interaction in terms of theatrical performance. In this approach, Goffman stated that people could be seen as performers in a theater. Actors in a play portray a certain image to the audience, and so people in society also put forth in their behavior a certain image or impression to other people. For example, in church we may be quiet, respectful, and reverent. At a party, we may be more outgoing and relaxed. Goffman described a person's performance as the presentation of self. This simply means a person's efforts to create specific impressions in the minds of others. This is also known as impression management. In the theater, there are two halves of the stage. The front stage, where the audience can see the actors playing their parts, and the backstage, which is private and cut off from the audience, where the actors behave as themselves. In society, there is also a front stage and a backstage. The front stage is in public, where all around can see your behavior, and the backstage is home or some private place where only a select few see your behavior. Goffman states that individuals in a society will alter their behavior according to their set. Simply put, we will act one way in public and act another way in private. Goffman was a sociologist who used the symbolic interaction perspective to better understand society by studying the everyday interactions and behavior of people. He analyzed people's behaviors and stated that we are like actors performing on a stage. He stated that we present ourselves to others in everyday situations and reveal information about ourselves while doing so. Goffman stated that people adjust their behaviors to give off certain impressions to others. This is known as impression management, and that behavior is also adjusted depending upon whether we are in public or private. Goffman also studied the importance of symbols and how their meanings influence behavior within a society. A symbol will have a meaning that all individuals within the society will understand and thus will influence behavior, again, whether in public or in private. Gerhard Linsky is not a sociologist who studied society in order to understand human behavior. He took a very different path of viewing society and social structure. Linsky focused on the social and cultural elements of society, maintaining an evolutionary perspective on macro-sociology. Macro-sociology is the study of society as a whole, not just small segments of society. Linsky saw human society as something of a process of change involving a society's level of innovation, transmissions, and technological advances. He describes this process of changing as sociocultural evolution. To quote Gerhard Linsky regarding a sociocultural evolution, societal survival has been largely a function of a society's level of technological advance relative to the societies with which it has been in competition. This simply means that a society who uses its technology to further its survival will do so over a society that remains standing still. In Linsky's view, it is a society's level of technology that is critical for its survival. Technology is defined as information about how to use the material resources of a given society or culture to meet human needs and satisfy human desires. Linsky then viewed that through technology, societies will evolve, change, and survive. When looking at the technology of a society, Linsky focused on information, the amount of information a society has, and how it uses that information. The more information or knowledge a society has, the more advanced it will become. He has broken down the level of societies into 5 types. The first, hunting and gatherers. Second, horticultural. Third, pastoral. Fourth, agricultural. And fifth, industrial. Since Linsky's description of societies in the 1960s, we have experienced also the post-industrial and post-modern societies. Let's look at each of these societies. The hunting and gatherers have been here since the beginning of human life. They are nomadic and rely on readily available food and fiber from nature. In almost all hunting and gathering societies, the males hunt large game such as deer, elk, moose, or whatever else is available in the climate in which they live, and females and children gather plant, vegetation, berries, and other small edible items. The horticultural societies began about 12,000 years ago. They are semi-sedentary or semi-settled, which means they do not move around as often as hunting and gatherers. Horticultural societies engage in small-scale farming and the use of simple hand tools. Pastoral societies began about 10,000 years ago. They are also semi-sedentary, and their livelihood is dependent upon the domestication of animals. Basically, they are animal herders living off of the resources readily available from their animals. They also do small-scale trading and selling with other groups. The agricultural societies started about 5,000 years ago. In agricultural societies, they have larger populations of people, are sedentary, which means completely settled, and use improved technology like fertilizer and irrigation systems for large-scale farming. Industrial societies began with the Industrial Revolution between the 1780s and 1850s. The production of goods using advanced sources of energy to drive large machinery is the main focus of this society. There is now a centralized workplace, economic interdependence, formal education, and complex social systems such as economic, political, and government. It is during the Industrial Revolution that we see people live in the agricultural way of life for work in the factories. The post-industrial society began in the 1960s with an economic system based primarily on the processing and controlling of information. It changed from a producing type society to a more service-centered society, and the center of the production of information was computer technology. The postmodern society began in the latter 1970s and is a society preoccupied with consumer goods and media images. It has a high use of technology and also has newly emerging culture groups and patterns of social interaction. It is the postmodern society which we are currently in today. Gerhard Linsky is a macro-sociologist who studied the evolution and change of a society. He was not a sociobiologist in that he related society to that of a living organism, but one who used the idea of evolution to describe how societies evolve and change. This term is known as sociocultural evolution. Linsky focused on the level of technology and information a society had and stated that the more information and technology a society had, the more advanced it would become. He believed that the level of technology of a society was crucial for the survival of that society. He believed that a society that did not use technology to change would eventually die out. Linsky describes the types of societies by 5 major levels of development: hunting and gathering, horticultural, pastoral, agricultural, and industrial. Since Linsky's work in the early 1960s, we have experienced the post-industrial society, and we are currently in the post-modern society.
Born in England in 1802, Harriet Martineau is considered the first woman sociologist. In 1853, she was the first to translate Auguste Comte's work from French to English. It is through this translation that English-speaking scholars could begin to learn the works of Comte, who is known as the father of sociology. Prior to this translation, Martineau was already clearing a path in her own right with becoming active in observing social practices and their effects on society. Even before the works of Marx, Engels, or Weber, Martineau examined a broad range of sociological topics such as social class, religion, women's rights, and domestic relations, and how these elements affected social problems and individuals. Martineau held to the belief that sociologists should not only study the issues of society, but also do something about them. She implemented an observational method of research that coincided with Comte's theory of positivism. Ultimately, she believed that society was that human association and social interaction existed for the sole purpose of individual happiness. She felt the objective of society was to serve the social needs of the individuals. Martineau had a career full of writing for various journals, newspapers, and of course her own books. Beginning in 1831, she began writing a series of stories, illustrations of political economy. Using the utilitarian principles of gaining happiness and the teaching of Adam Smith on free trade, she hoped to teach ordinary people how to understand things such as tariffs, taxes, and the state budget. This series gained her national notoriety and funded her travels to the United States for research. In her lifetime, she wrote over 1,600 articles and multiple books regarding her research on society. Martineau conducted a 2-year ethnographic study abroad in the United States from 1834 to 1836, observing and interviewing Americans of varying social classes, from the president and prisoners to slaveholders and abolitionists. One of Martineau's most known works, Society in America, is a result of this study, in which she examined the moral principles and social practices of the United States and found great inconsistencies. For example, women were not allowed to vote, yet Martineau points out in this work that governments in the United States have power to tax women who hold property, to fine, imprison, or execute them for certain offenses. Per her conclusions, these government powers were not just, in light of American principles, since they were not derived from the consent of the women thus governed. Martineau was also impressed with America's idea of democracy, but found fault in a free enterprise system that allowed some to pursue gain by trampling the rights of others. She felt that democracy could not be preserved as it was, and could only be done so by abolishing private property. In 1838, Martineau wrote Retrospect of Western Travel, her second book about her trip to the United States, which contains anecdotes of her experiences with American culture on topics such as prison conditions, wedding traditions, and perceptions of slavery. In addition to women's rights, Martineau was also very active in the fight against slavery, the struggle of the common worker, and religious tolerance. Martineau suffered from various illnesses throughout her life, but was severely limited in 1854. She retired from research in 1866, yet continued to write letters for publication and remained a strong supporter of various causes. During her last years, she continued to remain as the social conscience of Britain and as a leader in its emerging feminist cause. Harriet Martineau is known as the first woman sociologist and wrote over 1,600 articles and many books. Martineau believed that it was only through social reform that the various elements of society could change to create a more equal and better functioning society. She furthered the study of sociology by translating Auguste Comte's work from French to English. She also traveled to the United States to observe the practices of a democratic country and found many inconsistencies. These became the topics in works such as Society of America and Retrospect of Western Travels.
The idea of something changing naturally isn't a new idea, but one that Charles Darwin explained with his theory of evolution. Herbert Spencer, an English sociologist, took Darwin's theory and applied it to how societies change and evolve over time. As a sociologist, Spencer did not feel the need to correct or improve society, for he felt that societies were bound to change automatically. Spencer took the theory of evolution one step beyond biology and applied it to say that societies were organisms that progressed through changes similar to that of living species. It was Spencer's philosophy that societies, like organisms, would begin simple and then progress to a more complex form. Spencer also found similarities between animal organisms and societies in that both had three main systems. The first system is the regulative system. In animals, that would be the central nervous system. In societies, that would be government that regulates everything. The second system is the sustaining system. For animals, that's the giving and receiving of nourishment. For societies, that would be industry, jobs, money, economy, those sorts of things. The third system would be the distribution system. In animals, that would be the veins and arteries. In societies, it would be the roads, transportation, internet, anything in which information and goods and services are exchanged. It was Herbert Spencer, not Darwin, who coined the phrase survival of the fittest, due to the fact that he believed human behavior was designed in a way that strives for self-preservation. Darwin later used the term survival of the fittest in his edition of Origins of the Species. The theory of social Darwinism created the thinking of the survival of the fittest as that the strongest and the fittest should survive and flourish in society, and the weak should be allowed to die out. This allowed Spencer to believe that the rich and powerful became so because they were better suited to the social and economic climate of the time. He believed it was natural or normal that the strong survived at the cost of the weak. The negative side of believing in social Darwinism is the false concept that if something naturally happens, then it is all right or good that humans do it as well. On the extreme side, this thinking is part of what led to the rise of the practice of eugenics with the Nazi Party in Germany, or the American eugenics movement of the 1910 to 1930s. On the positive side, social Darwinism led to the creation of programs that allowed deserving participants to receive resources that would help them change their dire circumstances. Spencer is one of the top 3 sociologists who influenced the thinking of the structural functional perspective. This influence is placed right alongside those of Auguste Comte, the founder of sociology, and Emile Durkheim. In helping to explain the structural functional perspective, which simply believes that society is made up of various structures or parts and that each has a function or a job to perform. When all the structures are performing their functions correctly, then society as a whole runs stable and smooth. Spencer equated this perspective to the human body. The body is made up of the structural parts like the skeleton, muscles, and internal organs. Each of these structures serve a function, and the body runs smoothly if all functions are running correctly. However, have one structure not functioning correctly, and the body as a whole becomes affected. Spencer was a self-taught man of philosophy, religion, ethics, anthropology, psychology, and sociology. He became a columnist for various journals who did not have any strong religious affiliations but radical political views. His writings were translated into numerous languages around the world. By 1870, he was the most famous philosopher of his time. In 1902, he received a nomination for the Nobel Peace Prize for Literature. Later in life, Spencer became more reserved and lived a rather lonely life. However, he has remained one of the most argumentative yet most discussed English thinkers of the Victorian era. Spencer used Darwin's theory of evolution to help explain that society was like a living organism, in that it will evolve and change over time. He even coined the term survival of the fittest to explain how society was made up for the more powerful and strong to be in control and survive, while the weak would stay poor or even die. Spencer was a major contributor to the structural functionalist perspective in that he believed that society is made up of various structures that each have a function to do. If all structures are functioning correctly, then society runs smoothly. However, if one structure is not functioning correctly, then society as a whole is not stable. Herbert Spencer is known for his writing and as one of the greatest philosophical thinkers of his time. Thus far, we have learned about Karl Marx's views on social class, social inequality, and the plight of the working class people. According to Marx, society was seen as 2 classes, the rich and the poor. It was his belief that the social class structure of the time was set up to allow the wealthy to control all elements of production and to become wealthier off the labor of the working class. One theory believed by Karl Marx was that the capitalist system created a feeling of alienation for the workers, a feeling of powerlessness, and thus religion would be a means for workers to accept their plight in life. Religion would also be used by the wealthy to unconsciously control the masses or the ordinary people. Marx understood that religion served a purpose or a function in society, but did not agree as to the basis of that function. For most, religion is seen through faith or teachings that are held to be true. Religion teaches morality, values, beliefs that a society will hold their evaluation of behavior against. Marx had a hard time believing in unseen truths. The basis of his argument is that humans should be led by reason and that religion was masking the truth and misguiding followers. He believed that when one views society and life through the lens of religion, they are blinded to the realities of their life. Religion, then, was a false hope and comfort to the poor. He saw that poor used their religion as a means to find comfort in their circumstances, thus aiding in the process of alienation. Again, Marx did not believe in following a teaching that was based on faith. He actually felt that this amounted to simply believing in a superstition. If people are to know and understand the real world, they must give up superstitious beliefs because they have a narcotic effect on the mind, said Marx. Marx believed that religion, like an opiate, gave a sense of security and salvation of something yet to come. However, he claimed this was all an illusion. He felt that religion taught individuals to focus on otherworldly concerns and not on the immediate poverty they were suffering. To quote Marx, religion is a protest against real suffering. Religion is the sigh of the oppressed creature, the heart of a heartless world, and the soul of soulless conditions. It is the opium of the people. He believed that religion was a way to uphold a system of beliefs, ideas, and norms of the wealthy capitalist, stating religion was conceived to be a powerful conservative force that served to perpetuate the domination of one social class at the expense of others. Basically, Marx felt religion was a means to oppress the lower working class individuals. It was religion that perpetuated social inequality by reinforcing the interest of those in a position of power. Religion, therefore, was a system for the rich to keep getting richer and the poor to remain forever poor, according to Karl Marx. Karl Marx was a German economist whose study of the plight of the poor working class has had considerable impact on sociology and the study of social class. He saw the world as two classes, the rich and the poor. Religion, therefore, was a system of illusions and superstitions that perpetuated social inequality by reinforcing the beliefs and practices of the wealthy capitalist. He believed that religion only taught the poor to accept their current conditions in life while, at the same time, focus on a better world to come, and that religion was a powerful conservative force that served to perpetuate the domination of one social class at the expense of others. Do you see the world in terms of groups and of inequality? Groups where one is advantaged and one is disadvantaged? Groups where one has more and one has less? If you do, then you share a viewpoint with that of Karl Marx, a German economist whose works and ideas are studied and used by philosophers, historians, economists, sociologists, and politicians. Marx's ideas were seen so radical that he was perceived as an inspiration to revolutionists and a threat by leaders of state governments. Marx is one of the most important of all socialist thinkers. One of his greatest sociological insights centered on the thought that social class was the deciding principle of social life. Much of his work focused on the plight of the working class, and he felt it imperative that the class structure of society had to be changed. In Marx's view, the relationship between people was determined primarily through who controlled the mode of economic production, such as land or factories. The land, resources, and factories were controlled and owned by the wealthy citizens, and thus the working class had little choice but to work according to the terms dictated by the upper controlling class. For this reason, Marx detested the concept and practice of capitalism, for he felt that it only allowed the rich to become richer and the poor to become poorer. Marx saw the exploitation of the working class as a catalyst for change. He felt that the capitalistic system of the time could and should be destroyed, and Marx called for a revolution by the working class members. However, before the revolution could occur, Marx felt that the working class first needed to develop what is known as class consciousness. This is a subjective awareness of common vested interest and the need for collective political action to bring about social change. Simply put, the workers needed to see themselves as one unit and together could revolt and change their working conditions. Part of Marx's view of class consciousness was that the working class had to have one single vision, that of believing the wealthy were their oppressors. It was with the hope of this vision that Marx felt the working class would naturally rise up against the wealthy owners and demand equality. Actually, in Marx's purest thoughts, the revolution would destroy capitalism and governments and would be replaced by a socialistic collective where all were equal in ownership and rewards of production. There was one stumbling block to Marx's hope of a working class revolution, and that was the fact that the working class did not see themselves as one unit, but individually in terms of I and me. This is known as false consciousness. A false consciousness is an attitude held by members of a class that does not accurately reflect their objective position. Basically, workers would see themselves as I am being exploited by my boss, rather than we are being exploited by our boss. Marx's revolution to end capitalism and bring down the wealthy controlling class would not come to light as long as the working class was viewing life through a false consciousness. While Marx hoped for revolutions in large industrial countries such as Britain and Germany, smaller ones occurred in Russia and China. Many factors that Marx did not foresee may be the very reason the revolutions did not occur. Factors such as the development of labor unions, political ideologies teaching people that they control their destiny within their circumstances. Nor did Marx see the rise of communism, which gave government complete control. To date, Marx's political vision has not been seen. However, his economic theory of the gap between the wealthy and the poor growing larger has never been more true than today. Karl Marx is one of the greatest socialistic thinkers of all times. His works and his ideas influenced those in a variety of arenas such as historians, economists, sociologists, political scientists, and more. His writings were seen by many as radical, and he was expelled from his homeland of Germany and other countries throughout his life. Karl Marx felt that one's social class dictated one's social life, and that those who owned the modes of production, land, resources, factories, businesses, etc., would be the ruling social class which controlled the lower working class. Marx focused a great deal on the exploitation of the working class by the wealthier controlling classes of society. He had hope for the working class to revolt against the ruling class to create a more equal, collective-type society. However, before this could happen, Marx stated that the workers needed to overcome their false consciousness, their thinking in terms of I and me, and reach a thinking of class consciousness, thinking in terms of we and us. Marx's revolutions did not occur on the grand scale that he had hoped for, but many of his economic theories are being proven even in today's society, and he is seen as one of the greatest contributors to the study of sociology. In our previous lecture, we learned how Karl Marx's ideas are studied and used by philosophers, historians, economists, sociologists, and political scientists. Marx's ideas were seen so radical that he was perceived as an inspiration to revolutionists and a threat by leaders of state governments. Karl Marx's works has had an everlasting impact on the arena of sociology in that his views open the doors of the study of how one social class has a direct influence on one's life experiences and life chances. His work also opened the door for many differing perspectives on the issue of the wealthy and the poor in society. While in Paris from 1843 to 1845, Marx was able to meet with other radical thinkers and revolutionists, for Paris had become a center for all things social, political, and artistic. Here Marx was able to study socialist theories that were not available to him in Germany. It was during this time that Marx met and became lifelong friends with Friedrich Engels, and was immersed into the socialist world, focusing on the conditions of the working class. For the first time, Marx was beginning to understand the conditions and misery of the working class people. He wrote many editorials regarding such, and once again was expelled from the country, but this time by the French government. Marx would spend much of his life expelled from Germany and other countries as a result of his radical thinking of the time. Karl Marx was one of the first social scientists to focus mainly on social class. His main focus of social class was that one social class dictated one's social life. Basically, Marx meant that if one is in the upper class, life was one of leisure and abundance, while those in the lower class live lives of hardship and poverty. According to Marx, there was one social element that would determine where one fit in the social class hierarchy, that of who controls the mean of production, meaning who owned the resources necessary to produce what people needed to survive. The wealthy would be the individuals who owned the land and factories. The wealthy would then control all elements of society, including the livelihoods of the lower working class. The lower working class would work for hourly wages on the land or in the factories. Marx wanted to better understand how so many people could be in poverty in a world where there was an abundance of wealth. His answer was simple: capitalism. According to sociologist John Moshonis, the wealthy and the working poor have opposing interests and are separated by a vast gulf of wealth and power, making class conflict inevitable. In history, those members of the aristocracy and the church owned the means of production, and the peasants worked for the aristocracy. With the onset of the Industrial Revolution, Marx thought that he would see more of the working poor rise financially and socially. However, this did not materialize. In the industrial society, the aristocracy was replaced by the capitalist, also known as the bourgeoisie. These were the people who owned businesses with the goal of earning a profit. And the working class was replaced by the proletariats, the people who labored for wages. Marx believed that this system was inherently unfair. Under capitalism, Marx believed that the workers would become poorer and poorer and experience alienation. Alienation is seen as the workers becoming more distant from or isolated from their work, resulting in a feeling of powerlessness. To replace this alienation and extreme social class structure, Marx believed that capitalism had to end and be replaced by a socialist system that would make all equal and have all people's needs met. In his work with Friedrich Engels, the Communist Manifesto, Marx stated, "The proletarians have nothing to lose but their chains. They have a world to win." Thus Marx had called for a workers' revolution where the proletarians would rise up against the bourgeoisie, overthrowing capitalism. To Marx's despair, though, such revolutions occurred in various countries such as Russia and China, but did not occur in the more industrialized nations of the time, like Britain and Germany. To get a better understanding of Karl Marx's disdain for capitalism and how he felt the answer to social inequality was socialism, let's look at the two economic systems in a bit more detail. Capitalism and socialism are different types of economic systems that exist and are used by many countries. Capitalism is an economic system where the means of production is owned by private individuals. In this system, the economy and the use of resources are controlled by individual business owners and private companies. A capitalist system is also known as a free market enterprise. The main focus of capitalism is profit. They exist to make money. When one owns a company or manages a company, the goal is to earn a profit or to increase the price of stock in the business firm. Essentially, the purpose of capitalism is the accumulation of as much wealth for the owners as possible. Under capitalism, government plays a very little role, or should at least. Capitalism is based off of the idea of laissez-faire, which is French for let them do. The government's role in capitalism is to make certain that the playing field for all businesses is even by enforcing laws and regulations. The pros of capitalism are that capitalism allows for individuals the opportunity to increase their personal financial growth. This increase in wealth is the reward of individual hard work and dedication in the capitalist system. Some of the cons of capitalism is that since the focus of capitalism is increased wealth, the big players in such a system, the owners or the shareholders, are usually the ones who profit while the workers do not. Fierce competition sometimes allows only those large corporations to profit and get bigger over that of the small business owner. Many are critical of capitalism for this reason, stating that it is a system set up to only make the rich even richer. Socialism is an economic system that focuses on the betterment of the whole rather than the advancement of the individual. It is a system in which the means of production are owned by a collective of people and by the state. With this system, everyone works, but the rewards are then distributed to all people. Under the socialist system, the belief is that if something is good for one, then it is good for all. Here, everyone works for the betterment of themselves and the group as a whole. Within this system, it is the government who determines how the reward and wealth is spread out among the people. In socialism, a free market system does not exist, for the government will be the ones providing for all the people. Socialism pushes for the equal distribution of wealth to all rather than just a few. Communism is an extreme example of socialism, where the ideology is one of a classless social order with government in control of all resources and means of production. Marx even stated that socialism is just the transition phase on the road to communism. Some of the pros of socialism is that it promotes equality by distributing all things to all people. Thus, all needs are being met and no one person has more or less than another. The focus of socialism is the greater good for all. The cons of socialism is since government is providing all resources, taxes are generally higher in a socialist system. Higher income earners may feel that their work is being punished by these higher taxes. Extreme socialism may lead to communism. Karl Marx was a German economist whose ideas and works generated much controversy. He is known to have inspired revolutionists and to be a threat to national governments. Marx was one of the few social scientists whose main focus of his work was on social class. He believed that one's social class determined one's social lifestyle. During his time, Marx became increasingly involved in the plight of the working poor. He felt that the wealthy, the bourgeoisie, held the control of resources and continued to accumulate wealth off of the labors of the poor working class, or the proletarians. Marx believed that the proletarians would eventually feel alienated from their work with not being allowed control of their work and would eventually revolt against the wealthy to demand a more equal and just society. Marx felt that the cause of such inequality in wealth and lifestyle was the result of capitalism. To reach a more equal society, capitalism should be replaced with socialism. Robert Merton's contribution to sociology is one of great importance in regards to the functional perspective of society. Merton and other functionalists view society as an organism with various parts, and each part has a function to perform. Merton recognized that some functions were intentional and other functions were not. He also acknowledged that some functions actually disrupted society. These functions are known as the manifest and latent functions and dysfunctions. As stated above, the functionalist perspective states that society is a complex system whose parts work together to promote the stability and survival of society. The parts, or the structures of society, such as the education system, criminal justice system, and economical system, all have a function or a job to perform. When all parts are performing their functions correctly, society as a whole runs smoothly. However, have one part not functioning correctly, and there will be an adverse reaction to society. Robert Merton pointed out that all parts of society have various functions in which it performs. Some of these functions are obvious and others are not so obvious. He distinguished between the two by stating that the recognized and intended functions were the manifest functions, and the unrecognized and unintended functions were the latent functions. Let's look at the social structure of a college or university and identify some of the manifest and latent functions that apply to them. Many people attend college because 1, they need the degree to get the job they want, and 2, to make more money. So when asked what is the function or purpose of college, one may automatically think to get a degree. This is true, but the degree is the result of going to college, not the function of college. The function of college is to teach you the skills and knowledge necessary to earn a degree which, in turn, can help you get the job you want, making the money you want. So a manifest function, an intended or obvious job of college is to prepare you for your future careers. There are many other functions of a college. How about to find your future spouse or to stimulate the economy? Okay, so when asked why you want to go to college, how many of you said to find your future wife or husband, or said to stimulate the economy? I bet not many of us, if any. However, these are latent functions, the unintended or not so obvious functions of college. Many people do meet their future spouses at some point while attending college. Also, once you've graduated and have that position you wanted, earning the money you wanted, you spend money on various things like housing, food, trips, clothes, cars, movies, etc. Spending money on all these things stimulates the economy. Take a look at the practice in some cultures of doing a rain dance. The manifest function of the dance is simple, to produce rain. When a group is performing the rain dance, they are not expecting hail or snow. No, they are obviously expecting rain. While the purpose of the rain dance is to call forth rain, it also accomplishes instilling in the group a sense of oneness or togetherness. Now, functionalists such as Merton recognize that not all parts of society contribute positively to its stability. Actually, what may seem as a good thing for society may often have a very negative effect on that society. These elements of society that may actually disrupt the social system are known as dysfunctions. Let's apply dysfunction to prisons and gangs within them. Many believe that our criminal justice system, the prisons, needs to do something to address the issue of violent gangs within our prison system. These gangs are a dysfunction, for prison is initially set up to be a re-socialization agency where individuals are to learn to let go of former behavior patterns and accept new ones. However, gangs within prisons only serve to perpetuate former behavior, not encourage new behavior. Dysfunction, then, is seen as the negative, latent consequence of some practice or element of society. Again, on the surface, many elements of society may serve a positive function for some in society, but may often serve a dysfunction for other parts of society. Robert Merton is a functionalist sociologist who viewed society as a system of functioning parts or structures that, together, creates a stable society. Merton made the distinction between the manifest functions, the intended and obvious, and the latent functions, the not so obvious or unintended consequences of a social structure. Merton also acknowledged that not all functions were positive. These he called dysfunctions. Dysfunctions are any social element that disrupts the stability of a society and causes the society to not run smoothly.
Imagine growing up in a time where there were two distinct groups of people. One group is the dominant group, and every aspect of life revolves around them: education, politics, business, religion, even the right to live. The second group has just won their freedom, literally, but still has very few societal rights or freedoms. Such is the life of W.E.B. Du Bois, an African-American sociologist born just a few years after the end of the Civil War. Du Bois's career was mainly focused on creating an equal and just society for all, and he became a notable writer, activist, and philosopher. Du Bois's work created a bridge of assisting in the struggle for a more racially equal society and the beginnings of the civil rights movement in the 1960s. Today, he is widely recognized as a significant figure for his pursuit of social justice and for his literary imagination. Born to a poor family in Massachusetts, Du Bois grew up in a predominantly European white community and experienced very little racism. He attended elite schools and had great support by his white educators. He attended Fisk University in Tennessee, and it was here that he first experienced what the Jim Crow laws meant to a person of color. It was this experience of racism and inequality that would be the foundation of all his future work. He later attended Harvard University, where he was the first person of color to be granted a doctorate by the university. Du Bois became a professor at Atlanta University and believed that scholars should not only learn about social problems, but also try to solve them. With this philosophy in mind, he began research on the lives of black people in cities such as Atlanta and Philadelphia. He began researching various social problems experienced by black people. He looked at problems such as educational inequality, the denial of basic rights, to the practice of lynching. It was during this time that Du Bois became known on the national stage of racial progress by criticizing the works of Booker T. Washington. Washington was the prominent civil rights thinker of the time and felt that black people would benefit more by having a vocational education and not a degree of higher education. Du Bois believed that this would leave black people as inferior to white people and fought for full and equal rights of all members of society. In 1897, Du Bois coined the term double consciousness to describe the internal tensions felt by African Americans living in a white-dominated society. Resulting from slavery-era portrayals of black Americans as inferior, the traumas of racist violence, prejudice, and discrimination permeated American social life, leaving the black American community with incompatible messages about freedom and the American dream. That is, how can one experience America's promise of freedom and equality while being subject to the separate, legalized, and demeaning mandates of racist sentiment, such as Jim Crow laws? In his book, The Souls of Black Folk, Du Bois notes, "This double consciousness, this sense of always looking at oneself through the eyes of others, results in a sort of psychological dissonance or two-ness as black Americans seek to reconcile these warring cultural identities to lead a fulfilling life." Du Bois became increasingly active in organizations that went up against the status quo of society and that pushed for the equality of all men. In 1909, he helped to begin the organization of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, commonly known as NAACP. Du Bois accepted the position of Director of Publicity and Research for the NAACP and resigned as a professor to move to New York. His primary duty for the NAACP was editing for their monthly magazine, The Crisis. The magazine editorials focused on arguments against racism and for evidence of how dangerous such could be. W.E.B. Du Bois was the most widely read spokesman for civil rights for a period of more than 30 years. The Souls of Black Folk was one of Du Bois's most prolific works that both anticipated and inspired much of the black consciousness and activism of the 1960s. Today, he is considered one of the most recognized of sociologists in our history.
Uncertainty is a state wherein outcomes and conditions are unknown or unpredictable. Some people are more comfortable with uncertainty than others, and the degree to which individuals participate in certain behaviors to stay in comfortable situations is called uncertainty avoidance. Uncertainty avoidance is one of the 5 cultural dimensions presented by Hert Hofstede in his 1980 book on the subject, Culture's Consequences. Along with Hofstede's conceptualization of uncertainty avoidance, he developed an index, the Uncertainty Avoidance Index. This index measures levels of uncertainty avoidance so that countries could be compared to one another. A low score on the Uncertainty Avoidance Index indicates that the people in the country are more comfortable with ambiguity, more entrepreneurial, more likely to take risks, and less dependent on structure rules. Countries with high uncertainty avoidance scores desire more stability, more structured rules and social norms, and are less comfortable taking risks. Examples of countries with low uncertainty avoidance scores include the United States, England, India, China, and Singapore. Examples of countries with high uncertainty avoidance scores include Italy, Korea, Mexico, Belgium, and Russia. The housing bubble and ensuing financial crisis offers a good example of how uncertainty avoidance can impact an entire country. The United States was at the core of the housing bubble, with amateur investors taking significant risks in the housing market, and ambitious banks fueling the bubble by making loans to risky individuals. The outcome was disastrous, with a 50% drop in the stock market and average home prices in some markets dropping to 30% of their peak value. Belgium, on the other hand, maintained conservative practices. While the housing bubble and aggressive lending did make their way into Belgium, it was most often through international lenders. In the end, the Belgian economy fared much better than the U.S. economy, in part because of Belgium's high uncertainty avoidance scores, which was demonstrated by the lack of retail investors taking significant risks by purchasing real estate. Hofstede's Uncertainty Avoidance Index measures uncertainty avoidance, which is engaging in certain behaviors in order to avoid risk and the unknown. Like all of Hofstede's cultural dimensions, there is no right or good score on the Uncertainty Avoidance Index. Hofstede's cultural dimensions do not identify what is good or bad about different cultures. They simply identify national differences so that managers and colleagues can be sensitive and work effectively with those from different cultures. Impression management is the effort to control or influence other people's perceptions. This could be their perception of a certain person, including you, a material possession, or an event. The theory goes on to explain that we try to make the perception consistent with our goals. For example, a girl who only shares good things about her boyfriend to her parents may be trying to present him as a good catch so they can stay together. If a woman spends hours thinking about the right outfit to wear to a party, she may be trying to present herself as beautiful and stylish while looking for a date. Of course, many of us can identify with the desire and resulting actions to be seen a certain way or cause someone or something we care about to be seen a certain way. Sometimes it's conscious and sometimes it isn't, but when we pay attention, we may find several perceptions we are striving to get from others. The most common type of impression management has to do with self-presentation and, in the business world, the presentation of merchandise. How often have you wondered what someone will think of you if you do this or that, or if you don't do it? We strive to have others view us positively because we tend to put emphasis on other views in ways that impact our self-esteem. As far as marketing goes, businessmen are going to present a product in the best light possible. Their job relies on managing the impressions of the audience in specific ways that boost revenues. Also, in their understanding of human behavior, they might even imply that if you own this product, you may be more liked by others. There are two main motives we have for trying to manage the impressions of others: the instrumental and the expressive. The instrumental motive includes what we have already mentioned, the desire for increased self-esteem. The fundamental meaning of instrumental motivation is the gaining of rewards. So, when we try to manage perceptions to get something back from another person, we are motivated by instrumental purposes. For example, if a sales representative shares with her customer that she uses this particular bar of soap and goes on to explain how it has helped her skin, her reason for encouraging the sale might be her desire for a raise. Maybe that is why she has been trying many products lately and praising them to customers. Besides seeking a raise, a person could be looking for acceptance, respect, more friends, etc. Have you ever felt like you wanted to redefine yourself or how you think you have been seen by others? Maybe when you were growing up, your parents wanted you to dress, speak, or act a certain way, and you wanted to show them they couldn't define you. Whether or not we have felt this way, many people become aware of how they are viewed and want to change that view of them. An expressive motive comes down to wanting to be in charge of one's personal behavior and identity. It can come from a response to social norms, expectations, or restrictions, and it seeks to show others something different. There are many different strategies we can use while trying to impact the views of others. The most common impression management strategies include ingratiation, intimidation, supplication, self-promotion, and exemplification. Here's an example of ingratiation. There is a restaurant that you and your mother frequent in town. For some reason, one of the head waitresses there never seems to like you, and you don't know why. She just seems cold and moody every time she waits on you, whereas she smiles and laughs with other customers. This really bothers your mother, so she starts flattering the waitress. Every time you go into the restaurant, Mom says hello and asks how the waitress is doing. Mom compliments the waitress's necklace or hairdo, or says that the waitress is one of the hardest workers there. Whether your mother knows it or not, she's using the method of ingratiation or flattery and praise to get someone to think positively about her. Have you met someone, or maybe you've done this yourself, who bullies their way into getting what they want? This is an example of intimidation. A businessman might tell his employee that he won't get a bonus at the end of the year if he doesn't improve product sales. Some employees may want to be seen as tough and aggressive, believing that only then will employees take them seriously. Those who intimidate are controlling, threatening, and willing to use their authority or strength to get people to do a certain thing. When someone uses supplication as a strategy, they are using their weaknesses to influence others. Perhaps a woman says she is sick again, so she needs her friends to do her grocery shopping for her. Perhaps she doesn't want her boss to think she is unable to do the work given to her, so she says she can't come to work because she hurt her leg. Maybe this woman wants to get attention and sympathy from others, so she continually says something bad is happening in her life. Everyone wants to share their skills in a job interview in order to impress possible employers. There are also times when someone wants to point out their achievements or talents outside the interview setting. Anytime people use skills to get someone to think highly of them, they are using the strategy of self-promotion. You might have a friend who works so hard that she doesn't have time for anything else. She comes into work before anyone else, stays the latest, and works on extra projects to get ahead over the weekend. She's using the strategy of exemplification, or going the extra mile in order to be liked, respected, and seen as dedicated. After several months, she might become more appreciated and be given a promotion to a better paying position. Impression management is the effort to control or shape another person's perceptions. We commonly use impression managements to influence outside views of ourselves, or in the business world, various products. We do this in order to gain some sort of material or emotional reward and to express ourselves. The strategies we use to manage impressions include ingratiation, intimidation, supplication, self-promotion, and exemplification. Sick role theory, as described by researcher Talcott Parsons in 1951, is a way of explaining the particular rights and responsibilities of those who are ill. Since those who are diagnosed with a medical condition cannot always fulfill the same duties that a person in good health can, society adapts to the situation and allows for a reasonable amount of deviation from behavior that would be viewed as typical of a well person. Parsons saw the sick role as a form of deviance, or going against societal expectations, because an ill person has different patterns of behavior than the norm. He argued that people are generally expected to be productive members of society. However, if an ill person is not able to carry out his or her usual duties, such as work at a job, go to school, or care for family members, this deviance from the usual is positively sanctioned or approved by the community or authority figures. For instance, if you don't show up for school, teachers and administrators will see this as deviant. But if it is because you are sick in bed, they will allow your absence. For the deviance to be sanctioned, a medical expert, such as a doctor, must certify that a person is actually ill, a process that legitimates their illness. Legitimization is proof that the person is truly sick and in need of a more lenient set of expectations. This is the equivalent of a doctor's note that you could take to school to prove that you didn't simply skip classes to go to the movies. Parson describes 2 rights and 2 responsibilities that an ill person has. A patient has a right not to be blamed for her illness, and a right to be given some leeway by others in regards to normal obligations. However, a patient has the responsibility to make getting well a priority, and the responsibility to seek appropriate treatment for his or her condition. These rights and responsibilities may be in effect only during a certain period while a person is ill, and so may be temporary. The specifics of these expectations will vary depending on the seriousness of an illness and how much the condition interferes with everyday life. Is Parsons' research into the sick roll from 1951 useful to us today? Sociology did gain new perspectives from Parsons' work because his sick roll theory provided insight into an experience that affects everyone in society at some point in their life. Yet would a person today find that his or her experience of being sick matches up to what Parsons described more than 60 years ago? Imagine that you have a visual impairment that affects your ability to see objects in front of you to a significant degree. This condition has come on gradually and has worsened over time. According to medical experts, there is little you can do to improve your condition. Would Parsons' sick roll theory be relevant to your experience? One challenge with Parsons' theory is that it does not specifically apply to those with chronic conditions that are not likely to improve. In this circumstance, as a person with significant visual impairment, you cannot fulfill one of your 2 responsibilities that Parsons laid out. You cannot attempt to get well, since your condition is permanent and no further treatment available at this time will improve it. While you are able to follow the other responsibility of seeking out treatment and medical advice, you cannot be held accountable to improve your situation. What about your rights? Do you have a right as a person with a visual impairment to be excused from the typical expectations of society? Some individuals with disabilities may receive payment from the government or from insurance because visual impairment places greater challenges on you to obtain income compared to someone without a disability. On the other hand, those in your life may also expect you to take advantage of opportunities and accommodations available through legal changes that have come into effect in the last 20 or more years. For instance, in 1990, George H.W. Bush signed the American Disabilities Act into law. Parsons also saw those who were ill as relatively helpless, but we no longer hold this view as firmly in our society. Today, many believe that a person with a visual impairment can accomplish as much in a career and personal relationship as a person without an impairment because society is generally more inclusive of those with disabilities than in Parsons' time. While sick roll theory focuses on treating a patient and excusing him or her from certain responsibilities, today we also consider it important for society to provide reasonable accommodations for those of us with illness and disability so that we can be included as much as possible. For example, tools are available to make it possible for you to use a computer even with your visual impairment. If your job requires you to use a special computer, an employer is expected to allow you to use these resources to do your job if it does not put an unfair burden upon their business. Reasonable accommodations also make it possible for you to be productive despite your disability, so you can participate more fully in society. When Parsons was writing about sick roll, such accommodations were not legally required in the United States. Textured bumps at the edge of stairs, train platforms, and walkways make it easier for a person with a visual impairment to safely navigate public space. What about your right to be free from blame for your condition? While most people would not blame you for your visual impairment, other medical conditions might receive blame in today's society. Obesity, now considered a medical condition in the United States, is viewed by many as a preventable illness. Even though a person who is obese may have faced many challenges in preventing his or her conditions, such as changing diet or adding in exercise without success, society may place blame on the person, however unfairly, rather than viewing him or her as sick roll theory suggests. Alcoholism, lung cancer due to smoking, and other addiction-related illnesses often receive the same negative stigma. By the 1970s, Parsons published new work related to sick roll, updating his theory and defending it against criticisms. Even at that time, Parsons was living during a period of history with less focus on the self-determination and rights of a patient. A person with an illness is now expected to weigh the consequences of a course of treatment as a personal matter, rather than accepting a physician's recommendations without question. He or she even has the freedom to deny treatment in most cases as part of his or her basic rights. When researcher Talcott Parsons described sick roll theory, it was a way of explaining the particular rights and responsibilities of those who are ill. Parsons highlighted a topic that had not previously been explored in depth. He proposed that society functions in a structured way in response to those who are ill by adapting expectations of behavior. Today's society has been reshaped by social and legal transformations in our culture. This affects how we interact with those who have certain illnesses or disabilities and creates a different set of rights and responsibilities than Parsons identified. Still, the next time you are sick and your employer approves time off work, you will see some elements of the sick roll theory directly in action.
When you look up at the night sky, you can see both stars and planets. What do you think the planets are? This probably seems like a weird question. Of course, you know the planets are big balls of gas or rock that revolve around the sun. But is that the same answer someone would have given 1,000 years ago? Do you think the answer might be different 1,000 years in the future? Our understanding of the world reflects how global society has changed over time and how people in general understand our world. Philosophers have been talking about the nature of society for thousands of years, going all the way back to ancient Chinese and Greek philosophers, such as Confucius or Plato. This lesson focuses on a much more modern theorist, a sociologist named Auguste Comte. Comte is famous for being the person who actually came up with the term sociology way back in 1838 to define the study of society. So what did Comte say about how global society has changed over time? Comte believed that sociology could identify 3 major stages to the development of global society. The first and earliest stage is called the theological stage. Starting at the very beginning of human beings and social groups, Comte believed that in this stage, people viewed the world and events in that world as a direct expression of the will of various gods. In other words, ancient people believed that everything around them was a sign of active gods influencing their lives. For example, ancient people actually believed the planets were gods in the sky looking down on Earth. Even the sun was part of the world of the gods. Ancient Greeks believed the sun was one wheel on the massive chariot steered by Apollo. If something bad happened, like a community experienced bad weather or an earthquake, people in the theological stage would explain that event as a god being upset and showing his or her anger to the people. In short, the theological stage meant that people used supernatural or divine explanations to understand society and the world. Comte's second stage of society is called the metaphysical stage. Comte said that this stage started around the Middle Ages in Europe, or somewhere around the 1300s. In the metaphysical stage of society, people viewed the world and events as natural reflections of human tendencies. People in this stage still believed in divine powers or gods, but they believed that these beings are more abstract and less directly involved in what happens on a daily basis. Instead, problems in the world are due to defects in humanity. An example of thinking in the metaphysical stage is people who believed that the planets were physical objects in space, but that they influenced people's lives via astrology. Do you know what astrological sign you are? I was born in March, so I'm Pisces. According to astrology, I'm supposed to be both imaginative and secretive. The idea here is that societies in the metaphysical stage still believe in some supernatural or magical aspects of life, but they are also rooted in the concrete parts of life. If someone is sick, they might attribute that sickness to germs instead of a god being upset. However, metaphysical people still might try potions or spiritual rituals to cure the sickness, just in case. People might also blame the sick person for doing something wrong or somehow deserving to get sick due to some kind of problem in that person's life. You can think of the metaphysical stage as a transition stage between the first stage, theological, and the third and final stage. So let's talk about that last stage. Comte's final stage for society is called the scientific stage. Just like the name implies, here people view the world and events as explained by scientific principles. In modern society, most people agree that the planets are physical objects made up of gas or rock. People believe that sickness is caused by germs and that medicine is the appropriate cure. If an earthquake happens, most people believe that's because of movement in the tectonic plates, not because a god is upset. While it's easy for us, people who live in the modern scientific stage, to look back on people in the first two stages and think some of their beliefs are silly, keep two things in mind. First, lots of modern people still believe that one or more gods are active in what happens to our lives, and many people in modern society still believe in astrology. Second, keep in mind that in 500 or 1,000 years from now, people in the future might look back at us and think that our beliefs are silly. The final important thing to know about Comte's theories in sociology is that he believed the general approach of the field should be one called positivism. For Comte, positivism is the belief that societies have their own scientific principles and laws, just like physics or chemistry. Positivism assumes there are truths about society that can be discovered through scientific studies, and that our understanding of society should be based on actual data and evidence. Comte's positivist philosophy has an important role in shaping modern sociologists, because the general perspective today is that theories and ideas in sociology should be based on scientific studies. It's the general belief that true knowledge is only found through science. In short, Comte's idea of positivism is definitely a product of the final stage of society, the scientific stage. Auguste Comte invented the term sociology to refer to the study of society. Comte suggested that all societies have three basic stages: theological, metaphysical, and scientific. Finally, Comte believed in positivism, the perspective that societies are based on scientific laws and principles, and therefore the best way to study society is to use the scientific method. When you were in junior high or high school and you ate lunch, did certain types of people sit at certain tables every day? Why do you think people tend to sort themselves into groups and stay with people they see as similar to themselves? If you have a guess as to why this happens, you could say that you have a theory regarding how social groups function. This lesson focuses on the importance of theory in the social sciences and the four main theoretical perspectives within sociology. Let's start with a definition. A theory is a statement of how and why processes work or the world operates. Within sociology, theories attempt to explain why groups of people choose to perform certain actions or societies function or change in a certain way. It's important for social sciences like psychology, economics, and sociology to follow theoretical perspectives as a framework for understanding phenomena, such as the ways people form groups. Without theories, we just have a huge list of individual tendencies or decisions people make or types of people. We wouldn't have any way of organizing the field. Theories help us see overall themes across many specific types of behaviors or decisions in the social world. This lesson will briefly cover the four major theories in sociology, which are structural functional theory, social conflict theory, feminism, and symbolic interactionism theory. Our first theory is called structural functional theory. This approach views society as a complex but interconnected system where each part works together as a functional whole. A metaphor for the structural functional approach is the human body. You have arms, legs, a heart, a brain, and so on. Each individual body part has its own neurons and system for working, but each part has to work together for a fully functioning structure or system. What are the different structures or systems in society? You can probably think of the government, businesses, schools, families. We need all of these systems to work together for a fully functioning society. To make each of our four theories more memorable, let's think about each theory from the perspective of an example. We'll use sports. How would you apply the structural functional approach or theory to sports? Well, for any given team to be successful, it needs to have a bunch of working parts, each functional independently and cooperatively. I played soccer in high school, so think about soccer for a second. Of course, you'll have different positions on the team, such as the forwards, the fullbacks for defense, and the goalkeeper. But you also need the coach, and the referees, and someone to pay for the equipment, and it wouldn't be very fun to play without an audience. Each part has its own rules and systems. For example, the audience has to know when to cheer, how to purchase concessions, and where to sit. For the entire system to work, all of the individual parts need to work together. Structural functional theory studies how each part of the larger social world works together. The second major theoretical perspective in sociology is called social conflict theory. This theory views society as a system of groups that are not equal and therefore consistently generate conflict and change. Think back to that example from the beginning of the lesson with the different groups of students in school. In my high school, the athletes might have conflicts with the people in band or the people who were in the math club. There was the popular group of kids who were sometimes mean to the less popular kids. When you think about this type of social conflict on a large scale, it explains unfortunate social trends such as racism, sexism, homophobia, ageism, and so on. But the theory also predicts change. For example, in the 1960s, the United States saw a huge change in civil rights awarded to African Americans due to the political protests that highlighted the conflict between racial groups. While racism is still a problem in the United States, this social change helped the country make a lot of progress toward equality. Hopefully, it's easy to see how social conflict theory might be seen in our example of sports. Different teams will certainly conflict with each other as they compete for points, runs, or touchdowns. Actually, sports wouldn't really make any sense without some form of conflict or competition. Fans of the different teams will display their loyalty using things like hats or jerseys, and they might conflict with each other. Going back to my favorite sport of soccer, the fans are famous for causing trouble when they're upset. We even have the phrase soccer hooligan or football hooligan because of this tendency. Social conflict theory emphasizes how social conflict motivates people and societies to evolve over time. Theory 3 out of 4 is feminism. Feminism is often misunderstood as coming from a group of angry women who are trying to dominate men. That is not what feminism is. Understood correctly, feminism is a perspective that views society as traditionally unequal between men and women and strives for equality between the sexes. For example, you might have heard the fact that men and women, on average, are not paid equally in the United States. Studies show that even with the same education and job demands, women are only paid 77 cents for the same job where a man would be paid $1. Women are less represented in the government, women are less likely to be business owners, and women are less likely to be college professors. Of course, there are also examples of places in society where men are disadvantaged. Men are less likely to be given custody of children after a divorce, and men are less likely to be hired for certain jobs, such as elementary school teacher or flight attendant. Feminism, as a theory in sociology, tries to point out these inequalities and find solutions so that every situation is fair to everyone. Again, think about how sports can be an example of the theory. What inequalities between men and women can you see in the athletic world? There are not very many professional sports available for women unless you go to the Olympics. Many colleges don't offer equal sports for men and women, even though the United States government declared inequalities to be unconstitutional many years ago. Even when there are teams for both sports, such as basketball, the women's team usually doesn't get very much attention or economic support from the college compared to the men's team. The fourth and final theory in this lesson is symbolic interactionism. Symbolic interactionism views larger society as a byproduct of the interactions among millions of individuals. In other words, this theory focuses more on tiny groups of 2 or 3 people talking to each other and interacting, and says that society is really just millions of these tiny groups occurring over time. So why is it called symbolic interactionism? Part of this theory is that through these interactions, people create symbols as ways to understand the world and shape our identities. So what's an example of one of these symbols? Well, think about language. In English, the sound kitchen symbolizes an area of a living space where food is stored and prepared for eating. Every language has a sound that symbolizes this space. That symbol had to be created for the first time at some point in history. Another example is religious symbols. Think about a cross symbolizing Christianity or a Star of David symbolizing Judaism. People often wear such symbols in places like necklaces as a way of honoring their beliefs and projecting these beliefs to other people. Each time one person shows a symbol to another person in an interaction, we've established both steps in the symbolic interactionism theory of sociology. Let's finish the lesson by going back to our example of sports one more time. What symbols are important in the world of sports? Well, every team in every sport will have some kind of symbol on their uniform, representing either their institution, such as a college or city, or possibly some kind of mascot like an animal. These symbols are supposed to represent something about the team. A tiger mascot might represent the symbolic ferocity of a team, or an alligator might represent Florida because there are alligators in that state. Either way, the symbols you see in the world of sports become very meaningful to the people who follow the teams. Theories are needed in social sciences to help us understand and organize ideas and findings. There are 4 main theories in sociology. Structural functional. This theory is based on the idea that society is a large system that is dependent on its individual parts working together. Social conflict theory. This theory implies that society is based on small groups that have conflicts that help society to evolve or change. Feminism. This theory is based on the idea that there are inequalities based on gender and trying to fix those inequalities. And finally, symbolic interactionism. This theory implies that society is really about the smaller groups within it and the symbols that these small groups use to communicate. As we went through each theory, which one seemed like the most useful or interesting? If you were a sociologist, which theory would you study? Think about the major questions that we ask about our social world. Are men and women really that different? Why do we have problems such as racism? What motivates people to have social status and respect? These questions are hugely important to life as a human being, and they are studied by the field of sociology. A general definition of sociology is the systematic study of human society, culture, and relationships on a group level. One way to think about sociology is to contrast it with different but similar fields. For example, social psychology asks many of the same questions as sociology, but uses different research methodology and studies people on an individual level instead of the group level. While sociology studies group patterns, such as why one culture believes in men having multiple wives, while another culture does not, social psychology would study how the individual people within a marriage feel about their partner. So basically, sociology looks at the big picture on the group level, while social psychology studies the attitudes or feelings of each individual person. Another field that's similar is anthropology. Anthropology also examines human society, just like sociology, but anthropology focuses more on how human society has changed over time. It includes the subfield of archaeology, which examines ancient tools, pottery, and so on, to see how ancient cultures compare to modern culture. So now that we have a basic foundation of what sociology is, let's talk about some of the major themes or questions that the field tries to understand. The lessons within this sociology course cover many of the big picture questions, like the ones I discussed a couple seconds ago. Let's go over some of the issues that sociology covers as a field, because these are the same issues that are covered by the sociology lessons you might watch. First, sociology studies different ideas for what might create an ideal society. Some people believe that society should focus on making sure everyone is treated equally, including from an economic perspective. However, other people believe that an ideal society includes different social classes, because wanting to be rich motivates people to invent things and work harder. These questions include the study of how economics, politics, and culture combine in different ways. Other questions sociology asks are, how is culture created, and how is it passed down from one generation to the next? For example, what foods come from your country? If you're from the United States, our culture includes hamburgers and hot dogs. These food items are incorporated into other aspects of American culture, like when you eat a hot dog at a baseball game. So how are children influenced by these cultural images, and how do different cultures result in different kinds of people and ideas? Sociology also studies the similarities and differences among different types of people. Remember at the beginning of this lesson we talked about whether men and women are really different. What about people of different races or ethnicities? What about rich people versus poor people? How is a grandmother different from a granddaughter? Finally, sociology studies social institutions. Social institutions are major structures made up of groups or ideas that influence people's daily lives, views of the world, or integration into society. Examples of social institutions are religious groups, schools, political organizations, and families. How have all of these social institutions influenced your life? For example, did you go to a public school or a private school? Did you have a large family or a small family? Were your parents religious? And do you share those same beliefs? The last topic for this lesson is possible careers in sociology. Maybe after you study the field, you'll be so excited that you want to spend the rest of your life thinking about sociology. So what could you do with a career in this field? Many sociologists who want to study the big picture questions we just discussed work at colleges or universities. They can discuss the ideas and themes in classes, and they can do research projects using resources that the university provides. So one option you have is that you could become a college professor, teaching sociology and doing research projects. If you're more interested in working directly with people, you could work for a school or a hospital, helping people who have had trouble with social issues. People who directly help to improve people's lives using sociological concepts are called clinical sociologists. Of course, knowing about sociology helps in a huge range of other careers. It would help teachers understand how their students' cultural or family backgrounds influence their schoolwork. It helps criminal justice professionals understand the motivation behind crime. It helps politicians and economists understand how different parts of society work together and influence each other. In fact, any career dealing with how humans interact would benefit from an understanding of sociology. In summary, sociology is the systematic study of human society, culture, and relationships on a group level. As a field, sociology asks many questions about how human groups and ideas interact with each other. For example, one aspect of sociology is the study of social institutions, which are major structures made up of groups or ideas that influence people's daily lives, views of the world, or integration into society. Examples are religion and schools. Many careers exist within sociology, such as being a college professor or a clinical sociologist. However, sociology can benefit almost any career. The field of sociology has a lot of big, abstract ideas about politics, economics, and how people grow and change over time. How do these big, abstract ideas translate into the real world and the lives of everyday people? How do they apply to your life? This lesson will discuss 3 specific ways that sociology can be applied to the real world, and all 3 ways highlight why sociology is important to study and understand. The applications will be public policy, social change, and personal growth. Many sociologists focus their research on how the field can improve the lives of every individual in society. This often means that people are trying to see ways that the government or public institutions, such as schools, can change to promote equality for everyone. So what are some examples? Many government lobbyists and politicians debate the role of programs such as welfare and Social Security. These programs are funded by the tax dollars of every citizen in the country, but they only benefit certain groups of people. Is it fair for those funds to go to only certain groups? Do these groups deserve the special treatment? What kinds of rules should go along with using government money? Another example of public policy is how public school systems are run. How should neighborhoods be divided to make up school districts? What happens if a particular neighborhood is mostly made up of low-income families? That probably means that their tax dollars won't be as high, meaning that school won't have good equipment, computers, playground equipment, and so on. Is that fair? Should richer neighborhoods pay to increase the education of children in poor neighborhoods because an educated population eventually benefits the entire society? Sociologists have done studies comparing children who grew up in different neighborhoods and went to different schools to see if this early public environment really affects them in terms of future careers, crime rates, and so on. These theoretical ideas are discussed by sociologists and examined in research projects. Sociologists have many interesting ways to view these questions, and often can use findings from research studies to make their arguments stronger. What do you think about these questions? Next, let's talk about how sociology is applied to social change, or how societies try to improve themselves over time. Sociology really started as a field as a result of three big changes in European society in the 18th and 19th centuries. What were these three big changes? First, 200 years ago, there weren't really big factories in Europe. Most people either farmed their own land or had a small shop doing personal crafts, such as woodworking or running a forge. These small-scale shops were the original manufacturing shops, which means to make something by hand. However, over the last couple of centuries, societies have seen a huge increase in industrialized factories that mass-produce items. Sociology studies how big changes like this affect people. Factories completely change how we shop, what jobs are available, and the number of people who have a boss at work instead of owning their own business. The second big social change relevant to sociology is the change from people mostly living in rural areas so they could run a farm to mostly living in big cities where they can work for factories or big corporations. Do you live in a small town or a big city? Think about all the ways that affects your life. It probably changes whether you live in a house or an apartment, and whether you have a yard. What about traffic? Can you walk around at night and feel safe or not? Is there a bus or metro system you can take to get to and from school or work? For example, sociology studies different crime rates in rural versus urban communities and tries to explain why we see differences. Finally, the third big social change that applies to sociology is political change. Sociology studies how politics have changed over the last 200 or 300 years. In general, many societies have shifted from a class-based system, such as one with lords versus peasants, to one in which every person demands rights and representation. We can see two big examples of this in the American and the French revolutions in the 1700s. Another example is how women in the United States worked toward earning the right to vote in the late 19th century. Sociology studies how people in different kinds of political systems are more or less happy with their government and how they see their country compared to others. How do you feel about your own country? Can you think of advantages and disadvantages to the political system you have? Would you like to be involved in political change? The last application of sociology for this lesson is in the area of personal individual growth. A man named John Massionis wrote a very popular textbook called Sociology, in which he describes many overarching themes within the field. In this book, he identifies 4 specific ways that sociology benefits people in our daily lives. So let's go over these 4 ways. First, Massionis says that sociology helps us think critically about whether we believe what our culture tells us to believe. For example, your culture might have a common religious perspective. Do you have the same faith as most other people in your culture? Have you really examined these beliefs to make sure you agree with them? Sociology encourages people to analyze messages from society and decide whether to agree with them or not. Second, Massionis argues that sociology helps people see opportunities and challenges. Earlier, we talked about changing politics. Have you ever wanted to run for office? What are some things about your local community, school, or country you would like to change? These problems we can identify might be viewed as challenges, but the fact that we have the motivation and ability to change things also means that they can be viewed as opportunities. The third way Massionis says sociology can be applied to personal growth is by encouraging people to be active members of their society. For example, do you participate in voting? Many people argue that a single vote won't make a difference in an election. But what would happen if everyone decided not to vote? Sociology encourages people to really get involved in making decisions that will affect their own lives and the lives of the people around them. Finally, Massionis says that sociology helps people appreciate diversity and live in a diverse world. Many of the lessons on sociology you can find on this website cover questions of diversity, such as men versus women, people of different ethnicities, different sexual orientations, different ages. While you fit into certain social categories, if you can appreciate and respect people who are different from yourself, then our entire society can get along better. In summary, sociology can be applied in many different ways to everyday lives and everyday people. This lesson discussed 3 applications: public policy, social change, and personal growth. As we went through the examples, did some of them apply to you?
Economy is defined in this lesson as the wealth and resources of a region in terms of the production and consumption of goods and services. There are two types of economies, formal and informal. Formal economies consist of those driven by the market or government, while informal economies exist without formalized policies or regulations. This lesson will discuss formal economy systems in terms of capitalism and socialism, and the underground economy, which is considered an informal economy. We will cover the key characteristics, advantages, and disadvantages of these types of economies. Formal economies operate within limits of established and monitored policies and regulations. Capitalism and socialism are formal economies. The major differences between capitalism and socialism revolve around the role of the government and equality of economics. Capitalism affords economic freedom, consumer choice, and economic growth. Socialism, which is an economy controlled by the state and planned by a central planning authority, provides for a greater social welfare and decreases business fluctuations. Capitalism is characterized in the following ways. It is a market-based economy made up of buyers, people, and sellers, private or corporate-owned companies. The goods and services that are produced are intended to make a profit, and this profit is reinvested into the economy. The government should not interfere in the economies of the free market, meaning the market determines investments, production, distribution, and decisions, and government interference is only allowed when making and enforcing rules or policies governing the conduct of business. There is a need for continual production and purchase for a capitalistic economy to operate efficiently. Capitalists believe that government does not use economic resources as efficiently as private enterprise. The U.S. is considered to be a capitalist economy, along with most of the modern world. However, economists are quick to point out that almost every society has a socialist aspect or program within it. The advantages of capitalism include consumer choice. Individuals choose what to consume, and this choice leads to more competition and better products and services. Another advantage is efficiency of economics. Goods and services produced based on demand create incentives to cut costs and avoid waste. Economic growth and expansion, which is possible in the capitalistic economy system, is another advantage. This increases the gross national product and leads to improved living standards. The disadvantages of capitalism include a chance of a monopoly of power. Firms with monopoly power, when a specific person or enterprise is the only supplier of a particular commodity, can abuse their position by charging higher prices. Inequality is also a disadvantage. A capitalist society is based on the right to pass wealth down to future generations. If a small group of people hold all the wealth, and that wealth continues to be passed down to the same groups of people, inequality and social division occur. Recession and unemployment. An economy based on the market of consumers and producers is invariably going to experience growth and decline. Socialism is characterized in the following ways. The means of production are owned by public enterprises or cooperatives, the state, and individuals are compensated based on the principle of individual contribution. There is equal opportunity for all. Large-scale industries are cooperative efforts, and thus the returns from these industries must be returned to and benefit society as a whole. Economic activity and production are planned by the Central Planning Authority and based on human consumption needs and economic demands. Socialists believe economic inequality is bad for society, and the government is responsible for reducing it via programs that benefit the poor. For example, in the U.S., we have Medicare, Social Security benefits, and social nutrition assistance programs that are considered socialist in nature. The advantages of socialism include great efficiency. Economic efficiency under socialism means that production decisions are controlled and regulated by the Central Planning Authority towards a particular goal. Greater social welfare. In a socialist economy, there is less inequality of income because of the absence of private ownership of means of production. There's also an absence of monopolistic practices. Absence of business fluctuations are also an advantage. A socialist economy coordinates the action of various producing units and prevents discrimination between saving and investment and makes full use of available resources. The disadvantages of socialism include the elimination of individualism. When everything is controlled by a centralized body, individuals are not allowed to own any assets. Everything belongs to the state. It is an artificial system. Demand and supply principles do not exist in an economy where the state determines what is produced. In the long run, the economy becomes static rather than growing. Consumers also suffer. Individuals do not enjoy the status of being a consumer as in a capitalist economy. There is no competition in a socialist economy. Therefore, individuals are not afforded a choice, which usually leads to higher quality products and services. The informal or underground economy refers to an economy that is unmonitored by any form of government, not taxed, and not included in the gross national product calculations. Other common references to this type of economy include the black market and the shadow economy. The underground economy is characterized by the fact that economic activity is unmonitored. It is also characterized by a changing social or economic environment that may result in lack of other options, leaving people no choice but to buy the goods through a black market. The underground economy accounts for approximately 15% of employment in countries such as the United States. Economy, which is defined as the wealth and resources of a region, can be grouped into two types, formal and informal. Capitalism and socialism are formal economies that differ based on the role of the government and equality of economics. Capitalism affords economic freedom, consumer choice, and economic growth. This type of economy, however, may promote monopolies, inequality, and lead to an economic recession. Socialism, which is an economy controlled by the state and planned by a central planning authority, provides for greater social welfare and decreases business fluctuations. Socialism, however, eliminates individualism, consumer choice, and may lead to a stagnant economy. The informal or underground economy refers to an economy that is unmonitored by any form of government, not taxed, and not included in any gross national product calculations.
Sociology is the study of human social behavior, human development, organizations, and institutions. In order to better understand those institutions and how humans are organized, it is important to understand how societies are governed. This lesson will discuss and differentiate between the 5 main forms of power or government utilized in past and present societies: monarchy, democracy, oligarchy, authoritarianism, and totalitarianism. Whoa, what's going on in that country? It looks like they aren't happy with their government. Why wouldn't they be happy? Can't they elect their leaders and play a role in their government? No. There are many forms of government in which people have no say in any matters, private or public. All societies are established under some form of power or government. The well-known sociologist Max Weber defined power as the ability to achieve goals, even if some people in the society hold differing opinions and goals. Power takes on different forms in different societies. Let me tell you about the 5 basic forms of government. Let's begin with monarchy. Monarchy was the most common form of government until the 19th century. Monarchy is a form of government in which a single family rules from generation to generation. The power or sovereignty is personified in a single individual. There are 2 main types of monarchy that differ based on the level of power held by the individual or family currently in power. Absolute monarchy exists when the monarch has no or few legal limitations in political matters. Constitutional monarchies, which are more common, exist when the monarch retains a distinctive legal and ceremonial role, but exercises limited or no political power. The most familiar example of a monarchy is the constitutional monarchy that exists in the United Kingdom. Queen Elizabeth II is the head of state of the UK, as well as monarch of 15 other independent countries. She and the royal family have ceremonial roles, but do not make up the laws which govern the people. In theory, the monarch must assent before laws are officially passed, but in practice the Queen almost never fails to assent to laws passed by Parliament. Another form of government is a democracy. Democracy is defined as a form of government in which power belongs to the people. There are two forms of democracy. One is direct democracy, in which all eligible citizens have direct participation in the decision-making of the government. The second and more common form of democracy is representative democracy, in which citizens exercise their power through elected representatives. The elected representatives propose, develop, and create laws for the citizens to abide by. The most familiar example of democracy is the representative democracy that exists in the United States of America. Americans elect a president and representatives of Congress. The next form of government is oligarchy. Oligarchy is a form of government in which all power resides with a few people or in a dominant class or group within the society. These groups of people may be distinguished by royalty, wealth, education, or military control. Sometimes oligarchy governments are controlled by a few families who pass their power from one generation to the next. Unlike monarchs, however, oligarchs do not have to be connected by bloodlines in order to inherit power. For example, one family may have power for several years, and then the power may be shifted to another group of people or another family based on their military ties or wealth. These decisions are not influenced by the people. They are influenced solely within the small group of people with whom the power is held. The most well-known example is the former Soviet Union. Other examples of oligarchy governments are found in the countries of China, North Korea, and Venezuela. Governments can also impose their power in forceful methods. Authoritarianism is a form of government in which the people have no participation. The characteristics of authoritarianism include absolute obedience to authority by the people and ill-defined and often changing executive power. An example of authoritarianism government is the country of Cuba. In Cuba, there is one leader that rules the country. Cuban citizens are not allowed freedom of speech, religion, or press. The inhabitants of the country are poor while the leader is wealthy. Citizens of the country do not vote as the leader is already assumed. Totalitarianism is a type of power where the leaders have unlimited and total control over people's lives. This form of government seeks to control all aspects of public and private life wherever possible. In this type of society, citizens are scared into submission by tactics such as killing, bribing, and censorship. Unfortunately, we are familiar with totalitarianism, as we've seen many examples throughout history. Hitler's Nazis' rule of Germany would be an example, but there are also governments today that operate in a totalitarianism manner. So you see, there are many forms of government, and societies are organized and function under different rules and forms of power. Some people have more freedom, while others are scared into following the rules due to the type of leader they have. A monarchy is a form of government ruled by a single family, and the power resides in one individual, like a king or queen. Absolute monarchy exists when the family has a lot of power and say in the political matters of the society, whereas constitutional monarchies are more ceremonial in their roles. A democracy is a form of government where the power belongs through the people. The people either exercise their power by voting for representatives, referred to as a representative democracy, or the citizens have direct participation in the decision and rulemaking process, referred to as direct democracy. An oligarchy is a form of government in which all power resides with a few people. These people usually inherit power due to their wealth, status, and education. Authoritarianism is a form of government in which the people have zero participation. The citizens in these societies must adhere to the rules of the leader with absolute obedience. The power often changes and is ill-defined. Finally, totalitarianism is a form of government in which the leaders have unlimited and total control over people's lives. Citizens have no privacy, and scare tactics are used to force people into obedience. The labor market in the U.S. has made a lot of progress since the 1900s. We no longer have child labor or dangerous working environments, and there are higher wages and more benefits offered. There are, however, still inequalities and issues with today's labor market. The labor market in the United States can be divided into two different segments, the primary and the secondary. Both of these markets offer a set of social mechanisms through which labor is bought and sold, yet there are definite distinctions between the two. This lesson will differentiate between the primary and secondary labor markets. We will also discuss the role of labor unions in the United States and explore the characteristics of professions. The primary labor market is comprised of highly skilled or well-educated members. Additionally, most of the individuals in the primary labor market belong to unions, which we will discuss later in this lesson, or professional societies and organizations. The individuals in this labor market are employed in large corporations, have relatively high job security, high pay, and generous benefits. Members of this labor market are part of a profession, which generally requires some specialized or higher degree of education and training. A profession is different than a job, and we will discuss these differences a little later in the lesson. The secondary labor market tends to include unskilled laborers or those with less education. These members work in smaller firms where employment is less stable, pay is low, and benefits are inadequate. Unfortunately, there is a cyclical nature of the labor market that reinforces the divide between primary and secondary markets. There are several barriers to entry into the primary labor market that include: Number 1, there are fewer entry-level positions in the primary labor market due to corporate downsizing and plant shutdowns. It is difficult to break into a primary labor market without already possessing skills and education. Number 2, workers in the secondary labor market are less connected to networks that could contribute to them finding a job in the primary market. According to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, 70% of all jobs are found through informal networks. If individuals in the secondary labor market do not have connections, it's unlikely they will break into the primary labor market. Number 3, workers in the secondary labor market usually lack the education, training, and/or certifications they need for jobs in the primary labor market. But because of their low pay and lack of free time, education and further training are hard to acquire. A labor union, as mentioned above, is an organization of employees in a particular field or industry that chooses to join together to achieve common goals. Unions can provide a crucial function in the labor market. Unions can help employees work toward improving working conditions, wages and benefits, and hours, and resolve disagreements between the employer and employee. The premise behind a union is that by working as a collective group, the individual employee gains strength and has a louder voice about what they care about. Unions negotiate contracts and help the employer adapt to the ever-changing workforce. There are some drawbacks to being involved in a union. Some employees indicate that their relationship with their supervisor or company suffers, and there is a lack of trust between the two parties. Examples of the largest unions in the U.S. include the Service Employees International Union, with around 1.5 million members, the United Food and Commercial Workers, with 1.3 million members, and the American Federation of Teachers, with around 800,000 members. We have spent most of our time in this lesson discussing the labor market. Now we will turn our attention to what it means to be part of a profession. The term profession means an occupation that generally requires some specialized or higher degree of education and training. A profession is more of a calling than a job, and the term implies that if someone chooses a particular profession, that they must have a deep passion for the knowledge of that particular area and a range of skills in that area. The labor market, a set of social mechanisms through which labor is bought and sold, can be divided into two types, primary and secondary. The primary labor market is comprised of highly skilled or well-educated individuals. Those in this labor market have relatively high-paying jobs, high job security, and good benefits. The primary labor market is difficult to break into because there are few entry-level positions. The secondary labor market tends to be unskilled and have less education, and therefore receives lower wages and benefits. They may have a difficult time breaking into the primary market because they have a smaller professional network, and they typically lack the funding and time needed to further their education and training. Labor unions can help employees, especially those in the secondary market, improve their working conditions, wages, and benefits by acting as a collective voice. Unions assist in negotiations and resolutions of disagreements. In the labor market, there are professions. The status of being a member of a profession means that the person has some specialized or higher degree of education and training.
Hooray! It's election day. I'm so glad this date is finally here. Come on, let's go vote. Yeah, I'm happy too. Happy that all those political ads are over. I'm not going with you to vote. I'm staying here. What's your problem? Why aren't you voting? What's the point? It seems like only one person has all the power, and what the common people say doesn't really matter. You should be interested in politics. Even people like sociologists are interested in the balance of political power within a society because they seek to understand the nature of the power relationship. Is the political power in a society equitable or inequitable? Is the power stable or subject to change? Sociologists analyze the relationships of those who hold power and those who seek it. Let me explain political power and those who desire it, such as political parties, special interest groups, and political action committees, also referred to as PACs. Power, according to sociologist Max Weber, is the ability to achieve goals with or without the society's support of those goals. Sociologists often discuss two main types of political models of power when analyzing political structures. The pluralist model, as described by sociologists, is all about negotiation, and power is distributed among competing interest groups. No one group gets all the power, but instead, alliances are forged among interest groups working toward the same goal. On the other hand, the power elite model is the opposite. In this model, sociologists argue that the majority of the power is held by the wealthy. In this case, the wealthy refers to businesses, government, and the military. Due to the distribution of the power to a few, it is argued that the average person cannot have his or her voice heard. The form of government in the United States is a representative democracy, in which citizens exercise their power through elected representatives. Political power resides in the three branches of government: executive, legislative, and judicial, and through the election of public officials. In this system, each branch of government is accountable to the others, and no single branch of government holds all the power. The people elect the executive and legislative branches, while the executive branch appoints the members of the judicial branch, subject to approval by the legislators. There are two predominant political parties in the United States government: Republicans and Democrats. Republicans are generally characterized as more conservative in their views, and they tend to support policies that reduce federal regulations, that strengthen the military, and that boost capital endeavors. Democrats are generally characterized as more liberal in their views and support policies to strengthen social services, protect the environment, and make businesses accountable. There are more than just two parties that seek power, however. Really? I've only heard of Republicans and Democrats. The United States has what are referred to as third parties. The major third parties are the Constitution Party, the Green Party, and the Libertarian Party. The Constitution Party can be characterized as having views that reflect the Founding Fathers' ideals, the U.S. Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, and morals taken from the Bible. The Green Party has views that emphasize environmentalism, social justice, and respect for diversity, peace, and nonviolence. The Libertarian Party holds views and philosophies that regard liberty as the utmost political goal. Specifically, libertarians hold sacred individual liberty and political freedom. So what if I don't choose a type of political party? Does that mean I can't vote? Well, some political candidates and voters feel the same way, and they choose to be independent, which means they choose not to identify with any particular political party. Typically, independents hold more centralized views that incorporate the views of both Republicans and Democrats. In some states, independent voters are not allowed to vote in primary elections, but in most states, independent voters can vote in any primary election they choose. There are other groups who seek political power, but they have to find other ways to be represented and have their voices heard. Big companies and other groups hire people to advocate for their causes. These people are referred to as lobbyists. A lobbyist is an individual or a group of individuals that are hired to influence government officials, legislatures, and agencies based on the best interests of their clients. Big companies and other groups hire lobbyists to advocate for their causes. Lobbyists do this by presenting information that may influence the legislature's opinion toward a topic. Sometimes, lobbyists may even write a piece of legislation. Lobbyists are typically former political officials, and most are lawyers. Political action committees, commonly referred to as PACs or PACs, are special interest groups that influence candidates or political parties through money. PACs, such as the National Rifle Association, the American Medical Association, or anti-abortion groups, are focused on a particular area of interest. The money raised supports the candidates or political parties' election campaigns. PACs commonly pay for advertisements that support or oppose the viewpoints of the candidate running for office. PACs can play a major role in voter turnout and support. See, my voice does not matter. Why vote? I don't have loads of money to influence politicians. You have voter apathy. Voter apathy is when a voter feels that his or her vote doesn't matter, so they lose interest in the political process and stop voting. When there is low voter turnout on election day, apathy is the perceived cause. So what you are saying is power is the ability to achieve goals with or without the support of society. Here in the U.S., many say our political power can be described as a pluralist model, where the power is distributed among competing interest groups through negotiation. This is different than the power elite model, where the majority of power is held by the wealthy. In the U.S., there are two major political parties: Democrats, who tend to be more liberal in their views, and Republicans, who tend to be more conservative. There are also third parties that hold differing beliefs. The Constitution Party upholds the views of the Founding Fathers. The Green Party emphasizes an environmental and social justice perspective, while the Libertarian Party holds views that emphasize individual liberty and political freedom. A voter has the right to be independent and not support one political party over the other. Others who seek power, like big corporations and interest groups, influence politicians by hiring lobbyists to advocate for their concerns or by forming interest groups called PACs that raise money to support political parties and individual politicians. Because of a perceived lack of ability to have their own voices heard, some people stop caring about the political process. This is referred to as voter apathy. I've decided that I do actually care about the political process, and I want my voice to be heard through my vote. Power, according to sociologist Max Weber, is the ability to achieve goals with or without the society's support of those goals. In this lesson, we explore societal and political power by looking at three differing power models: the pluralist model, the power elite model, and the Marxist model. These models will be differentiated by the source and the nature of the power according to each model. This is the country of Politico. Politico has three large regions that make up the country, and each region operates on a different power model. The first region we come to operates on the pluralist model. Pluralism is a theory that centers on the idea of how power is distributed. The pluralist model indicates that power is distributed among many groups. These groups may include coalition of like-minded people, unions, professional associations, and business lobbyists. The percentages of average people that make up these groups are small, so in theory, the public acts as bystanders in the pluralist model of power. The pluralists believe that power is dispersed and fragmented, that groups provide a more effective means of representation. The larger the group, the more influence it will have, and that policies are established through bargaining and compromise and tend to be fair to all in the end. There are two types of groups within the pluralist model: insider groups, which tend to be more powerful, and outsider groups. Insider groups are well established and are able to work closely with the elected officials in government because of their position or prestige within the community. The people in these groups tend to have similar views to the government in power, which may not always be a positive factor. Examples of insider groups include business groups that concentrate their efforts on issues directly affecting business interests. In the U.S., the American Petroleum Institute works on behalf of all oil companies, as an example. Insider groups also include labor groups that promote policies that benefit workers in general and union members in particular. United Food and Commercial Workers International in the U.S. is an example. agricultural groups that consist of general and specialty farm associations, professional groups that have lobbying associations to promote the interests of their members. Outsider groups are viewed as less powerful. Typically, members of outsider groups have less access to elected government officials. Their groups are more recently established, which could be a sign of weakness. Examples of these groups include grassroots activism that may hold marches and rallies to bring attention or action for their cause, political action committees that filter money to support specific candidates for office. Although the pluralist model revolves around the theory that power is equally dispersed, critics are quick to point out that this is not always the case. Many critics view the pluralist model as a form of the good old boys network, in which membership is based on class or ethnicity. The next region we visit operates on a power elite model. Power elitism is a theory that centers on the idea of how power is concentrated. In this model, sociologists argued that the majority of the power is concentrated among the wealthy. In this case, the wealthy refers to businesses, government, and the military. Due to the distribution of the power to a few, it is argued that the average person cannot have his or her voice heard. Power elite ideals and characteristics include the sources of elite power come from wealth, tradition, or religious authority. Entry into these elite power positions is difficult and usually predetermined with or without an election. Members of the elite power determine the basic outlines of the economy, including profits, who is allowed to own private property, and the distribution of wealth, usually unequally, among the population. Power elites are typically united in their belief that the primary responsibility of government is to maintain a favorable climate for business. People have argued that the United States is governed under a power elite model, with the governing bodies coming from the highest elected officials, major corporation advisors and owners, and high-ranking military officials. The final region we come to operates on a Marxist model. The Marxist model revolves around the ideas of class conflict and economic power. This model suggests that the governing state formulates and implements policies and power to reflect the interests of capitalism and the ruling class. Power comes from the ownership and control of economic property, wealth, and the assets of society. The governing power has control over ideas and the education of the society. This means control over means of communication, like the news, and what is taught in the classrooms. The governing power has control over the state and can manipulate the political process, force the population to accept the unequal economic structure of their society. Power was defined in this lesson as the ability to achieve goals with or without the society's support of those goals. We learned about three differing social power models: the pluralist model, in which the nature of power is dispersed, the elite model, in which the power is concentrated, and the Marxist model, in which the power is also concentrated. We learned that while pluralists believe that group power provides a more effective means of representation, in reality, those groups only make up a small percentage of the people in the society. We also learned that the power elitists believe power comes from wealth or tradition, and the people in power determine economic outcomes and distribution of wealth in their society. Finally, we learned about Marxist societies, in which power revolves around class and economic standing. This power controls the state and manipulates the political process and reinforces economic inequality. The work of Max Weber, a prominent sociologist and political economist, greatly influenced social theory research and the discipline of sociology. In this lesson, we learn the definition of social power according to Weber and discuss the three types of legitimate authority: charismatic, traditional, and rational legal. Social power is the ability to achieve goals even if other people oppose those goals. All societies are built on some form of power, and this power typically resides within the government. However, some governments in the world exercise their power through force, which is not legitimate. Leaders must have an explanation for their power and superiority, and there are only three types of legitimate, legal and accepted, authority. The three types of legitimate authority are charismatic authority, traditional authority, and rational legal authority. These types of authority are hierarchical in nature, meaning that a society progresses from one type to the other and finally reaches the state of rational legal authority, which most resembles a modern liberal democracy. Just as the term charisma implies, charismatic authority is bestowed upon a person because of their personal charm or strong personality. Typically, this leader's mission and values inspire others. The charismatic leader is not obeyed because of a statute of law, but due to their unusual personal qualities and abilities to create obedience among the people. The charismatic leader does not have any actual power, but this is irrelevant as long as the people in the society believe he or she has power. Heroism, victories, and successes for the community help to establish continued authority. It is difficult for charismatic leaders to maintain long-term authority. Once the leader loses charisma or dies, authority tends to shift to traditional or legal rational-based systems. An example of charismatic authority in religious power systems is Jesus. Another example is the authority of Gandhi of India in the first half of the 1900s. Both leaders demonstrated the unusual qualities to create obedience and develop followers among people in their societies. In a traditional authority system, the legitimacy of authority comes from tradition or custom. The rights and power of an individual or group are not challenged by the people because this is the way their society has traditionally been governed, and there is a respect for old cultural beliefs and practices. In traditional authority systems, the authority is passed down, often through heredity, and does not change over time. Due to this type of system structure, inequalities among the people within the society are created and preserved. A traditional authority system will persist unless it is opposed by the people in the society. An example of traditional authority in religious power systems would be the power that priests hold. Another example is the rule of a monarch system, a king or queen. In both examples, the power was bestowed to individuals or groups years ago, and they have retained the power because of the cultural beliefs and practices of the society. Rational legal authority is a system in which an individual or governmental institution exerts power based on a system of rules. The person who has the power is appointed or elected by a process. Once that person or institution leaves office, their authority is gone. The authority remains with the office and not the individual. These systems are the most advanced and stable. They provide routine and structure to authority. Historically, rational legal authority systems were established in opposition to pre-existing traditional or charismatic systems of authority. A rational legal authority system can be opposed. However, change is typically sought through political means instead of violence or force. It is important to note that while these systems have been presented separately, each authority system may reflect some characteristics of the other. For example, an elected official in a rational legal authority system may have charismatic traits, which helps him or her get elected by the people. An example of rational legal authority in religious power systems is the Roman Catholic Church. Another example of rational legal authority is the government in the United States, which is made up of elected officials. There are three types of legitimate authority systems. The charismatic authority system is based on a charismatic leader, and power is determined by that leader possessing a dynamic personality. Society is ruled by the leader's extraordinary qualities and powers. Power is legitimized by victories and successes to the community. There is one ruler and followers. The traditional authority system is ruled by a dominant personality with inherited power established by customs and traditions. Society is ruled by the person or group that has acquired or inherited power. Power is legitimized based on tradition, and there are standard customs and procedures within the society. The rational legal authority system is governed by legally established authority, and the ruler is typically elected. There are established norms, rules, and regulations. Power is legitimized by the general belief in the formal political system. There are rules, not rulers. Economy, in this lesson, refers to the ways people use and interact with their environment to meet their needs. Economy includes how goods are produced, exchanged, distributed, and consumed. The economy is an important aspect of society, and as the economy has evolved over time, societies have too. This lesson will walk you through the evolution of economy from the agricultural revolution through the post-industrial era. We will look specifically at how technology and settlement changes have impacted the economy. We will also discuss the three sectors of a modern economy: primary, secondary, and tertiary. The agricultural revolution initiated the beginning of the evolution of economy. This period between the 18th century and end of the 19th century experienced rapid improvements in agricultural production and farm technology. During this time, inventions allowed humans to perform tasks more efficiently. These changes had both positive and negative effects on society. Farmers learned more practical and efficient farming practices, like rotating crops and using fertilizer, which led to better and bigger surpluses of food. Tools were crafted out of longer-lasting materials, and new agricultural technologies made human work more efficient. During this agricultural age, towns and cities grew, and certain regions became commerce and trade centers. The benefits of these inventions included a greater surplus of food due to the efficient processes. For example, a plow pulled by animals could cover far greater areas of land than one operated by a human. Another benefit included more time for people to pursue and engage in other activities that were not directly related to the survival of the people. More time could be spent on activities like music and philosophy, which led people to discover different means of supporting themselves. However, during this period, we also saw some negative impacts, including a greater division of labor and status, in which the wealthy gained control of the surplus resources and power became more centralized. Those that were wealthy were able to gain control over surplus resources and could afford a better living quality. Differences in social classes by ethnicity and gender increased. The Industrial Revolution brought about a rapid and significant change in the economy due to the introduction of power-driven machinery and other energy sources. Societies developed from agricultural to industrial rapidly. Work that was previously done by individuals was now being performed in centralized settings in cities with large factories and on equipment capable of producing massive amounts of products quickly. The steam engines, textile mills, and other large-scale equipment are products of this era. The Industrial Revolution allowed for faster and larger productions of goods and more diverse populations, but also led to negative factors, including overcrowding in cities due to the large number of people moving to urban settings to be closer to factories. Skilled workers were replaced with low-skilled workers who left agricultural work. The low-skilled workers were underpaid and overworked. The inequality gap between the rich and the poor established in the agricultural age persisted and widened in the industrial age as the rich continued to stockpile and control resources, while the poor faced overcrowded and poverty-ridden situations. The post-industrial society is a more recent development. The previous revolutions discussed were established on the production of goods, but the post-industrial society is rooted in information and services. In the post-industrial society, we see a shift from products to ideas and knowledge, from hands-on skills to literacy skills, and the decentralization of the workforce because work is not centralized around city factories. The shift in the economy is most obvious in its workforce. In the U.S., half of the workforce is currently employed in service industries, including government, sales, banking, and education. In the post-industrial society, also sometimes known as the Information Society, the power resides with people in charge of storing and distributing information. An educated workforce excels, while those without higher degrees are still underpaid and overworked, as in the Industrial Society. As we have discussed throughout this lesson, the U.S. economy has evolved from one built on agriculture to one built on information and services. We can also discuss this evolution by differentiating between the three types of economic sectors: primary, secondary, and tertiary. The primary sector involves the extraction of raw materials from the earth. This extraction results in raw materials and basic foods, such as coal, wood, iron, and corn. The types of workers in this sector include farmers, coal miners, and hunters. Currently, only 3% of the nation's labor force is engaged in the primary sector activity. The secondary sector involves the transformation of raw materials into goods. This transformation results in wood being made into furniture, steel being made into cars, or textiles being made into clothes, as examples. The types of workers in this sector include a seamstress, factory worker, or craftsman. Currently, 20% of the U.S. labor force is involved in the secondary sector. The tertiary sector involves the supplying of services to consumers and businesses. This sector provides services to the general population and business, including retail, sales, transportation, and restaurants. The types of workers in this sector include restaurant bartenders, accountants, and pilots. The service industry makes up 80% of the labor force today. The economy has undergone an evolution from one reliant on agricultural resources to one that is based on information, knowledge, and services. The second agricultural revolution was the beginning of the economic evolution in which improvements in agricultural methods and equipment resulted in a greater surplus of supplies and food, and allowed for people to spend their time pursuing other activities. The time period also resulted in increased inequality between the rich and the poor. The Industrial Revolution, based on new technology and energy sources, allowed for faster and larger productions of goods and more diverse populations, but also led to overcrowding in cities, a wider gap between the rich and the poor, and unpaid and overworked people. The post-industrial society shifts away from industry and goods and is based on information and knowledge distribution and services. The power resides with people in charge of storing and the distribution of information. An educated workforce excels, while those without higher degrees are still underpaid and overworked, as in the industrial society. The primary sector is the part of the economy generated by extracting raw materials directly from the earth for consumption or sale. The secondary sector is the part of the economy that transforms the raw materials into goods for sale and consumption. And the tertiary sector is the part of the economy that involves the sale or trade of services instead of goods. Our nation's economy, like most modern world economies, has developed from one built on the extraction of raw materials for consumption and sale to one that is now more dependent on revenue from services. This economic shift is important to understand from a sociological standpoint because it impacts the proportion of the population engaged in various activities that support the economy. In this lesson, we will explore economic change by discussing the three types of sectors of an economy: primary, secondary, and tertiary. These sectors can be viewed as a continuum, starting with the primary sector, which is the part of the economy generated by extracting raw materials directly from the earth for consumption or sale, moving next into the secondary sector, which is the part of the economy that transforms the raw materials into goods for sale or consumption, and finally, the tertiary sector, which is the part of the economy that involves the sale or trade of services instead of goods. The primary sector involves the extraction of raw materials from the earth. This extraction results in raw materials and basic foods, such as coal, wood, iron, and corn. The types of workers in this sector include farmers, coal miners, and hunters. In the U.S., and similarly in most other modern world countries, there is a decline in the proportion of the population that works in the primary sector. Currently, only 3% of our nation's labor force is engaged in primary sector activity. This is a big change from the mid-19th century, in which 2/3 of the labor force was engaged in this sector. The secondary sector involves the transformation of raw materials into goods. This transformation results in wood being made into furniture, steel being made into cars, or textiles being made into clothes as examples. The types of workers in this sector include a seamstress, factory worker, or craftsman. The development into this sector can be attributed to demand for more goods and food, which leads to industrialization. Only so much can be done in the primary sector before there is a natural limit on how much can be extracted. When an economy moves into the second sector, new farm techniques are used and industrialization changed how goods can be transformed, distributed, and sold. Currently, 20% of the U.S. labor force is involved in the secondary sector. The tertiary sector involves the supplying of services to consumers and businesses. This sector provides services to the general population and business, including retail, sales, transportation, and restaurants. The types of workers in this sector include restaurant bartenders, accountants, and pilots. The service industry makes up 80% of the labor force today. Some economists argue that there are two additional sectors that make up the modern world economy. These sectors are the quaternary and the quinary sectors. The quaternary sector is said to be the part of the economy that consists of intellectual activities, such as scientific research, education, and information technology. Workers in this sector include scholars, researchers, and librarians. The quinary sector is argued to be made up of the highest level decision-making in that society or economy. Examples of workers in this sector would include top CEOs of companies, presidents of universities, and media executives. As our modern economy grows and develops, it is said that these sectors will drive the economy more so than primary and secondary sectors. Developing countries, however, still heavily rely in the first two sectors for economic support and development. The economy of a modern world can be discussed in terms of three sectors: primary, secondary, and tertiary. The primary sector is the part of the economy generated by extracting raw materials directly from the earth for consumption or sale. The secondary sector is the part of the economy that transforms the raw materials into goods for sale or consumption. The tertiary sector is the part of the economy that involves the sale or trade of services instead of goods. Some economists argue that there are two additional sectors that make up the modern world economy. These sectors are the quaternary and quinary sectors that involve intellectual activities and high-level decision-making as part of the economy.
World systems theory, developed by sociologist Emanuel Wallerstein, is an approach to world history and social change that suggests there is a world economic system in which some countries benefit while others are exploited. Just like we cannot understand an individual's behavior without reference to their surroundings, experiences, and culture, a nation's economic system cannot be understood without reference to the world system of which they are a part. The main characteristics of this theory, which will be discussed in more detail throughout this lesson, are: world systems theory is established on a three-level hierarchy consisting of core, periphery, and semi-periphery. The core countries dominate and exploit the peripheral countries for labor and raw materials. The peripheral countries are dependent on core countries for capital. The semi-peripheral countries share characteristics of both core and peripheral countries. This theory emphasizes the social structure of global inequality. According to world systems theory, the world is divided into three types of countries: core, periphery, and semi-periphery. Core countries are dominant capitalist countries that exploit peripheral countries for labor and raw materials, strong in military power and not dependent on any one state or country. They serve the interests of the economically powerful, focused on higher skill and capital-intensive production, powerful, and this power allows them to pay lower prices for raw goods and exploit cheap labor, which constantly reinforces the unequal status between core and peripheral countries. The first core region was located in northwestern Europe and made up of England, France, and Holland. Today, the United States is an example of a core country. The U.S. has large amounts of capital, and its labor forces are relatively well paid. Periphery countries fall on the other end of the economic scale. These countries lack a strong central government and may be controlled by other states, export raw materials to the core countries, are dependent on core countries for capital, and have underdeveloped industry, have low-skill, labor-intensive production, in other words, cheap labor, are commonly also referred to as developing countries. Eastern Europe and Latin America were the first peripheral zones. An example from today is Cape Verde, a chain of islands off of the west coast of Africa. Foreign investors promote the extraction of raw materials and the production of cash crops, which are exported to core countries. Semi-periphery countries fall in the middle of the economic spectrum. These countries share characteristics of both core and periphery countries. These are core regions in decline or periphery regions attempting to improve their economic position. These countries are sometimes exploited by core countries and also exploit periphery countries. For example, India is largely dependent on core countries for capital, but has a growing technology industry and emerging consumer market. It is important to note that there are countries and areas that exist outside of the world systems theory. These areas are referred to as external areas. External areas maintain their own economic systems and are therefore not part of the world systems as described in this lesson. These areas have their own labor markets, grow their own crops, and produce goods for their internal market, and have a regulated economy without outside influence. During the development of the world economic system, Russia was an example of an external area. The world economic system is ever-changing. As countries build their industries and capital, economic statuses shift. The world system originated in the 1500s with the emergence of the modern world and has seen a shift in dominance from Europe to the United Kingdom to the United States of America. This shift was influenced by geographic expansion, recessions, and growth in various economic markets, shift in power, influenced by wars and military efforts, and transition from the pre-industrial era to higher-level industrial production. World systems theory suggests that, while the world economy is ever-changing, there are three basic hierarchies of countries: core, periphery, and semi-periphery. Core countries dominate and exploit peripheral countries. Peripheral countries are dependent on the core countries for capital. Semi-peripheral countries share characteristics of both core and peripheral. Finally, this theory emphasizes global economic inequality.
Humans generally do not live alone, isolated from each other. Instead, individuals tend to live in communities with other people, related by ethnicity, nationality, religion, or some other cultural element. A human society is a group of people who share a common lifestyle and organization. Human societies can be classified in many different ways, depending on who is doing the categorizing. For example, anthropologists generally use the group's method of subsistence to define them. If members of the group survive by hunting animals and gathering plants to eat, then anthropologists classify their group as a hunter-gatherer society. If the people tend to raise animals for meat, blood, or milk, then the society is called pastoralist. More stationary societies who grow crops to harvest are named agriculturalist, and those societies can eventually evolve into industrialized agriculturalist with the advent and implementation of fossil fuel-based technologies. By contrast, political scientists tend to categorize societies by their political structure. Who's in charge matters. Bands have loose organization and informal leadership traditions, often defaulting to the elders to make decisions and guide the youngsters. Tribes have a more structured society, heavily based on kinship relationships. Larger and more complex societies, called chiefdoms, involve multiple extended families under the control of one relatively permanent leader. Finally, the most complex political organization is called a state, which began making its appearance around 10,000 years ago, around the same time as the agricultural revolution. Sociologists bring all of these elements together to examine the ways that different groups of people manage their technologies, natural resources, and manpower. Thus, societies can be either pre-industrial, industrial, or post-industrial, depending on how they are organized, how they subsist, and how the resources are divided amongst the entire population. Pre-industrial societies accounted for the majority of all human societies until the 18th century. Agriculturally based, these rural societies tended to be fairly small and limited in their contact with other societies. There were a few social classes, and individuals were not socially mobile. If you were born to an artisan, then you became an artisan. Industrial societies arose in Western Europe and then the United States beginning in the late 18th century as the Industrial Revolution spread the idea and the technology of mass production. Using fossil fuels to massively increase the rate and scale of production, industrial societies could increase the carrying capacity of their land. More food equals more people. Specifically, more people were moving off of their farms and into new urban city centers. Closer to the factory jobs, people began experiencing the new lifestyle that urbanization afforded: poor living conditions, higher crime rates, and almost non-existent safety standards on the job. Post-industrial societies have retained their size and production capabilities, but have begun shifting their focus from the manual labor skills to the professional fields. Knowledge is power became a mantra, as previously isolated societies entered the global village, competing for far-flung markets and relying on new ideas to grow the economy. The service sector surpasses the manufacturing industry in the post-industrial society. People themselves, rather than the labor he or she can provide, are seen as inherently valuable assets. So, which type of societies do we see today? According to anthropologists, we can label the Yanomami people of South America as hunter-gatherers, the Maasai people of East Africa as pastoralists, and the Iranians today as agriculturalists. Political scientists call the Yanomami a tribe, and the United States a state. Sociologists might label the Yanomami pre-industrial, the Iranians as industrial, and the United States as post-industrial. Social scientists today generally agree that the United States and other post-industrialized nations are actually moving into a new category, an information society, that is defined by the reliance on computer technology and the Internet. Although some of the categorizations overlap between the social sciences, there is one common element amongst all human societies. A human society is a group of people who are related in some way, usually through family lineage, but more modernly through commerce as well. The members of a society usually, but in modern times not always, share the same culture or ethnicity. The borders of a society can shift as the population intermarries with surrounding groups or as a new market opens in a neighboring nation. If people are engaging together, or at least tolerating each other, then they exist as a human society. Let's review. A human society is a group of people who share a common lifestyle and organization. Anthropologists split societies into 4 types: hunter-gatherer, pastoralist, agriculturalist, and industrialized agriculturalist, based on their method of subsistence. Political scientists categorize societies based on political structure into bands, tribes, chiefdoms, and states. Finally, sociologists categorize societies based on how they use their natural resources into pre-industrial, industrial, and post-industrial.
Have you ever wondered what society was like before your lifetime? Maybe you wonder, in what ways has society transformed in the past few centuries? Human beings have created and lived in several types of societies throughout history. Sociologists have classified the different types of societies into 6 categories, each of which possess their own unique characteristics. Hunting and gathering societies, pastoral societies, horticulture societies, agriculture societies, industrial societies, post-industrial societies. Hunting and gathering societies are the earliest form of society. The members survive primarily by hunting, trapping, fishing, and gathering edible plants. The majority of the members' time is spent looking for and gathering food. A hunting and gathering society has 5 characteristics. 1. Family is the society's primary institution. Family determines the distribution of food and how to socialize children. 2. These societies are small compared to the others. They generally have less than 50 members. 3. Hunting and gathering societies are nomadic, which means that they move constantly in order to find food and water. 4. Members of hunting and gathering societies are mutually dependent upon each other. 5. Although there is equal division of labor among the members of hunting and gathering societies, there is a division of labor based on sex. Men are typically responsible for hunting, and women are typically gatherers. Pastoral societies began around 12,000 years ago. These societies rely on products obtained through the domestication and breeding of animals for transportation and food. Pastoral societies are common in areas where crops cannot be supported, for example, in North Africa. Unlike hunting and gathering societies, pastoral societies only have to move when the land in which the animals graze is no longer usable. Pastoral societies also allowed for job specialization, since not everyone is needed to gather or hunt for food. For example, while some people breed animals, others are able to produce tools or clothing, which allows for specialization in these areas. Horticulture societies emerged between 10,000 and 12,000 years ago in Latin America, Asia, and parts of the Middle East. These societies rely on the cultivation of fruits, vegetables, and plants in order to survive. Horticultural societies are often forced to relocate when the resources of the land are depleted or when the water supplies decrease. Also referred to as agrarian societies, agricultural societies rely on the use of technology in order to cultivate crops in large areas including wheat, rice, and corn. The technological advances led to an increase in food supplies, an increase in population, and the development of trade centers. This period of technological changes is referred to as the Agricultural Revolution and began around 8,500 years ago. Agricultural societies developed roughly in this order. Animals are used to pull plows. Plowing allows for cultivation of larger areas of land. Soil aeration caused by plowing leads to higher crop yields over longer periods of time. High volumes of food production allow people to build permanent homes in a single location. Towns develop, which eventually grow into cities. Job specialization increases as high-yield crops allow people to focus on skills and crafts other than farming. Fewer people are involved with food production, and economies diversify as a result. Industrial societies were developed with the Industrial Revolution that started around 1769. The Industrial Revolution began with England's improvement and use of the steam engine as a way to power machines. Industrial societies rely on advanced energy sources in order to run machinery. Changes that occurred in industrialized societies include innovations in transportation, including the creation of automobiles, the train, and steamship. Newly developed transportations allowed people and goods to travel longer distances. Since fewer people were needed to cultivate food, urban societies were developed. For the first time, more people lived in or near major cities than in farming areas. Suburban communities were developed. The development of mass forms of communication increased job specialization and the ability to harness electricity. Post-industrial societies have emerged in recent decades. Rather than focusing on production, these societies are economically focused on providing services and technology. The development and advancement of computer technology, television, and the creation of radio are all associated with the development of post-industrial societies. The three characteristics associated with a post-industrial society are 1. Focus on ideas instead of tangible goods as the driving force in economy. 2. Need for higher education due to the increased focus on information and technology. 3. Shift in workplace from cities to homes as technological advances have allowed work to be conducted in places other than offices. There have been 6 types of societies throughout history: hunting and gathering societies, pastoral societies, horticulture societies, agricultural societies, industrial societies, post-industrial societies. Hunting and gathering societies are the earliest form of society, while post-industrial is the most recent. Modern-day America is an example of a post-industrial society that is driven by ideas, technology, and services. Family is a complicated thing, isn't it? One day you're arguing over the remote, the next you're coming together for a big dinner, and then you get to fight over who does the dishes. But what happens if someone decides to pick on your little brother, or gossips about your sister, or insults your mother? There is nothing that makes someone angrier than when a family member is attacked in some way. Why is that? Why can we get so frustrated with our own relatives, yet get so angry when someone outside attacks them? One explanation is kin selection. Kin selection is a type of natural selection where individuals will sacrifice their own lives in an effort to save closely related organisms, therefore ensuring the survival of genes that they both share. You share a lot of things with your family, but at the most basic level, you share genes. Every individual inherits his or her genetic code from his or her parents. This is true for all living things, no matter how they pass their genes on. This also means that every living thing has genes in common with its parents, its siblings, and its offspring. Have you ever noticed that you look a lot like a beloved aunt? Or your brother is the spitting image of your grandfather? Those are common genes that you all share. Now, the whole purpose of reproduction is to pass genes on to the next generation. Scientists call this the biological imperative, or the biological drive for every living thing to reproduce and pass on genes. But have you noticed that not every single living thing on Earth has the ability to pass on its genes? I'm sure you've met people who can't have children, but did you know that there are animals that have lost reproductive ability completely? Honeybees, for example, are mostly all female and are mostly all infertile. They live in hives with a single queen that produces eggs, while hundreds of worker bees take care of everything else. If the whole purpose of life is to pass on genes, why are worker bees willing to take care of another bee's baby? Because the worker bees and the baby bees share a mother, which means they are all related and share the same genes. So, by caring for the new babies, the worker bees are making sure that those genes they share are going to be passed on to a new generation without having to have offspring themselves. This caring for closely related individuals at the expense of personal fertility is known as kin selection. Kin selection is a type of altruistic behavior. Altruistic behavior is a set of actions by an individual that benefits someone else, while often causing harm to the individual. This is a form of selflessness that helps others survive and reproduce. For a long time, altruistic behavior didn't make sense to biologists. Why would an animal cause itself harm? The whole point of living is to keep on living and to make more of yourself. So why do we see so many different examples of altruism in nature? It turns out that altruistic behavior is often responsible for the continuation of a species. When an individual is willing to harm itself for the greater good, the species is more likely to become stronger and reproduce more. Think about families that pull together to raise a child, or worker bees that share the rearing of young. Without that support, the next generation would be very weak. The sacrifice of others, their altruistic behavior, ensures the success of the next generation. So when an individual is willing to give up his or her own well-being for another, it's known as altruism. However, we've noticed that altruistic behavior isn't nearly as common among unrelated individuals as it is among family members. This observation brought about the theory of kin selection. While we thought the biological imperative acted on each and every individual organism, it apparently also works on genes. This is why you feel such a connection to your new baby niece, or want to protect your little sister, even if it means taking on the local bully. Your genes want you to protect your family. Think about this the next time you watch a honeybee give her life to protect the hive, or observe a kid defending his sister's honor. You're watching kin selection at work. Kin selection is a type of natural selection where individuals will sacrifice their own lives in an effort to save closely related organisms, therefore ensuring the survival of genes that they both share. The whole purpose of reproduction is to pass on genes to the next generation. Scientists call this the biological imperative, or the biological drive for every living thing to reproduce and pass on genes. Kin selection is a type of altruistic behavior. Altruistic behavior is a set of actions by an individual that benefits someone else, while often causing harm to the individual.
Are you who you are because of genetics or because of how you grew up? This old question of how much of a trait is genetically determined versus environmentally determined is referred to as the nature versus nurture debate. Nature generally refers to genes, while nurture refers to environment. This is an old debate. The dichotomy of nature and nurture is referenced in ancient Greek texts, and the English language comparison of nature and nurture is a turn of phrase you can find in the works of Shakespeare. Because of his 1690 work, Essay Concerning Human Understanding, the philosopher John Locke is generally regarded as the founder of the modern idea that we are a blank slate on which our environment writes our personality. Locke's ideas were controversial even in his own time, but garnered occasional support throughout the centuries. Charles Darwin's theory of natural selection swung the pendulum towards nature in the late 1800s after his famous work Origin of Species described natural selection. He used the word gemmules as a sort of space filler to describe the units of inheritance, which we would later discover to be genes, further backing up the nature side of things. However, behaviorists in the mid-20th century revived nurture and claimed that all human behaviors were acquired through conditioning. It was an important school of thought in psychology because it placed emphasis on factors that could be measured, such as your actions, unlike, say, your mind, mood, or free will. Behaviorism founder John Watson in 1930 put it this way: "Give me a dozen healthy infants, and I'll guarantee to take any one at random and train him or her to become any type of specialist." This idea has since been criticized for ignoring important genetic factors entirely, as well as things like your mood and mental state, which are certainly real, even if you can't measure them. Altruism was long thought to be unexplained by biology and therefore evidence for nurture. However, in the 1970s, Richard Dawkins popularized gene-centered evolution with his book The Selfish Gene, which proposed that genes could explain altruism. Geneticists worked out mathematically that altruism could be explained by its degree of relatedness to the beneficiary. In other words, you're more likely to rescue your brother than a second cousin, and more likely to rescue a cousin than a stranger. The model had a good deal of explanatory power and is still in use today. After that, genes or nature became so entrenched in our thinking that some scholars argued that we were unable to see past it. By the 2000s, most scholars agreed that the simplistic form of the nature versus nurture debate is outdated. Our behaviors and appearance are influenced by a combination of genes and environment. Psychologist Donald Hebb metaphorically put it this way: which contributes more to the area of a rectangle, its length or its width? Okay, so they are both factors. There are a lot of mysteries left, though, in teasing out where nature comes into play versus nurture, as can be seen with the concepts of phenotypic plasticity and epigenetics. Some well-documented examples of nurture at work is shown through phenotypic plasticity, when our phenotype, or traits, can change depending on the environment. For example, some rabbits can change their color depending on whether it's winter or summer. The sex of alligators is determined by the temperature of the environment in which they develop, and locusts are generally just quiet, solitary grasshoppers who turn into darker, stronger, destructive swarms from environmental triggers. Epigenetics is the relatively new study of traits that are inherited, but not because of genes. In other words, the traits that genes express change, even though the DNA instructions are still the same. For example, in methylation, as it relates to epigenetics, a single carbon is added to the outside of a strand of DNA which doesn't change the genetic information, but has the effect of turning off a gene, preventing it from being expressed. Epigenetics is an interesting modern form of the nature versus nurture debate because traditionally nature meant genes only. With epigenetics, changes can be acquired during the individual's lifetime, nurture, or even acquired from parents, nature. Let's review. The nature versus nurture debate is a debate about whether our characteristics are because of genetics or because of the environment. It's a very old debate. Darwin's theory of natural selection made our nature seem deterministic. 20th century psychologists, called behaviorists, on the other hand, argued that anything about human behavior could be taught in the proper environment. The book The Selfish Gene by Richard Dawkins then made behavior seem deterministic again in the 1970s by arguing that even altruistic behavior could be explained by genetics. Current science has come to the consensus that nature and nurture both affect individuals, but the interplay can be hard to tease out. For example, phenotypic plasticity is the flexibility of our traits as determined by our environment, like rabbits that change color in winter or temperature determining the sex of alligators. Epigenetics is the study of mechanisms outside of our genes that shape our traits and get passed down to the next generation.
In a secular society, the powers of the church and the state are separate. Basically, this means that the states governing cannot be the result of the policies and beliefs of any organized religion, and that no religious leader has automatic political authority. It also means that no person has to answer to any governmental authority for his or her religion. For example, you can run for a political office no matter what your religious beliefs are. In the world today, many societies have at least some degree of secularity. In the United States, there is no state-sanctioned church, meaning no church receives funding or endorsement from the government. And there are no automatic dual religious and political roles, meaning that no elected official automatically gains any role as a religious leader, and vice versa. Many people have expressed distaste for the U.S.'s relatively high degree of secularity, saying that they believe that American values should more closely reflect their religious beliefs. Other people point out that not all religious beliefs are the same. They feel that secularity is a founding virtue of this country and should not be changed. No matter what the current trends say, however, the idea of secularity isn't new. Modern ideas about the separation between church and state go back to before the founding of the United States, and both religious and non-religious people developed and implemented secularity in this country as a response to a certain set of problems. Many of the modern ideas about a secular society were born as a result of the violence of the Protestant Reformation in Europe. The Reformation is generally dated to 1517, when the friar Martin Luther nailed his 95 Theses to a Roman Catholic church in Germany. The document served primarily as a protest to key points in the Catholic doctrine. Luther's rebellion gained attention, and other people who wanted religious reform, such as John Calvin and Henry VIII of England, began to take action. Thus, the Protestant Reformation began. The Reformation gave rise to Protestantism, and conflict between the Protestants and the Catholics, who saw the Reformation as heresy, was inevitable. Because religion and politics were intertwined in European countries at this time, the conflicts became political as well as religious, and a lot of blood was shed. The final death toll from these various conflicts is difficult to estimate. In a single example, Germany is said to have lost 40% of its population from the 30 Years' War alone. The German example is a relevant one, as the war started over Catholic and Protestant differences, but eventually became a full-blown armed conflict among the nations of Europe. This conflict involved most of the major countries in Europe, including France, Poland, England, Germany, and many more. The lesson learned from these events was that when religious leaders have power over the government, unforeseen consequences can arise. Prior to the Reformation, most Western governments were conceived of as being merely worldly institutions, and therefore belonging under the authority of the Catholic Church. State power was used to enforce the will of the Church, and heretics could be put to death for believing unpopular ideas. The violence of the Reformation led people of both religious and non-religious beliefs to seek to limit the authority of religious officials over official government functions. This was not an attempt to reject religion in general, but a recognition that government authority should not come from the Church. It was believed that government and religion had different goals, and they should be able to pursue them independent of one another. The movement towards secularism did not happen all at once, as the authority of the church was an old idea. It took many years and many different events to change these ideas. In fact, nations with democratic governments still struggle with secularity today. As discussed, many people in the United States still believe that governmental policy should reflect particular religious beliefs. Most of the founders of the United States were religious people to one degree or another, ranging from devout, church-going Christians to anti-clerical deists. Regardless, they were deeply moved to act on behalf of their fellow citizens by both the tenets of their faith and their experiences as subjects of the British Empire. Though religious, the founders were aware of the potential consequences of too much religious power over government institutions. When they put together the Constitution, they wrote the First Amendment, in particular the Establishment Clause, in such a way that it separated church from state. This ensured that the official powers of the government were out of reach of organized religion. Another effect of the First Amendment was the process of shutting the government out of religious affairs. Many of the original colonies that made up the new nation had been founded upon the idea of religious freedom. However, at that time, the type of freedom many of the settlers originally sought was the freedom to establish their own government-sanctioned religious state. Religious freedom, in the case of Massachusetts, was a matter of having to hold puritanical religious views in order to be elected to office. Members of other faiths were routinely driven out of the colony, and some were even killed. Quakers were hanged by the state in 1659 to 1660, like in the case of Mary Dyer, seen here. And Catholics were barred from owning property or worshiping openly. Originally, only the federal government was shut out of religious affairs, while the states were still making independent decisions about secularity. It took the passage of the 14th Amendment in 1868 for the Bill of Rights, the first 10 amendments, to apply to the individual states. All right, let's now take a moment or two to review. In this lesson, we looked at secular society, in which the powers of the church and the state are separate. This is a relatively new phenomenon in human history. Every nation in the world, both past and present, has confronted the issue of how closely religion should be tied to politics. The best example of this that we looked at was the famous, or infamous, Protestant Reformation, which is generally dated to 1517, when the friar Martin Luther nailed his 95 Theses to a Roman Catholic church in Germany, serving primarily as a protest to key points in the Catholic doctrine, and leading to mass schisms across the continent. As a result of the Reformation, many countries, especially the United States, Canada, and Europe, have instituted at least some degree of secularity. Many of the founders of the United States were religious, but they believed secularity would protect the government as well as ensure religious freedom.
Communalism, like most ideologies, is a school of thought shared by a specific group of people. Specifically, communalism is the shared belief within a particular culture that promotes religious and secular isolation from another group. In other words, communalism is a form of segregation, only it's a segregation that the group being segregated actually chooses. In theory, there are many different reasons a group could become communalist, but typically these groups resort to isolating themselves based on religion. A communalist group believes that their loyalty should lie within the group that they're a part of above any other loyalty, like nationalism or loyalty to a country. Because their ideals and beliefs don't match those of other groups, many communalist groups even believe that they're a nation of separate confederacies rather than part of the country in which their members actually reside. Often, the trouble with communalism is that each group denies the fact that they have more commonalities with other groups than they have differences. This can result in groups becoming hostile to one another, which has given communalism negative connotations. But it's important to remember that it's not always the groups themselves that originally instituted the ideology of communalism. In India, for example, much of the communalism and resulting intergroup conflict between the Muslims, Sikhs, Hindus, and Christians was initially promoted by the British. Seems like a strange thing for a government to do, right? Let's explore why. Communalism didn't really become an ideology until the British colonization of India, making it a fairly modern concept. It got started after the British realized that when they promoted nationalism, minority groups might realize they had shared interests, become more dominant, and resist British control of India, which could have led to another revolt like the Revolt of 1857. So instead of promoting nationalism, the British encouraged groups to essentially isolate themselves from and reject other religious groups, especially the Muslims. Muslims were specifically targeted by the British because the concept of nationalism was slower to spread among them than it was with the Hindus, so they already identified as more of an outside group. By encouraging communalism, the British were able to exaggerate this sense of separation in order to maintain control. Essentially, this control was achieved by promoting fear. And it worked. During the 1880s, Muslims in India began to adopt communalism and isolate themselves in an effort to preserve their religious and secular beliefs. Keep in mind that just a few decades before, the Muslims and Hindus had fought side by side in the revolt of 1857, suggesting that they had once believed they had some important things in common, like resisting colonial rule. This new rise in communalism was influenced mostly by the British and rich landlords, so that they could maintain control of the colony. At the time, there were more Hindus than Muslims in India, and the British were able to exploit the fear Muslims felt because they were so outnumbered. The British suggested that Hindus would begin to suppress the economic interests of Muslims if they didn't defend themselves, creating fighting between the two groups that kept them from fighting back against the British again. This is not an uncommon practice even today, and even outside of colonial governments. For example, the American political system, especially during political campaigns, is notorious for promoting fear in an effort to win votes. Candidates often exploit the differences between cultures, effectively dividing the population. This is especially dangerous because it can evolve into fundamentalism. An important factor that popularized communalism in India was the lack of education and economic progress within the Muslim population. British influence in India emphasized science and more progressive ideas on industry and trade, while Muslim intellectuals remained traditional and non-progressive. The Muslim population also lacked focus on trade and industry, which made it harder for them to succeed economically. This made Muslims more susceptible to outside influences and essentially forced their commitment to communalism. Muslims also ended up being shut out of government, since education was essential for government positions and Hindus were more educated than Muslims. With fewer men in government and trade and industry, the Muslims continued to be exploited and controlled, which made them feel a greater need to protect themselves as a group, tightening the influence of communalism. Communalism is a shared ideology within one group that promotes the isolation of that group from others. Essentially, it's a form of self-segregation that hinges on a group's belief that it has more differences than similarities with other groups of people. In India, communalism was originally promoted by the British colonizers after the Revolt of 1857 in an effort to keep groups from joining together to fight British rule. Within India today, the concept of communalism is apparent in divisions between Hindus, Christians, Sikhs, and Muslims. One of the most predominant communalist groups in India today is the Muslims. Their relatively traditional way of thinking and lack of education, as well as a lack of focus on trade and industry during the late 19th century, contributed to their dedication to communalism.
You definitely don't need to be an anthropologist to understand that cultures change. In fact, all you'd really need to do is pick up an old high school yearbook or watch an old movie to understand that, with time, comes change. However, if you wanted to speak, shall we say academically, about the mechanisms that cause cultural change, you'd probably need to be familiar with the terms diffusion, invention, and innovation. Lucky for you, that's exactly what today's lesson is about. We'll get the ball rolling with one of the most common mechanisms of cultural change, diffusion. Diffusion is defined as the borrowing by one society of a cultural trait belonging to another society as the result of contact between the two societies. In really simple terms, it's what's happening when one society comes into contact with another society and ends up adopting some of the culture of that society as their own. Diffusion encompasses the notion that societies throughout time have borrowed from one another. For example, as I read this, I happen to be wearing a silk shirt. Now, when I take a look at the tag, I'm not at all surprised to read that it was made in China. Yes, I'm American, but here I sit wearing a silk shirt whose materials come from a land I have never set foot on. However, years and years ago, my Western European ancestors, who, on a side note, way back then would never have called themselves European, did visit China, and they liked the idea of clothing made out of silk. Now, it's not like someone created a grand edict stating all Europeans must wear silk. Instead, a few explorers saw it, liked it, and brought it home with them, allowing it to diffuse its way into European culture. Now, here I sit, centuries later, donning it. When speaking of diffusion, there are different types of this mechanism for cultural change. For instance, there is direct diffusion. As the name implies, this occurs when societies come in direct contact with one another. Again, using the example of my shirt, direct diffusion occurred when my European ancestors came across China's famous silk route. However, there is also indirect diffusion, which occurs when the culture of one society is transmitted to a second society, then, through the second society, to other societies. Again, using the silk shirt metaphor, I am wearing silk due to indirect diffusion. Generations and generations ago, several different groups of Europeans wearing silk landed in the Americas. After many, many years of both war and peace with each other, these Europeans got together and created the beginnings of a culture that would help to define American society. And in this society, you guessed it, we still wear silk. While indirect diffusion led to benefits transmitted from one society to another, the next type of diffusion is forced diffusion, similar to what happened to the Native Americans when the British colonized their people and lands. Forced diffusion occurs when one culture overpowers another culture and forces its culture onto the conquered group. In our example, I think we'd be safe to say that the Native American populations back then came to wear silk through forced diffusion. Our next mechanism for cultural change is invention. Speaking anthropologically, invention is defined as the process of creating new ideas to solve cultural problems. Now, it's important to note that when speaking of invention, anthropologists don't limit the term to just tangible objects, like wheels. They also use it in reference to the creation of intangible things, like government systems, languages, and even aspects of science, since all of these things are ways that man has come up with to make life easier or more controlled. However, to keep our discussion on invention simple, we'll use the old faithful example of the wheel. At some point in time, some human somewhere realized it was much easier to move things around if you had some sort of roundish-like object underneath it. No one really knows how this came about, but somewhere, somehow, it did, and lo and behold, the wheel was born. Yes, I'm guessing they were pretty cumbersome and hard to move around, but they were invented all the same. Now, lucky for us, wheels have become much easier to handle and control. This is where our last mechanism for change comes into play, innovation. In anthropology, innovation usually denotes the idea of taking a solution that already exists and making it better. For instance, and again, using the old trusty wheel example, the tires on my car are distant cousins of the first wheel. However, they're lighter, probably more durable, and definitely more user-friendly. This is because, as time has gone by, people continue to use innovation to make this very old invention better and better. In other words, cultures across time have continued to think of innovative ways to get things and people from point A to point B. Like invention, innovation is not limited to tangible things. It can also apply to intangible things. An example of this could be the way in which the world's democracies have taken the basic concepts of Greek government and made them, what we in the modern world might consider, better. For instance, unlike in ancient Greece, we women now have a vote. When speaking of mechanism for cultural change, anthropologists often use the terms diffusion, invention, and innovation. Diffusion is defined as the borrowing by one society of a cultural trait belonging to another society as the result of contact between the two societies. When speaking of diffusion, there are several types. There is direct diffusion, that occurs when societies come in direct contact with one another. There is also indirect diffusion, which occurs when the culture of one society is transmitted to a second society, then through the second society to other societies. Adding to this, there is forced diffusion, which occurs when one culture overpowers another culture and forces its culture onto the conquered group. As another mechanism for cultural change, we listed invention. Invention denotes the process of creating new ideas to solve cultural problems. Our last mechanism of cultural change was innovation, taking a solution that already exists and making it better.
Americans celebrate the 4th of July. The French celebrate Bastille Day. Argentinians celebrate El Carnaval de Pai. All over the world, different countries and different cultures engage in different holidays, customs, cultural practices, religions, and more. These differences make up our diverse world, but also create culture conflict. Culture conflict theory is also known as cultural deviance theory. This theory suggests that crime is caused due to the clash of values that arises when different social groups have different ideas of acceptable behavior. In other words, different social groups have different cultural beliefs and ideas which conflict, and this conflict sometimes leads to crime. In 1938, criminologist Thorsten Selin wrote a book entitled Culture Conflict and Crime that clarified the culture conflict theory. According to Selin, the root cause of crime is based upon various values and beliefs for what is acceptable behavior. The clash of these values and beliefs result in crime. Furthermore, since crime constitutes a violation of the law, a criminal act is simply a clash over what is the acceptable behavior. In addition, Selin referred to two types of culture conflict, primary conflict and secondary conflict. Initially, primary conflict occurs when the clash involves fundamental cultural beliefs. Secondary conflict involves less fundamental beliefs. Moreover, Selin indicated that secondary conflict exists between the middle class and lower class. He believed that members of the middle class go to work every day in order to make a living through a legal manner. Meanwhile, he posited that others engage in illegal activities in order to make a living. These illegal activities have been established by laws created by middle and upper classes. According to Selin, crime continues as these two classes clash. Let's take an example of culture conflict. Imagine that Misha is the daughter of Bashka. The family immigrates to the United States. They're from a country where all women must remain virgins until they are married. Misha meets a man here in the United States and they engage in premarital sex. Bashka learns of this encounter and he kills his daughter in accordance with his native country's tradition. The tradition is one which follows that the killing must be done as an honor killing to respect the family. This is an example of primary conflict, as Bashka's fundamental cultural beliefs conflict with the laws and cultural beliefs in the United States. The conflict led to crime. Let's look at another example. Imagine that James is a 6-year-old child from a family from another country that uses certain language that includes words that the United States considers to be foul language. James uses the words in kindergarten, and his teacher is appalled. James gets in trouble at school, but does not understand why. His family uses the words at home, so James does not think he did anything wrong, nor does his family. This is not an example of crime, but it is an example of culture conflict theory. Culture conflict occurs when crime arises due to a clash in values over what is considered acceptable behavior. There are two different types of cultural conflict, primary conflict and secondary conflict. Primary involves fundamental cultural beliefs, while secondary includes a conflict among the middle and lower classes.
When you hear the term modern, what comes to mind? The latest and best? The 21st century? While in everyday conversation we use the term modern to describe present technology and experiences, modernization, on the other hand, is a process that began much further back. Modernization is a term often used to describe the transformation from more traditional organizations of society to industrialized society, as we see in most cultures today. Put more simply, it is the transition from the past to the present. In this lesson, we'll go back about 1,000 years to consider the factors in how the world has become more modernized. Flashback to medieval England, where we meet a peasant named Agador. He's living in the pre-industrial society of feudalism. His personal world is quite small, and only his family and village are relevant to him on a day-to-day basis. It's a tough life, with severe punishments by local lords and the church if he does not follow their rules.
Unable to read or write, the information that he needs to know to survive is primarily about how to farm the land and other practical tasks. One factor in modernization is the industrial growth that has occurred since Agador's time. The work he performed during the Middle Ages as a peasant is now performed by machinery. The modern era is known in large part for this kind of change, where tasks that used to be performed on a very small scale can be done in far less time. Look around you wherever you are right now, and you'll probably find many objects that are mass-produced or created using some type of machinery. Modernization has also involved a shift to a market economy, where prices depend on supply and demand and on competition between private businesses. This economy emerged over time as conditions in various regions led to a change from more traditional forms of commerce. The ability to compete is very important for the survival of a business in a market economy. Each aim to find ways of doing things more efficiently and effectively through technological innovation in order to make more profit. For instance, businesses that use machinery were able to beat their competition. Technological innovations are not only good for business, but also have been put to use in other ways in society. Think of the impact of innovations like cars, radios, airplanes, television, computers, and the internet. These significant innovations have had a complex impact on human culture. One invention, the printing press, helped spark a dramatic increase in literacy, the ability to read and write, which fueled modernization. Literacy had spread in the past for other reasons, such as one region or religion conquering another and trade between those selling and buying goods and services. But a huge boost to literacy came when the printed word became more widely available. The printing press made this possible. As a result, more people were able to learn new information and ideas. New ideas can't be implemented without a process. This is where bureaucratization comes in. Bureaucratization is the process of establishing documented rules, regulations, and roles, including a hierarchy. During Agador's time, local lords and church leaders held considerable power over what happened in his life. Between the Middle Ages and today, political power became much more consolidated rather than spread out over many different groups with different laws. This consolidation of power led to the development of the nation-state as we know it today. While the peasant Agador would not have had a sense of national identity, a citizen of England today would be very conscious of this aspect of who they are in the world. The laws in Agador's particular region and village were likely different from the laws in another area, even within England. The transition to nation-states during modernization made the laws more consistent across regions. Countries today have laws that apply to all citizens. This is an example of bureaucratization. Many people complain about too much bureaucracy today, and this is because the term has come to mean too much structure, hierarchy, and excessive rules. No discussion of modernization would be complete without looking at the factor of globalization and its impact. Globalization is an increase in the communications and exchange of culture, commerce, and information across the world. Our medieval peasant Agador certainly had very little understanding of anything outside of his own community. Today we are more conscious of the world in which we live due to globalization. Many people debate the pros and cons of this trend. One benefit of globalization, according to some, is that individuals overall have more opportunities for social mobility as a result of economic and cultural changes in the world. Agador, living in feudal England, had no hope of going from being a peasant to being a lord in his society. In modern culture, a person can typically move more freely from one occupation or status to another compared with the past. But of course, some neighborhoods, nations, regions, and industries are more powerful and have more resources than others. Not every region has experienced modernization in the same way or is universally positive. Instead of viewing modernization as inevitable progress, most anthropologists see it as more complicated than that. Some people believe that globalization ultimately makes those who are rich richer and those who are poor poorer. In addition, new problems such as climate change and weapons of mass destruction are less desirable outcomes of modern society. In this lesson, we looked at the factors that influence modernization. Modernization is a term used by many to describe the transformation from more traditional organizations of society to industrial society. It can also be viewed simply as the transition from the past to the present, a process we are continually undergoing. One factor in this trend is the move to a market economy where prices depend on supply and demand and on competition between private businesses. This has contributed to an increase in technological innovation. Over time, society has experienced industrial growth, where work that used to be performed directly by human beings, typically in a farming setting, is now performed by machinery. Modernization has also involved an increase in literacy, which spread ideas further and faster than in earlier times. Societies experienced the establishment of documented rules, regulations, and roles, including a hierarchy, known as bureaucratization. Over time, political power became more centralized and led to the development of the nation-state. The world is more interconnected in many ways today due to globalization, an increase in the communications and exchange of culture, commerce, and information across the world. A person can typically move more freely from one occupation or status to another because of more options for social mobility, though there are many different viewpoints on the overall impact of globalization on the human condition.
Building a business had always been the biggest goal of Brady's life. He wanted to start it on his own and make it a proposition of which he could be proud. He had learned how to use a smoker from his mother and had several good family spice rub recipes that he was going to use to start a barbecue place. He had help getting the restaurant started, and the day came when he was able to open his doors. Before he got into the business, he checked the competition and determined the best place to locate. He had a good location in the town and no other barbecue restaurants within a couple of miles. Unfortunately, there was a long-established Chinese restaurant right next door. He began to have problems with the owner of that restaurant as soon as he opened, and the antagonism just got worse. Brady was realizing his dream, but he was also beginning to realize that he couldn't have opened without the cooperation of those who had helped him. He also saw that there was always going to be competition for customers and conflict with other business owners. Brady was in the midst of a class in social processes, whether he wanted to be or not. The term social process describes a change that is consistent within a society over time. Though many of these processes have been defined, the processes of cooperation, competition, and conflict are three of the most common and stable within a society. These three processes, along with the others that have been defined, are seen as interactions between individuals within a society. When people interact, there are a few outcomes that can happen. Among these possible outcomes are cooperation, which is when two or more people have a common goal that they work together to accomplish. Competition, which is when two or more people strive against one another to gain possession of some good or service. And conflict, which is a deliberate action in which one individual attempts to thwart the will of another. Direct cooperation is when people cooperate dependently, meaning they work directly together. Indirect cooperation is when people are working independently, separately, toward the same goal. Competition occurs in many endeavors such as athletics, business, and among nations. The concept of conflict is very broad and encompasses many different types of actions. Of course, these social processes do not always happen independently. People who are working together toward a common goal, cooperating, will often have a conflict until they resolve a difficulty in their decision-making. In an athletic competition, there is often a great deal of conflict between the opposing sides, but there is a great deal of cooperation among the members of each team. The primary difference between cooperation and the other two is that cooperation is associative, meaning that people are working together, while conflict and competition are, by nature, disassociative, meaning that people are working against each other. While it may seem that conflict and competition are similar enough that there is no need for both terms, there are differences. Conflict is directed toward another individual, but competition has no regard for the individuals involved. Within competition, there are many opportunities for cooperation, but conflict is the antithesis of cooperation, and conflict happens in a single, short-lived event, whereas competition is a process that continues indefinitely. It can also be said that many systems within society contain elements of both conflict and cooperation. No family is without conflict, but it endures due to the cooperation of its members. Let's review. A social process is a change that is consistent within a society over time. There are many different types, but cooperation, people working together toward a common goal; competition, people striving against each other to gain a product or service; and conflict, one individual opposing the will of another, are among the most common. The three social processes of cooperation, competition, and conflict are present everywhere in society, and it's not uncommon to have one or more processes occurring at the same time.
I wonder why all those people are crowded up over there. I don't know. I wonder if there's going to be a riot. Why do you think that? I was just learning about crowds in my sociology class yesterday. My professor told us about collective behavior. Collective behavior refers to the spontaneous and unstructured behavior of a group of people in response to the same event, situation, or problem, like this crowd of people, for example. These events do not conform to typical structures that other events are formed around, such as rules or laws, but are not necessarily deviant in nature either. Collective behavior can be characterized as being short-lived in nature, having no clear leaders or organization within the group, and having weak to little guidelines or procedures to follow. Examples of collective behavior may include a crowd doing the wave at a football game, a group of people forming around a street preacher, or even widespread interest in a new fad or product, like silly bands. I will explain collective behavior in sociology through three main forms: the crowd, the mob, and the riot. We are witnessing a crowd. The crowd is defined as a relatively large number of people in close proximity to each other. This is sometimes referred to as localized collectivities. The crowd reacts at once to a common focus or concern. This is different than the mass, which refers to people who are concerned about a common concern and influence each other's thinking, but are not within close proximity of one another, often referred to as dispersed collectivities. Crowds share characteristics. They do not define how to behave or share clear expectations on what will happen. They often feel something must be done right away to address their common concern. Attitudes and ideas about the common concern spread very quickly among crowd members. They often do and say things that they would normally not do, and they go along with the actions of others in the crowd. There are four different types of crowds. Casual crowd. This crowd probably formed as a casual crowd. That person holding the sign and standing on the platform over there probably prompted people to stop and listen. Casual crowds are loosely organized and emerge spontaneously. The people forming the crowd have very little interaction at first and usually are not familiar with each other. Conventional crowd. Conventional crowds result from more deliberate planning with norms that are defined and acted upon according to the situation. See, this crowd is starting to form a circle around the man on the platform. They have decided that this is the appropriate action to take. Expressive crowds. Expressive crowds form around an event that has an emotional appeal. It seems the man on the platform is talking about the recent tax hike that the city council approved. That may be why this crowd has become engaged and is growing. Acting crowd. An acting crowd refers to a crowd where the members are actively and enthusiastically involved in doing something that is directly related to their goal. This crowd is now chanting loudly, "Lower our taxes now." As we have seen, crowds can change types. When an acting crowd starts to engage in destructive and sometimes violent behavior, they become a mob. A mob is a crowd that is easily persuaded to take aggressive or violent action in order to gain attention or solve their problem. Mobs are dangerous because they often lead to behavior that an individual would not normally engage in and cause a lot of damage to physical property and others. We better get out of here. It looks like this crowd has turned into an angry mob. Another example of a famous mob is when Boston beat Vancouver in the 2011 Stanley Cup Championship. The disappointed fans turned on the city and lit cars on fire, busted storefront windows, and caused a lot of destruction. The difference between a mob and a riot is nuanced. A riot is a type of crowd that is not spontaneously formed as a mob, but involves larger numbers of people and lasts longer. The concern of the group is more widely known and defined. For example, the Chicago riot of 1968 illustrates how a small crowd, engaged in violence after the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr., confined to a neighborhood on the West Side, grew into a riot to consume 28 blocks of Chicago. 10,000 police were sent in to disperse the riot, 11 people were killed, and over 100 fires have been set. So in conclusion, collective behavior is when events and social processes emerge but lack structure or organization. These are spontaneous in nature and are often short-lived. Collective behavior includes crowds, mobs, and riots. Crowds are a group of people who share a common concern and close proximity of each other. Behavior for the people in the crowd is not defined, but the members of the crowd often feel something should be done immediately. There are different types of crowds. Casual crowds are loosely organized and emerge spontaneously. Conventional crowds result from more deliberate planning with norms that are defined and acted upon according to the situation. Expressive crowds rally around a concern that is emotionally charged, while an acting crowd enthusiastically engages in activities directly related to addressing the concern of the group. Crowds can quickly change types, and they often turn into mobs. Mobs are crowds in which the members are quick to take action and engage in behavior, sometimes violent, that they would not usually engage in. Riots have larger numbers of people and often last longer than crowds or mobs.
Social stratification refers to a system by which a society ranks categories of people in a hierarchy. In the United States, it is perfectly clear that some groups have greater status, power, and wealth than other groups. These differences are what led to social stratification. Social stratification is based on 4 major principles. 1. Social stratification is a trait of society, not simply a reflection of individual differences. 2. Social stratification persists over generations. 3. Social stratification is universal. It happens everywhere, but variable. It takes different forms across different societies. 4. Social stratification involves not just inequality, but beliefs as well. Inequality is rooted in a society's philosophy. Why does social stratification exist? And why are some countries more stratified than others? To analyze this question, we can look at social stratification through 3 major perspectives: structural functionalism, social conflict, and symbolic interaction. Structural functionalists argue that social inequality plays a vital role in the smooth operation of a society. The Davis-Moore thesis states that social stratification has beneficial consequences for the operation of society. Davis and Moore argue that the most difficult jobs in any society are the most necessary and require the highest rewards and compensation to sufficiently motivate individuals to fill them. Certain jobs like mowing grass or cleaning toilets can be performed by almost anyone, while other jobs such as performing brain surgery are difficult and require the most talented people to perform them. In order to lure the most talented people away from less important work, a society must offer those people rewards and incentives. Davis and Moore further claim that any society can be equal, but only to the extent that people are willing to let anyone perform any job. This would also require that even those who do their job poorly are rewarded equally. What would be the incentive for people to do their best if everyone was rewarded equally? Social conflict theorists disagree that social stratification is functional for a society. Instead, they argue that social stratification benefits some at the expense of others. 2 theories, Karl Marx and Max Weber, are the primary contributors to this perspective. Karl Marx was a German philosopher, sociologist, economist, and revolutionary socialist. He based his theory on the idea that society has 2 classes of people: the bourgeoisie, and the proletariat. The bourgeoisie are the owners of the means of production, such as factories and other businesses, while the proletariat are the workers. Marx argued that the bourgeoisie, owners, give proletariats, workers, just enough to survive, but ultimately the workers are exploited. As a result of this exploitation, Marx foresaw a workers' revolution. He believed that oppression and misery would eventually drive the working majority to come together and overthrow capitalism. The result would be a socialist utopia, where such extreme class differences would cease to exist. Despite Marx's prediction, capitalism is still thriving. Max Weber, also a conflict theorist, agreed with Marx that social stratification causes social conflict. Unlike Marx, he portrays social stratification as a multidimensional ranking rather than a hierarchy of two clearly defined classes. Weber saw three dimensions of social stratification in terms of a continuum. Social class for Weber included power and prestige in addition to property or wealth. Today, sociologists use the term socioeconomic status, SES, to refer to this ranking based on various dimensions of social inequality. Social stratification is typically analyzed from a macro-level perspective, such as conflict theory and functionalism. That being said, we cannot deny the fact that our social standing does affect our everyday interactions. For the most part, we tend to hang out with people who are very much like ourselves. A homeless person will most likely not be invited to a wine tasting party with a group of wealthy CEOs. Interactionists would also be interested in the reasons why we spend money the way we do. What we wear, the gadgets we use, and what we drive say something about our financial status. Conspicuous consumption is a term that sociologists use to describe that we buy and use products because of the statement they make about our social position. Why spend $150 on a pair of jeans when a $25 pair will work just as well? Social stratification refers to a system by which a society ranks categories of people in a hierarchy. Theoretically, we can analyze social stratification from three major perspectives. Structural functionists argue that social stratification is beneficial for a society, while a conflict theorist would argue that, rather than benefiting society as a whole, stratification provides some people with advantages over others. Finally, a symbolic interactionist would analyze how social stratification helps us see patterns of social inequality in our everyday lives.
Social inequality is the existence of unequal opportunities and rewards for different social positions or statuses within a group or society. Although the United States differs from most European nations that have a titled nobility, the U.S. is still highly stratified. Social inequality has several important dimensions. Income is the earnings from work or investments, while wealth is the total value of money and other assets minus debts. Other important dimensions include power, occupational prestige, schooling, ancestry, and race and ethnicity. Poverty impacts millions of people around the world, as well as in the U.S. Why do such social inequalities exist? Let's examine the two prevailing explanations of poverty, blaming the poor and blaming society. One approach to explain poverty is to blame the poor, that the poor are responsible for their own poverty. There is some evidence to support this theory because the main reason people are poor is the lack of employment. According to this view, society has plenty of opportunities for people to realize the American dream, and people are poor because they lack the motivation, skills, or schooling to find work. Another approach to explain poverty is to blame society, that society is responsible for poverty. While it is true that unemployment is a main contributor to poverty, the reasons people don't work are more in line with this approach. Loss of jobs in the inner city is a major contributor to poverty. There simply isn't enough work to support families. Social inequality affects nearly every dimension of our lives. For example, did you know that children from lower income families are 3 times more likely to die from disease, accidents, neglect, or violence during the first year of life than children born to middle and upper income families? In addition, on average, people with medium to high incomes also live 5 years longer than those with lower incomes. Politics also follow class lines. Because the wealthy benefit from the way society is organized, many people with wealth are often more conservative on economic issues, but more liberal on social issues. The opposite pattern seems to be true for people with lower incomes. They tend to be more conservative on social issues, but more liberal on economic issues, tending to favor government-sponsored social programs that benefit them. Finally, social class also impacts family life. Families with lower incomes tend to be larger than middle-class families, as people from lower incomes tend to marry younger and use less birth control. Another relevant pattern is that children from lower income families tend to be raised to conform to conventional values and respect authority. Children from middle and upper income families are often taught to express their individuality and imagination more freely. Social inequality is the existence of unequal opportunities and rewards for different social positions or statuses within a group or society. 2 approaches exist to explain why poverty exists. One explanation is to blame the poor, and the other is to blame society. Social inequality affects many aspects of our lives, including health, values and attitudes, politics, and even how we raise our children.
When you hear the word inequality, what do you think of? Do you picture the rich versus the poor? Do you imagine protests for equal pay between men and women? Do you think of those currently fighting for gay marriage? Throughout history, inequality has existed in our society. It seems like some people have just always had more wealth, power, and prestige than others. Unsurprisingly, this has resulted in a system by which society ranks categories of people in a hierarchy, what sociologists call social stratification. Think of nobility and commoners in medieval times as an example. Those of noble blood who lived a life of leisure were ranked far above peasants who worked off the land. Even today, some view manual laborers as the least respected members of society, while those who are part of high society are the most respected. Of course, our society is much more diverse than that. America is sometimes described as a kaleidoscope, made up of a tremendous variety of people from all backgrounds. Diversity in race, religion, education, and so on can certainly be a good thing. However, it can also lead to differences in the way people are treated and the opportunities available to them. For example, although we like to think that anyone can live the American dream and accomplish anything, that's not really the way it works in the real world. Those born to privilege have more opportunities to succeed and continue being privileged, while those who come from disadvantaged backgrounds don't typically have access to the education and types of jobs that would help to drastically improve their situation. Again, though, social stratification involves more than just the amount of money someone has today. Sociologists have identified 4 basic principles of social stratification. First, it is a trait of society, not simply a reflection of individual differences. Social stratification exists throughout the world. All societies have had it since before the Dark Ages. Second, it carries over from generation to generation. Status is long-term, and children are born with the same status as their parents. Third, it is universal but variable. Although it exists in all societies, its structure is different based on culture and history. Fourth, it involves not just inequality, but beliefs as well. The difference between the strata layers are often based not just on individual differences, but also on the attitudes that members of each layer have. To illustrate these principles, imagine a town where every resident was identical in every way. They looked the same, they had the same job, the same amount of money, and so on.
The only difference was that some residents had blue eyes instead of brown eyes like everyone else. The blue-eyed residents considered themselves better than the brown-eyed residents and were also treated as such. For decades, the blue-eyed residents befriended and married only those who also had blue eyes. One day, the brown-eyed residents purchased colored contacts so they could have blue eyes too. Horrified that they were no longer unique, the original blue-eyed residents purchased brown contacts so they would still be different and special. Now, let's apply the 4 principles of social stratification. Like all societies, this town created a social hierarchy. Status was determined by physical differences. If you had blue eyes, you were considered special. Since the physical characteristic was determined through genetics, your status was ascribed at birth and was the same as your parents. And not only were blue-eyed residents different physically, they actually believed that they were better than the brown-eyed residents. With what we've discussed so far, it may seem like social status never changes, that you are stuck with one status forever. This is mostly true of a closed system of social stratification, in which status is ascribed from birth. In a closed system, there is little to no social mobility, which is a change in position within the social hierarchy. However, in an open system of social stratification, status is achieved through merit or effort. In this meritocracy, as it is sometimes called, social mobility is more likely. Some people move downward in social status because of failure, disgrace, or illness. Others move horizontally, maybe switching jobs at the same level of the social hierarchy. And the fortunate few are able to move upward. We love stories of individuals who rise to fame from humble beginnings, such as Oprah Winfrey and J.K. Rowling. The United States and the United Kingdom both use a class system, an open system of social stratification that divides the population into separate classes whose members have different access to society's resources. There are typically economic and cultural differences between classes. The rich, who are part of a higher class, are sometimes described as the haves, and the poor as the have-nots. As an open system, social mobility between classes is possible through education and certain opportunities. At times, even blood relatives may have different social standings. However, there are disadvantaged groups that have much more difficulty changing status than others. The U.S. class system, which we'll discuss in depth in another lesson, is broadly divided into 3 main layers: upper class, middle class, and lower class. Again, those in the lower class that have come from disadvantaged backgrounds have much more difficulty moving up in society. In contrast with the class system, there are many societies that use the caste system, a closed system of social stratification in which the population is divided between hereditary groups. In these cultures, birth alone determines a person's entire future, with little to no allowance for social mobility based on individual achievement. If you are born into a low caste, it wouldn't matter if you cured all disease. You would still be looked down upon by those born into a higher caste. Typically, the societies that use the caste system are agrarian, rural, and dependent on agriculture. For example, India is almost always mentioned when discussing the caste system because it is prevalent in their traditional villages. There, people are dedicated to a lifelong routine of working the land and performing the same jobs as their parents. The caste system dictates not only the type of job one can have, but also the social interactions that are allowed. Marriage is only allowed between members of the same caste, and moving somewhere else to start fresh is not an option. In summary, social stratification is a system by which society ranks categories of people in a hierarchy.
Sociologists have identified 4 basic principles of social stratification. 1. It is a trait of society, not simply a reflection of individual differences. 2. It carries over from generation to generation. 3. It is universal but variable. 4. It involves not just inequality, but beliefs as well. It may seem like social status never changes, that you are stuck with one status forever. This is mostly true of a closed system, in which status is ascribed from birth. In a closed system, there is little to no social mobility. However, in an open system, status is achieved through merit or effort. In this meritocracy, as it is sometimes called, social mobility is more likely. For example, the United States and the United Kingdom both use a class system, an open system of social stratification which divides the population into separate classes whose members have different access to society's resources. Social mobility between classes is possible through education and certain opportunities. On the other hand, rural areas of India and other agrarian societies use the caste system, a closed system of social stratification in which the population is divided between hereditary groups. In these cultures, birth alone determines a person's entire future, with little to no allowance for social mobility based on individual achievement.
Today we are talking about class. Not that kind of class. Not that kind of class either. No, we're talking about social classes, the division of people within a society. Social scientists, the people who study humans and our societies across time, use the term social stratification to refer to this social system of hierarchies in which some people are elevated above others. Class plays an important role in the ways that people interact with each other within a society. Not that kind of class. There you go. Throughout history, there have been several ways for people to organize societies into different levels or classes. These range from societies with dozens of classes to those with no classes and absolute equality. Traditionally, class was connected to a person's wealth and position in society as a leader or worker. In fact, the word class actually derives from a Latin word used by Roman census takers as a category for a person of wealth. In the ancient world, your status and wealth were almost always inherited from your parents, meaning that class was also hereditary. If your grandparents were in the lower class, then so are your parents, and so are you. Your kids will be in the lower class too. In this system, class was used to assign rights and privileges. Only those in the upper classes, or the nobility, had certain rights, like the ability to own land. This was taken seriously, and throughout different cultures, people could be arrested or even executed for doing things outside of their class. In the 18th century, the association between class and family started to change. A little. There was less focus on your family and more directly on your wealth and position in society. The people of your class were the people with the same social, economic, or education status. This is when we see the rise of a middle class, a group of people who have more wealth and education than the lower class, but do not have control over the government like the upper class. This would change again in the 19th and 20th centuries, as the middle class had more options and the upper class was less often the only group to work in the government. Today, common classes include groupings of people by education, wealth, and potential, such as young professionals, blue-collar workers, or management. Still, class is most often tied to money. The philosopher Karl Marx stated that the idea of class reflects a relationship between a person and the means of production. In other words, do you make things, or do you own the business that makes things? In this system, the people who work but do not control production are called the proletariat. The people who own the production and live off the labor of the workers are the bourgeoisie. Marx's analysis was especially important throughout the 20th century when workers and managers clashed in dramatic class wars across the world. Since class is most often associated with wealth in some way, the people at the bottom of the class system are those with nothing. Poverty, or the lack of material resources, is seen in most class-based societies as hitting rock bottom. social scientists often look towards poverty as a way to determine the level of equality in a society. High levels of poverty can indicate a very unequal society, where a few people control most of the wealth. On the other hand, low poverty can suggest that a society is more equal, and wealth is shared by more people. Another thing that social scientists consider is how difficult it is to get out of poverty. Generally, poverty is temporary, and the people can gather the wealth to raise their social class to the next level. The ability to move up and down in a society is called social mobility. This is another indicator of equality. If a culture has high social mobility, meaning people have many opportunities to increase their social status, they tend to value equality. On the other hand, if it is very difficult to change your social status, your society may be less focused on equality. Throughout much of history, most kingdoms and empires had low social mobility because their income was based on other people's labor. The peasants worked and the nobles got the profit. Not a very equal society. Many modern societies, however, take equality pretty seriously and have greater social mobility. The division of people within society that elevates some over others is called social stratification. This system of social division is called a class system, and it is common across almost all human cultures. Throughout history, there have been many class systems of various degrees. Most are based on wealth and social status. Many ancient civilizations also had hereditary class, where your social status was determined by your birth. In the 18th century, class became more associated with wealth and education, and in the 19th century, these also defined potential for social growth. Overall, however, class systems are generally divided into people who work and people who own the factories or farms where people are working. This division was first recognized by the philosopher Karl Marx. Since most class systems are based on wealth, the lowest class is composed of people who live in poverty. In many cultures, poverty is permanent. These cultures have low social mobility, or the ability to change social classes. In societies with greater levels of equality, poverty is low and social mobility is high. Class is an important part of all major societies, so stay in class and stay classy.
Several times in this class, we've discussed the diversity of the U.S., including significant inequalities between social classes. But throughout history, inequality has existed everywhere. It seems like some people have just always had more wealth, power, and prestige than others. As a result, society is stratified. Social stratification is a system by which society ranks categories of people in a hierarchy, and we've talked about it in depth in other lessons. In this lesson, we'll focus not on how classes of people are stratified, but how entire nations are stratified in relation to each other. Global stratification is social stratification on a global scale. Where social stratification draws attention to inequalities between smaller groups of people, global stratification draws attention to inequalities between entire countries. For a long time, Americans have used three categories to stratify nations: first, second, and third world. However, these world categories were socially constructed during the Cold War. The first world included the U.S. and other capitalist nations. Communist nations made up the second world, and the third world was everyone else. So the categories were originally based on political ideology. Over time, they started to also be used as economic definitions. For example, when you hear about a third world country, you probably think of an undeveloped nation with widespread suffering. Although the three-world model was useful during the Cold War, it is less useful today as it does not accurately reflect the uneven distribution of resources and power among nations. For one thing, it lumps together over 100 nations as the third world. Some of the nations in this category are much more industrialized than others and make enough money that they certainly cannot be counted among the poorest countries of the world. For this reason, among others, sociologists now categorize countries based on gross domestic product,
which is an indicator of a country's wealth and standard of living. As with social classes found on a smaller scale, money is the biggest determinant of status when it comes to global stratification. Most of the important differences between nations originate from their degree of wealth or poverty. Therefore, the most popular global stratification categories today are high, middle, and low income countries. Let's look at the characteristics of each of these. First, high-income countries are the richest nations with the highest overall standards of living. Rich nations are generally those who were the first to industrialize. They are capital-intensive and utilize advanced technology. High-income countries include approximately 25% of the nations in the world, yet they hold most of the world's wealth. Three examples are the United States, the United Kingdom, and Japan. Although these nations do have many poor people, most of the poor still have a better standard of living than the lowest income nations. The largest proportion of the world's nations, about 42%, falls into the middle income category. Middle income countries have average income and a standard of living about average for the world as a whole. India, Egypt, and Mexico are examples of middle-income countries. Most of these nations became industrialized relatively late in the 20th century, so they aren't nearly as advanced or wealthy as high-income countries. And although life is substantially better for these people than their low-income neighbors, it's not even close to the lifestyle of most in high-income countries. The remainder of the world's nations, about 33%, fall into the last category, low-income countries, which are those with a low standard of living in which most people are poor. Ethiopia, Haiti, and Afghanistan are examples. Low-income countries are mostly agricultural. Only some have, very recently, started to industrialize. They are plagued with insufficient housing, unsanitary water, infectious diseases, malnutrition, and even starvation. They also experience higher birth rates, higher death rates, particularly among children, and lower life expectancies than other countries. In summary, global stratification is social stratification on a global scale. Where social stratification draws attention to inequalities between smaller groups of people, global stratification draws attention to inequalities between entire countries. For a long time, Americans have used three categories to stratify nations: first, second, and third world. Although the three-world model was useful during the Cold War, it is less useful today as it does not accurately reflect the uneven distribution of resources and power among nations. Sociologists now categorize countries based on gross domestic product, which is an indicator of a country's wealth and standard of living. High-income countries are the richest nations with the highest overall standards of living. They include approximately 25% of the nations in the world, yet they hold most of the world's wealth. The largest proportion of the world's nations, about 42%, falls into the middle income category. Middle income countries have average income and a standard of living about average for the world as a whole. The remainder of the world's nations, about 33%, fall into the last category, low-income countries, which are those with a low standard of living in which most people are poor.
There is no doubt that the population of the world is growing very rapidly. A few decades ago, there were barely 2 billion people on the planet. Within a few short years, the world's population will reach 8 billion. While countries like India and China deal with having more than 1 billion residents each. Instability in global food supplies, pollution, and a lack of resources have also increased over that time period, and there are concerns that those issues are not getting any better. Luckily, both states and natural forces are able to slow population growth, but as we'll see, it's better for all involved to avoid some of the natural forces that restrict population growth. One of the most common fears about overpopulation is running out of food. After all, you can't create more land, and with the exception of a few hydroponic crops grown in water, you need land to grow food. However, it's important that we temper our fears here. History has shown that humanity will find ways to overcome issues of scarcity when it comes to food if given the proper motivation and enough time. We saw this in the past century with the creation of both artificial fertilizer and crops bred to produce higher yields. In many ways, our current population explosion is catching up with those new limits. What can happen is short-term food scarcity, and sadly this is far too common. This is especially true in poorer states. Few of us probably know the price of bread off the top of our heads. This is because we really don't have to think about it, due to economic prosperity. We know that we can buy a store-brand loaf for around $1 or $2, or spend more for other breads. If the store goes from $1 to $2 for a loaf of their white bread, we don't think of it much. Meanwhile, families struggling on fewer than $2 a day in developing countries definitely feel that crush. What we in the United States definitely will know the price of is gasoline. For those of us who don't have public transit options, gas prices are a definite fact of life. In fact, they're a great way of looking at how short-term and long-term scarcities affect goods as well. Instability in the Middle East or an oil platform's ruin may drive prices up in the short term, while a peace deal or normal operation could cause them to drop. However, hard as it is to believe, over the long term and adjusted for inflation, gas is actually cheaper than it has been in the past. This is because humanity can adjust for scarcities in the long term better than those in the short term. Just like food shortages, energy companies innovated. The current oil sands growth in places like Canada and North Dakota is a great example of this. In the past, oil sands were thought to be not worthwhile to pursue, but now the technology exists to make such work profitable. The same proves true for other sources of energy. Solar power and wind energy have only now become profitable due to more advanced technology, as well as increased demand both now and in the future. Still, short-term instability is more than enough to topple a government. Limiting the likelihood of future short-term instability is thus a goal of many governments. Perhaps no country has done this as extremely as China. Established in the 1970s, China's one-child policy effectively sought to halt population growth. With more than 1.5 billion people, this is understandable, since short-term instability in a country of that size would be a real problem. By providing incentives to have only one child and creating penalties for larger families, China slowed its population growth rate, meaning that there is a lower likelihood of supply-related short-term instability. The policy ended in October of 2015. Other countries have employed less extreme official methods, but none have seen the drops of China. Instead, market forces have taken over in rich countries to slow population growth. Simply put, women are deciding to focus on careers, further education, or really anything other than having large families. As a result, many developed countries have small birth rates, with several below 2 children per woman. In short, those countries are shrinking. At the opening of the lesson, I said that it was a good thing that humanity is starting to slow its growth. Again, it's not that we couldn't support a larger population, it's just that populations have growing pains when they expand. For example, famines are widespread scarcities of food that can be caused by many things, like being unable to grow enough crops during a drought. A famine for a well-supplied population wouldn't cause much suffering, but a population that has no surplus in normal times would suffer greatly. Additionally, disease outbreaks affect densely populated regions. Think about it like this. As the world becomes more populated, some areas become very overcrowded. When there is overcrowding, sanitation and hygiene begin to suffer. Where are you more likely to catch the common cold? A bus with only one person on it who happens to have the cold, or a very crowded bus where the germs can freely move from person to person? The same reasoning applies to other diseases as well. In this lesson, we looked at the consequences of rapid population growth. Contrary to what many think, it is not long-term issues of resources and food that are the danger, but instead short-term shortages. Still, short-term shortages can end a government, so states and societies work to limit their birth rates. This is for the best, because natural methods like disease and famine cause considerably more suffering than a lower birth rate.
According to the FBI, a juvenile is anyone under the age of 18 regardless of how each individual state defines a juvenile. A delinquent is an individual who fails to obey the laws. Juvenile delinquency is defined as an individual under the age of 18 who fails to abide by the laws. There are three common theories on juvenile delinquency. The three theories are the enemy theory, the subculture theory, and the differential opportunity theory. Enemy theory. The enemy theory was first written in the 1940s by Robert Merton. Merton's theory explains that juvenile delinquency occurs because the juveniles do not have the means to make themselves happy. Their goals are unattainable within legal means, so they find unlawful means by which to attain their goals. An example would be a juvenile who has a goal to get a job and purchase a car. The juvenile is not able to find a job to make money, so he either steals a car or he steals money to purchase a car. Subculture theory. Another theory about juvenile delinquency is the subculture theory. In 1955, Albert Cohen developed the subculture theory, which is a culmination of several of his theories. The subculture theory is much like it sounds. Juveniles that do not meet the social standards seek validation from a subculture. The subculture group is formed of other juveniles who also do not meet the social standards. These groups then act in manners that are not socially acceptable and rebel against the socially acceptable standards. According to Cohen, juvenile delinquency is a product of society. The juveniles commit crimes, such as stealing, because it is not a social norm, and they do it to fit in with their subculture. Differential opportunity theory. The differential opportunity theory does not fully support Cohen's theory that juveniles become delinquent when they do not meet society standards. Differential opportunity theory, developed by Richard Cloward and Lloyd Olin in 1960, believes that opportunity plays a role in juvenile delinquency. Cloward and Olin's theory states that if juveniles have more opportunities to succeed, then they would be less likely to turn to subculture groups for validation. Additionally, the differential opportunity theory believes that there can be other circumstances besides social factors that add to a juvenile's delinquency. Cloward and Olin's theory believes that the juvenile may be successful during school, but may fail to find gainful employment. The inability to find gainful employment can lead the juvenile to be delinquent, and not the social factors. The differential opportunity theory differs from the subculture theory because there are reasons other than social factors that can lead a juvenile to be delinquent. If the juvenile has more opportunities, they are more willing to succeed than to join a subculture. The theories try to explain juvenile delinquency, but it is the FBI that collects the data about juvenile delinquents. In 2010, the FBI collected data on juvenile delinquents, and the following are facts about the data collected. The Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Act was signed into law on September 7, 1974, marking the start of the Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention, or OJJDP. The OJJDP has programs in place to prevent delinquency and provides funding to states that have programs who work with at-risk juveniles. Most juvenile delinquency cases are drug-related cases, followed by driving under the influence and larceny theft cases. There were approximately 13 million juvenile delinquents arrested for 28 different crimes. 70% of juvenile delinquency cases had male offenders in 2018. Juvenile delinquency declined 5% from 2017 to 2018. Let's review. Juvenile delinquency is when an individual under the age of 18 commits unlawful acts. There are three common theories that try to explain the juvenile's actions: enemy theory, subculture theory, and differential opportunity theory. These theories all differ in the reasons juveniles are delinquent. The FBI collects the data about juvenile delinquency arrests, and the numbers are dropping. The Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention OJJDP Act was signed into law in 1974 and continues to help states work with at-risk youth.
Edna just celebrated her 90th birthday. Instead of being happy, though, she's feeling very blue. In the past 10 years, her husband has passed away, she started to lose her hearing, and her son moved her into a nursing home. Since moving into the nursing home, Edna has been feeling stressed out and anxious. All the nurses and people buzzing around her make her feel very scared. Sometimes the only thing that gets Edna through the day is a couple of glasses of wine that her granddaughter sneaks into the nursing home for her. Aging comes with a new set of issues. Many people are aware of the physical challenges that can come with aging: less flexibility, loss of fitness, and an increase in disease. But there are also some psychological issues that come as people age. Geriatric psychology looks at the mental health issues of people over the age of 65. Like Edna, many older patients find themselves feeling depressed and anxious. In addition, problems like substance abuse and late-onset psychosis can occur in senior citizens. Let's look closer at 4 mental health issues that geriatric psychologists deal with: depression, anxiety disorders, substance abuse, and psychotic disorders. Edna's feeling really down in the dumps. It's not just a passing sadness. It's been this way for a while now. Not only that, but she feels so blue that she is disengaged from her normally busy social life. Edna is experiencing depression, a mood disorder that involves excessive feelings of sadness. There are many warning signs of depression, including feeling sad, losing interest in the things that the person used to enjoy doing, and feeling tired or out of sorts. Unlike normal grieving, or just feeling a little down, depression doesn't go away. Instead, people with depression find that it's chronic. That is, it lasts a long time. People over age 65 can experience depression that is triggered by life changes. The loss of a loved one, like when Edna's husband passed away, is an example of a life change that can trigger depression. In addition, older adults often face health changes and challenges that can cause depression, such as the fact that Edna is losing her hearing. Finally, a loss of independence can make people feel frustrated and depressed, such as the fact that Edna has been moved into a nursing home. Depression can be treated with drugs and therapy. Unfortunately, some older adults do not reach out for help because they are too proud or because they were raised at a time when depression was seen as a sign of weakness. Depression isn't the only mental health problem that is common with the elderly. Remember Edna? Since her son moved her into a nursing home, she's been feeling very stressed out and anxious. Anxiety disorders are psychological issues that center on feelings of fear and sometimes include panic attacks. There are many types of anxiety disorders, including phobias, social anxiety disorder, and panic disorder. As with depression, anxiety is often triggered in older adults because of life changes. If Edna has spent the majority of her adult life in her own home, raising her kids there, eating breakfast and dinner with her husband there, and having parties there, moving somewhere else can be a stressful life change that can cause anxiety. In addition, stresses of aging like memory loss and poor health can cause or exacerbate anxiety disorders. Depression and anxiety often goes hand in hand. Older adults with anxiety might become less social, fixate on a routine, and become overly focused on safety. They might even avoid social situations. As with depression, anxiety disorders can be treated with drugs and therapy. Aging comes with many physical changes. People find that they have issues with spicy food, for example, and that their metabolisms aren't what they used to be. Likewise, the way that the body handles drugs and alcohol might be very different from the way it used to. Older adults who never had any problems with a drink or two might suddenly find that they become tipsy after their usual amount. Also, many elderly people are on multiple medications, which can interact with each other and with alcohol in sometimes surprising ways. Because of the biological changes going on in their bodies, and because of the interaction of substances, some people who did not have substance abuse problems before find themselves with addiction problems. Addiction can also be triggered by life changes, stress, depression, and anxiety. Remember how Edna needs a couple of glasses of wine to get through the day at the nursing home? Her depression and anxiety have made her so on edge that she has become addicted to the alcohol's ability to calm her down. Older adults who have addiction problems are treated the same way as others who have addiction problems. Counseling is the first choice for treatment, either individual counseling or group counseling. There are some drugs that can help with addiction as well, but they are usually used as a last resort. Edna is struggling, but she's not the only one. Her friend Erwin has been having some problems of his own. Erwin is in his 70s and has always been pretty normal. Recently, though, he's been seeing and hearing things that aren't there, like a big pink dog that follows him around and talks to him. Erwin's hallucinations are one symptom of a psychotic disorder, a mental illness that involves losing touch with reality. Psychotic symptoms can be a result of many different things, including medical problems like dementia and delirium that are common in older adults. When someone like Irwin begins to show signs of psychosis, his doctor has to decide if his symptoms are a result of a psychotic disorder, an underlying medical condition, or something else. One question that doctors have to answer is whether or not there were signs of psychosis earlier in life. Often, older people with psychotic disorders showed subtle warning signs earlier in their lives. Whatever the cause of the psychosis, there are many ways that it can affect an elderly patient. Emotional distress in both the patient and their loved ones are common. For example, Irwin is understandably upset about the pink dog following him around. So are his children, who worry that their father is going crazy. Treatment for psychosis later in life involves determining and treating the underlying cause of the psychotic symptoms. Therapy and environmental changes, like putting a patient in a nursing home, can help. Finally, antipsychotic drugs can sometimes work, though they come with some serious side effects. In addition, antipsychotic drugs are not recommended for patients who are suffering from dementia. There are many mental illnesses associated with older adults. These psychological problems are studied under the umbrella of geriatric psychology. 4 common problems that can affect elderly patients are depression, anxiety disorders, substance abuse, and psychotic disorders. Each of these occurs in younger patients as well, but are especially problematic in older adults.
Chris is a 12-year-old who has a condition called cerebral palsy. Specifically, his form of cerebral palsy is called moderate spastic diplegia, which means his leg muscles continually contract, making his legs stiff and difficult to bend or relax. Chris walks with a slow, jerky motion and cannot run. He wears braces on his legs to pull his feet into a flexed position and allow walking. He also takes several medications to alleviate his symptoms. Does Chris have impairment, a disability, a developmental delay, or a handicap? While many people use these terms interchangeably, they mean different things, although the differences might seem subtle at first. Each term refers to a situation in which a person experiences a condition that keeps them from functioning as ably as an average person. Generally speaking, impairment is the actual condition, while a disability is the restriction of ability caused by the condition. A developmental delay is an interruption in a child's development without a known cause. Finally, a handicap refers to the way impairment restricts a person's functioning. Let's take a closer look at each of these terms. The term impairment refers to a person's actual abnormality or condition. Impairment is the specific problem with the person's body. The World Health Organization defines impairment as any loss or abnormality of psychological, physiological, or anatomical structure or function. Chris has impairment. His impairment is his inability to flex or relax his stiff legs. Because he has cerebral palsy, his impairment is not expected to get better or significantly worse. Though there are measures that can be taken to aid Chris, his impairment is considered to be permanent and irreversible. Now, let's look at disability. A disability is the restriction or limitation caused by the impairment. The World Health Organization defines disability as any restriction or lack of ability to perform an activity in the manner or within the range considered normal for a human being. In other words, disability refers to the person's inability or reduced ability to perform a particular function. A disability is a functional limitation. Chris is disabled. His difficulty walking and inability to run are disabilities. The level of his walking disability is improved through the braces, and there may be other aids that can improve his ability to walk and run. However, both disabilities are considered permanent and irreversible. Some disabilities are known as developmental disabilities. A developmental disability is a chronic problem that results from impairment. They are known as developmental because these disabilities appear between birth and 22 years of age. The disability continues for the duration of the person's life. For example, Chris has developmental disabilities because he experiences limitations resulting from impairment he's had since birth. Because of the nature of Chris's impairment, it would have surfaced no later than the age he attempted to crawl or walk. He will experience these limitations throughout his life. We should note that a developmental disability is not the same thing as a developmental delay. What's the difference? A developmental delay refers to a situation in which a child does not achieve an expected developmental milestone, but the cause is not yet known. For example, a baby is expected to roll over by herself by the time she is 6 months. Rolling over is a developmental milestone. Let's say Chris's sister Cassie was 8 months old and had still not rolled over. Cassie's pediatrician deemed that to be a developmental delay because Cassie seemed otherwise healthy. Cassie began rolling over a few weeks later, which is not unusual. Unlike developmental disabilities, developmental delays are temporary. The child will either meet the milestone eventually, or an underlying impairment will be discovered. Lastly, let's look at the term handicap. A handicap is the way the impairment restricts or limits the person's normal functioning. The World Health Organization defines handicap as a disadvantage for a given individual that limits or prevents the fulfillment of a role that is normal. It's the result or impact of the disability on the person's quality of life. It's important to note that not all disabled people are also handicapped. Disability describes the person's limitation, while handicap refers to the impact the person's disability has on normal life activities, such as going to school or driving a car. Chris is handicapped. His cerebral palsy restricts his ability to move as freely as other children his age. Because of these restrictions, he is unable to play most sports, since he cannot run. He is unable to climb the stairs at his school. He sometimes needs personal assistance in his classroom and requires extra time to get to his classes. These are handicaps that result from his physical limitations. Many people use the terms impairment, disability, developmental delay, and handicap interchangeably. However, these terms do not mean the same thing. Impairment refers to the actual abnormality or condition. A disability is the restriction or limitation caused by the impairment. A developmental delay occurs when a person does not achieve a developmental milestone, and the cause is unknown. Finally, a handicap refers to the way impairment restricts a person's normal functioning.
So you can have an overview of what reasonable accommodation entails. Let's begin with its definition. The U.S. Department of Education defines reasonable accommodation as a change or adjustment to the way things usually are in order to attend the needs of individuals with disabilities. The reason for a change of adjustment is to ensure individuals with disabilities have the same opportunities as others to participate in job performance, the purchase of goods and services, and the services and programs the government enables. The legal basis for reasonable accommodation is mainly under the Americans with Disabilities Act, or ADA, which was signed into law in 1990. The definition of reasonable accommodation probably makes you wonder who are considered individuals with disabilities. It is important to understand that the ADA defines disability as a physical or mental impairment that substantially limits one or more major life activities. While the law does not specify a list of physical or mental impairments, they include but are not limited to autism, the inability to walk, chronic diseases, memory loss, hearing loss, blindness, etc. Organizations that specialize in disabilities have very long lists of more physical and mental impairments you may want to check. Now that we have the definitions under our belt, let's take a look at some examples of reasonable accommodations. Eliminating tasks that are not essential assists a disabled person who could, in exchange, do something else. For example, your employee has a speech impairment. It is not absolutely necessary she answers the phone. Thus, you eliminate this as a duty for her, who can instead do filing for her coworkers. Having schedule flexibility means you might have to allow an individual with a disability to take reasonable time to attend a personal need that relates to the disability. For example, your student has a disease that requires special medication at specific times. Thus, you allow him to leave class in order to take his medication. Similarly, an employee may have to be absent for a day or two during the week to receive dialysis. You can accommodate for her or him by agreeing to a weekly 3-day work contract, or the employee could agree to recuperate the hours on weekends or work from home. Allowing animals to enter a facility refers to service animals, which are those who assist their owner with a disability. For example, a teacher in your school suffers a respiratory condition and her dog carries a device that provides oxygen. Even though animals are not allowed on the school premises, your teacher has the right to have her animal service with her at all times. Allowing personal assistance or devices has to do with cases when an individual needs an assistant or a device to minimize the limitations a disability imposes. For example, you have a student who has limited motor skills and a speech impairment. A personal assistant helps her to hold or reach objects whenever necessary. In addition, the student carries a speech synthesizer that allows her to communicate with others. Your school must accept the presence of the assistant and the usage of the speech device. Having wheelchair access refers to the physical space a building should have in order to facilitate wheelchair access. For example, you would install a ramp to allow for wheelchair access in your business or workplace. Providing interpreting services means to provide aid for customers or employees who may need interpreters due to a disability such as deafness. The advantage in the law is that Section 504 of the ADA regulates available grants to fund interpreters in the context of ongoing services of interpretation. For example, a sign language interpreter is usually available in airports in case a customer requires one to understand a customs official. Having dress code flexibility enables people with disabilities to wear clothing or any other object that has relation with the disability. For example, say students in your school usually wear blue jeans with a school sweater as uniform. Your student who is on a wheelchair may be more comfortable if she or he wears sweatpants instead. Your accommodation consists of allowing the student wear such clothing despite the school dress code. Establishing a dedicated evacuation plan requires a school or any other institution to have a special evacuation plan for people with disabilities. The reason is, lack of full mobility, hearing impairment, visual impairment, etc., could put a disabled person at high risk during evacuation. For example, if you have a student who is in a wheelchair, the school could designate the class teacher to move the student out of school through the proper ramp. Providing test facilities to students requires a school to assist a student with very specific limitations that arise from a disability in the context of tests. For example, say you have a student who has a physical disability that impedes her or him to form letters or numbers. Your accommodation for such student consists of giving an oral test instead. As you see, there are many ways to attend disabilities. However, when it comes to tests and school assignments, work requirements, or customer services, the accommodation must remain reasonable. This means that the accommodation cannot represent an undue burden for anyone as per the law. In a school setting, the accommodation cannot alter the quality or content of curriculum expectations. Also, an accommodation cannot weaken academic standards or go against policy. In short, a reasonable accommodation helps a disabled person but never gives her or him an unfair advantage over others. This lesson defines reasonable accommodation with a legal basis, and it also provides you with examples of accommodations. Some of these accommodations include elimination of non-essential tasks, schedule flexibility, presence of service animals, etc.
Feral children are children who have lived with limited or no human contact due to abandonment or confinement by their parents and have suffered developmental problems as a result. They have often been represented in folklore and children's stories as living in the wild and being raised by animals. Tarzan from Tarzan of the Apes and Mowgli from The Jungle Book are two well-known examples of fictional feral children who grew up in the wild. However, these stories don't portray the circumstances of abuse and neglect, nor the serious effects this kind of upbringing can have. Let's examine these developmental impacts in more detail and look at some notable cases of feral children. When one imagines a feral child, also sometimes referred to as a wild child, one might imagine a healthy-looking child dressed in a loincloth, swinging from tree branches and communing with jungle creatures. Typically, folklore has portrayed these children as strong and well-adjusted, In most fictional stories, it's implied that these children have a basic sense of humanity and are able to reintegrate into human society without too much difficulty. However, this is a gross misrepresentation of reality for most of these children. Due to a lack of human connection, most feral children suffer mental impairments, diminished language ability, a lack of social skills, and physical problems. During our formative years, we learn how to behave in accordance with our culture through a process called enculturation. We learn how to speak the language of our society through example and formal education. Through interaction with our parents, other adults, and peers, we acquire the social skills required to relate to other humans, and we develop an understanding of our culture's values and rules. Feral children are deprived of this important socialization process. Depending on their age and number of years in isolation, feral children have difficulty learning language skills. The reason for this has been hotly debated among psychologists, sociologists, and linguists. One theory, known as the critical period hypothesis, claims that there is a critical window of time in a child's early years during which he or she can learn language, and a lack of exposure to language during this time can lead to brain abnormalities. Indeed, feral children who are discovered at an older age have demonstrated more language learning impairment than their younger counterparts. However, many scientists have found fault with this view, stating that this impaired learning is caused by exposure to an abusive environment rather than the lack of language exposure. There are many theories, but researchers generally agree that age and exposure to language play important roles in communication skills. In addition to language problems, many case studies have described feral children who appeared to have impairments in sensory processing, interest in human activity, and emotional control. Some children exhibited animalistic behaviors, including walking on all fours, barking, and sleeping on the floor. Musculoskeletal abnormalities and motor impairments have also been observed. Of course, the developmental problems a child may experience varies based on his or her exact circumstances. There have even been some cases where the child managed to overcome some of these problems. In order to illustrate the unique impact of a feral child situation, we'll now explore some notable cases of feral children. There have been so many legends and stories of feral children throughout history that it's difficult to accurately determine when this phenomenon was first noted.
To discuss every documented case would be a huge task, so we'll focus on 3 examples.
One of the most notable examples came from France in 1800. Victor of Aveyron, also known as the Wild Child, was a 12-year-old boy discovered living in the woods, having presumably spent several years there. A physician named Jean-Marc Gaspard Itard took him in and worked with him for 5 years, attempting to teach him basic speech and social skills. Unfortunately, Victor never learned to speak. Another example is Jeannie, a 13-year-old girl who was discovered in the U.S. in 1970. She spent her entire life tied to a child's potty chair or tied up in her crib, with no socialization or speech exposure. Doctors, psychologists, and linguists studied and worked with her extensively. She had brain abnormalities, and doctors determined that she had the mental capacity of a 13-month-old child. She was unable to speak or form attachments to people. Because she spent her life with her limbs tied up, she developed physical abnormalities. Despite her doctor's best efforts, she never learned to speak, but she did learn to use nonverbal communication to express her feelings and desires. After a few years of living with the researchers who worked with her, her mother forbade any further contact with them. She became a ward of the state, and any progress she made with her doctors was lost. Another example is Oksana Malaya, an 8-year-old girl discovered in the Ukraine in 1991. She was abandoned by her parents as a toddler and was found living amongst dogs near her family home. Her behavior was very dog-like. She walked and ran on all fours, barked, and ate scraps. Unfortunately, this case is not as well documented as Jeannie's, but one psychologist noted her diminished mental capacity once she was placed in an institution. Despite this, she was able to learn to speak to an extent, because she had learned some speech before being abandoned. She remains in a home for the mentally disabled. Feral children are children who have spent years isolated from human contact and are deprived of enculturation, the socialization necessary to function as members of society. They experience mental, physical, and social impairments as a result. Language problems are particularly common. The critical period hypothesis supposes that there is an essential period of time in young childhood for language learning, and that brain abnormalities result when children are deprived of language during that time. Victor of Aviron, Jeannie, and Oksana Malaya are 3 examples of feral children who have shown a variety of impairments as a result of their isolation.
Today's lesson on marriage and choosing a mate for life may challenge our more modern lifestyles as we look at the scientific view of what anthropologists call universals, or qualities found in all cultures that play a role in choosing a mate for life. It should also be mentioned that not all anthropologists, or people for that matter, would agree with these theories. For this reason, we'll introduce the 3 most common anthropological theories for why all societies across the globe equate pair bonding as a lead to marriage. Not at all romantic, our first universal reason for marriage is division of labor, the breaking down of labor among different persons or groups. Anthropologists note that many societies have a division of labor based on gender. Stated a bit more simply, all societies known to man have historically been known to assign specific roles to men and women. For earlier man, that may have been as simple as hunting is assigned to the men, and gathering is assigned to the women. Because of these societal assigned labors, the pairing of men and women became essential, introducing the need for marriage. While this simple purpose for marriage no longer applies to all societies, the division of labor and the need to share responsibilities still play a role in many couples' decision to wed. However, the division of labor has evolved with the modern world and may involve 2-income households, single-income households with a stay-at-home partner, or some other scenario that involves one partner doing these things and the other partner doing those things. In spite of the ever-changing parental roles, one dominant role still seems to exist. Famous anthropologists Carol and Melvin Ember assert that, regardless of where you find yourself in the world, almost every society sees the main responsibility for child-rearing resting on women. Of course, there are exceptions, but the primary childcare person across the globe tends to be a woman. With that being said, we now look at the second anthropological reason for pair bonding, prolonged infant dependency. Prolonged infant dependency is the extended time that human children are in need of total care in comparison to other mammals. Sort of along the same lines as division of labor, anthropologists assert that since almost all societies place the main burden of child-rearing on women, prolonged infant dependency makes it difficult for women to take care of their own needs for survival. The thing is, that theory rests on the fact that women had infants strapped to them while they foraged for berries, which may still be true in some cultures, but certainly not in all. Anthropologists assert that marriage takes care of this problem, giving the person in charge of raising children a partner of sorts to help assume more responsibility during infant dependency. This brings us to our last anthropological reason for mate bonding through marriage, sexual competition. Rather contested, this theory asserts that rivalry among males for sexual relations with women is controlled through marriage. To try to explain, unlike most other mammals, the female human will engage in sexual activity during all times of the year. Unlike, say, dogs, which go through what we like to call being in heat, a woman's sexual availability is not limited to a time frame. Due to this, many scientists have asserted that this rather open availability of women might lead to fierce competition between men. Upon hearing or reading this, it's hard not to imagine a peacock shaking his tail feathers, or any mating ritual of sexual competition in nature. Many anthropologists assert that marriage places boundaries or norms, acceptable rules of behavior within a society, around sexual competition. However, the concept of sexual competition waned long ago, as women in modern societies are no longer viewed or expected to be the means of sexual boundaries. According to many anthropologists, there are 3 universals, or qualities found in all cultures, that play a role in choosing a mate for life. First, there is division of labor, the breaking down of labor among different persons or groups. With this division of labor, marriage ensures sharing of the products of labor. Anthropologists also cite prolonged infant dependency, the extended time that human children are in need of total care in comparison to other mammals, as a reason that men and women marry. With most societies seeing the burden of child-rearing falling mainly on women, marriage acted as a way for men to partner in this. Last, anthropologists assert that male-female bonding through marriage helps to quell sexual competition, or rivalry among males for sexual relations with women. Working as a norm or an acceptable rule of behavior within a society, marriage places a boundary around a pair, excluding them from availability to other men and women. While these patterns and norms are found in societies throughout time and around the world, the concept is fading in our modern pair bonding and reasons for choosing marriage.
Monogamy is defined as marriage with only one person at a time or the practice of having only one mate. It is the only legal form of marriage in the United States, and we may take it for granted as a standard mating system. In other cultures, however, it is quite common to have multiple wives and/or husbands. Monogamy is also a rather historically recent development as well. Back in ancestral times when humans lived primarily as hunters and gatherers, they mainly practiced polygyny, having multiple wives. The best hunters in a given tribe would typically have 2 or 3 wives, since the best hunters brought back the most meat and would have extra to support more than one wife. This practice of polygyny became even more exaggerated once agriculture became popular, and men had access to significantly more food resources and actually owned land. This occurred in ancient civilizations such as those in Egypt, China, and the Middle East, and spread to other civilizations which included Western Europe. During this time period, the men with the highest status or the most property and resources would typically have hundreds or even thousands of wives, while lower-class men would commonly not reproduce at all. In the Middle Ages, this polygynous trend began to decline. The Christian Church gained more influence in Western European society and greatly encouraged monogamy. Although this made monogamous marriage more common, it didn't help decline the amount of polygynous mating outside of marriage. The widespread acceptance of monogamy in a moral sense came later and is typically associated with democratic societies that strive for social equality. This gave lower-class men a fair chance at reproduction and to have heirs to pass down their trades and family name. The switch to monogamy in Western society was also associated with a somewhat lower degree of child mortality. In polygynous societies, men would sire many children with different women, but would not be directly involved in raising the children. Although they arranged for help for the mothers of the children, the offspring were typically not cared for as well as children with fathers involved in monogamous relationships. Therefore, the chance of child mortality was somewhat higher in polygynous societies. In the modern world, legal monogamy is popular and is a standard mating system in Western society. It is spreading beyond Western society and is becoming more common, especially in the Far East. Although it's becoming more commonly the legal standard, only 16.7% of 186 cultures surveyed report actually practicing monogamy. The most typical deviation from monogamy comes in the form of men having mistresses, which happens in over 50% of cultures. Of course, infidelity in supposedly exclusive relationships has always been an issue in virtually all societies and continues to occur today. Although we have been talking about monogamy in terms of legal marriage and how that became mainstream in society thus far, this term can be used to describe any sexual and intimate relationship exclusively between two people. With the increasingly powerful influence of the civil rights movement in America and other countries in Western Europe, there is no longer such a stigma attached to being openly homosexual or getting divorced from one's mate, even when the marriage is abusive. As a result, the United States has legalized same-sex marriage. In addition, many couples have made the alternative decision to cohabitate or live together in monogamous relationships without the legal union of marriage. In fact, 48% of women in America cohabitate with their significant other. Monogamy is the practice of having only one mate and is commonly a mating system involving one husband and one wife. It is a legal standard mating system in Western society, but historically this was not the case. In ancient times, high-status men would typically have many wives, and this did not change to monogamy until the Christian Church gained more power in society, along with the gain in popularity of democracy. This increase in monogamy led to lower child mortality due to increased investment from fathers. Today, a good portion of the population admits to not strictly engaging in monogamy all the time, and to having extramarital affairs. Modern society has also led to more freedoms with the civil rights movement and has made same-sex marriage legal in some states and has led to an increasing incidence of cohabitation without marriage.
Due to the success of some new reality TV shows, the idea of plural marriage is pretty familiar to most of us. However, despite what cable TV presents, plural marriage doesn't always just look like some blonde-haired guy married to 4 women with a gaggle of kids in tow. In fact, some plural marriages see one woman married to several different men. With this in mind, today's lesson will seek to explain the different types of plural marriage found around the globe. To begin, plural marriage is also referred to as polygamy, being married to more than one spouse at the same time. Although very unlike westernized monogamy, or marriage to only one spouse at a time, polygamy plays a very large role in cultures around the globe. With this in mind, we're going to take a look at 3 types of polygamy. They are polygyny, polyandry, and group marriage. Since polygyny is the most common of the 3, we'll start with it. Stated very simply, polygyny is marriage of one man to more than one woman at the same time. Trying to make this one easy to remember, I linked the letters GY in polygyny to the GY in gynecology. For those of you who don't know, that's simply a branch of medicine devoted to women. Again, using some mnemonic tricks, we could also remember polygyny as a guy named Paul being married to Jeannie, Janine, and Gina. Seen all throughout history, a great example of this is the famous King Solomon of the Bible, who was recorded to have about 700 wives. Hands down, probably the best all-time example of polygyny, and pretty hard to beat. However, it would be a mistake to think that polygyny only occurred in ancient times. It is still alive and kicking around the globe. For example, it's seen in the culture of the Luya people of Kenya, Africa, as well as in parts of the Mormon faith of our modern world. When speaking of polygyny, it's usually broken down into 2 types. There is sororal polygyny, as in sorority, in which the wives of plural marriage are biological sisters. There's also non-sororal polygyny, in which the wives of plural marriage are not sisters. Leaving polygyny, we now turn to its counterpart of sorts, polyandry. Less common than polygyny, polyandry is the marriage of one woman to more than one man at the same time. Helping to keep this one straight, we can think of it as Polly being married to Andy, Alan, and Art, all at the same time. As previously mentioned, polyandry is rare and less common than polygyny within our world. However, it's still alive, if not perhaps kicking. For instance, it's seen in the Himalayan mountains of Nepal and the Toto people of India. Like polygyny, polyandry has different types. There is fraternal polyandry, again as in fraternity, in which the husbands in a plural marriage are brothers, and non-fraternal polyandry, in which the husbands in a plural marriage are not brothers. Our last form of plural marriage is group marriage. Very, very rare within the world, group marriage is when more than one man is married to more than one woman at the same time. In other words, when a group of men and women are married. Not seen as customary in any society, anthropological textbooks still usually give this form of polygamy a nod. Unlike monogamy, or marriage to only one spouse at a time, plural marriage, or polygamy, refers to being married to more than one spouse at the same time. There are 3 main types of polygamy. First, there is polygyny, the marriage of one man to more than one woman at the same time. As the most common form of polygamy, polygyny has 2 different types. There is sororal polygyny, in which the wives of plural marriage are biological sisters, and non-sororal polygyny, in which the wives of plural marriage are not sisters. Next, there is polyandry. Not as common as polygyny, polyandry is the marriage of one woman to more than one man at the same time. Polyandry also has 2 different types. There is fraternal polyandry, in which the husbands in a plural marriage are brothers. There is also non-fraternal polyandry, in which the husbands in plural marriage are not brothers. Our last form of polygamy is group marriage. Not really considered customary in any society, group marriage occurs when more than one man is married to more than one woman at the same time. For today's lesson on how marriage is often arranged through economic transactions like bride price and dowry, I'll use a little story from my past. As a young woman, I traveled with about 30 other young people to the heart of Africa. As we backpacked our way into the center of our first destination village, we were met by a local man. Walking up to us in an ominous way, he pointed at a few of us girls and said in very broken English, "My son needs a bride. I'll give you 2 cows and a goat for one of them." Before we could all run all the way back to the U.S., our English guides saved us by breaking into gales of laughter and smacking the huge man on the back. Obviously, the two of them were old friends, and this was a joke they liked to play on newcomers. Unfortunately, it became an instant source of teasing as the boys in our group threatened to sell us off every time we entered a new village. However, after spending a few months among these rather wonderful people, we did learn there was some truth in these jests, that we had entered into a culture where marriage was not governed by love, but by economic trade. Since I'm guessing this topic is as new to most of you as it was to me, today's lesson will focus on the economic aspects of marriage found around the globe, specifically in the forms of bride price, bride service, exchange, and dowry. Since the joke our African friend played was a great example of bride price, we'll start with it. Bride price, as the name implies, is a gift of money or goods given from a groom and his family to the family of the bride. In very Western terms, it's sort of the price tag placed on the bride, and in most cases, the price is rather substantial. However, anyone who wants her is going to have to pay it. Whether it be in the form of land, livestock, or crops, a price is paid for the right to take a female in marriage. Of all the different ways that marriages are arranged through what we call sort of business deals, bride price is the most common. Leaving bride price, we now switch to bride service. Bride service is when a groom works for the family of the bride in exchange for the right to marry her. In other words, while bride price sees the groom and his family giving something for the bride, bride service sees the groom actually working to pay for the bride. As the second most common form of economic transaction governing marriage, probably the most famous example of bride service is the biblical story of Jacob and Rachel, in which Jacob worked 14 years to pay for his bride. Next, we come to the marriage governed by gift exchange. Again, as the name pretty much gives away, gift exchange occurs when the families of the bride and groom exchange gifts of equal value. Not just seen as payments to one another, anthropologists assert the employment of gift exchange acts as a means for the two families to create a bond. Very, very odd to our Western minds, one form of gift exchange is female exchange, in which the family of the groom trades one of its women for the bride. Although pretty rare, this is still seen in parts of Africa as well as the interior of Brazil. Our last form of economic exchange in marriage is a dowry. With this word probably being familiar to many of us, a dowry is a transfer of goods or money from the bride's family to the bride, which she will then bring into the marriage. Although this sounds a bit like what we'd call just a wedding gift, it goes much, much deeper than this. In most societies, dowries are given in order to make the girl in question look more appealing to would-be suitors. To really, really westernize it, it's almost like bait on a hook. After all, who wouldn't want to marry a girl who's bringing land, tools, and even money into the marriage? Way before the days of prenups, dowries were very common in medieval times as families worked to marry their girls off to the most eligible of men. Around the globe, there are many different forms of economic transactions that play a part in the decision to marry. First, there is bride price, a gift of money or goods given from a groom and his family to the family of the bride. Bride price is the most common form of economic transaction used in marriage. Similar to bride price, there is bride service, when a groom works for the family of the bride in exchange for the right to marry her. This is the second most common form of economic transaction used in marriage. There is also gift exchange, occurring when the families of the bride and groom exchange gifts of equal value. As a rare form of exchange, there is also female exchange, in which the family of the groom trades one of its women for the bride. Last, there is the use of dowry, a transfer of goods or money from the bride's family to the bride. Often used to entice a young man and his family to agree to marriage, dowries were very common in medieval times.
What are the customs for marriage in your culture? Some form of marriage is very common to most cultures across the world, but it can take on many different forms. In this lesson, we'll focus on some of the customs found in marriages in India, a large, populous, and diverse country in Asia, home to many different customs. These can vary depending on the region of the country and the religious practices of particular groups. In this lesson, we'll talk about marriage between cousins, and then we'll go over 2 specific customs related to the death of spouses. In some cultures, it is acceptable to marry cousins, who are consanguineal kin, meaning related by blood. There are a couple of different arrangements that this can take. Parallel cousin marriage is marriage between the children of same-sex siblings. Say a mother's daughter marries her sister's son. These 2 newlyweds would be the result of parallel cousin marriage, where the children of 2 sisters or 2 brothers marry. The marriage of 2 brothers' children is more common in these types of cousin arrangements. This is called patrilateral parallel cousin marriage. Now, cross-cousin marriage occurs when children of siblings of the opposite sex marry, basically the opposite of parallel cousin marriage. Let's say a father's son marries the daughter of the father's sister. As an aside, compared to our own culture, we might find some of these traditions to be strange or unusual. But keep in mind a concept in anthropology known as cultural relativism. This means that we don't judge other cultures based on our own, but instead try to understand them based on the cultural context in which we find them. Put another way, what seems strange to us might be very common in some places, and would not seem strange there at all. We might think about marriage as a fairly individual endeavor, mainly concerning the 2 people that are committing to it. But in India, some marriage customs also make it more of a group affair. Let's take a look at a few examples of this. In sororit marriage, if a wife dies, then members of her family or kin group will offer another female family member, likely a sister, to the widowed man. It also allows for the man to marry a different female kin if his wife is infertile. Levitrit marriage is a little bit different. In this arrangement, a man would marry the widow of his dead brother. So, if a wife lost her husband and he had a brother, the wife would be married to him following her husband's death. These practices differ according to the region. Northern India is less likely to seek out consanguineal marriage arrangements. People there generally seek individuals outside their villages and kin networks to marry. However, in the south of the country, consanguineal marriages are common, especially cross-cousin marriages. This is often about maintaining kinship ties and strengthening families. It's important to note that not everyone in India practices these kinds of marriage customs. In fact, many members of Indian society do not agree with these kinds of marriage practices, including those who live in the south of the country where it is more common. In fact, the Hindu Marriage Act of 1955 outlawed a number of these types of arrangements for Hindus, including marriage between cousins, levitrit, and sororit customs. It also outlined that men must be 21 before marrying, and women 18. All right, let's take a moment to review. In this lesson, some form of marriage is common in many places across the globe. In India, in some cases, marriage between cousins who are related by blood, consanguineal kin, is practiced. In cross-cousin marriage, the children of 2 different sex siblings marry. In parallel cousin marriage, the children of 2 same-sex siblings marry. Patrilateral parallel cousin marriage is the most common form of parallel cousin marriage, where the children of 2 brothers marry. In sororit marriage, if a man's wife dies, then the family members of the deceased woman will offer other female kin to the widowed husband. In levitrit marriage, a man can marry the widow of his deceased brother. These customs differ depending on the region. In the south of the country, it is more common and acceptable to marry one's blood relatives than in the north of the country. One thing to keep in mind is that while some customs might seem strange in one place, they are not considered unusual at all in other places. This idea is known as cultural relativism, which encourages us to avoid judging cultures against one another.
Marriage joins people for various reasons. Romance and love, most people want to believe, are the driving motivation for marriage. However, starting a family or uniting with a soulmate aren't the only reasons people get hitched. Social and financial reasons are also a consideration, despite how rare or non-existent those themes are for romantic comedies. Marriage, especially in the case of highly religious or class-based cultures, is often an issue of social status. Hypergamy and hypogamy refer to the social class that the person comes from and whether or not they marry up or down. Hypergamy is when a man marries a woman of a lower social status, or the woman marries up, which elevates her position in society. This has been the most common form of marriage in most cultures. However, arranged marriages between members of equal class were also a common trend. With hypergamy, this not only changed the bride's social status, but may have benefited the groom as well, especially if he received a dowry from the bride's family. This arrangement has been the source of criticism, especially in modern cultures, because it created polygamous trends where a groom can have more than one wife. Dowries, in this case, established enormous wealth for a groom. In Hindu customs, the hypergamy form of marriage is called analom. Analom comes from the Hindu caste system and basically allows a woman to marry either within her own class or to marry into a higher class. This was a much more preferred arrangement than something known as pratriloma, which we'll take a closer look at now. Pratriloma, or hypogamy, is the exact opposite of hypergamy, where the man is of a lower social status than the woman or the woman marries down. Hypogamy, especially within the Hindu caste system, is discouraged, if not resented. Unfortunately for those who favor traditionalism, hypogamy is a growing trend, especially as more women elevate their status in the workforce, become more independent, and marry at an older age than the generation before them. The modern woman is becoming more present in the world as an independent force, and her perspective on marriage is changing as well. A woman's social independence eliminates the need for her to depend on a groom of higher social status for her security. Hypogamy offers women the opportunity to marry for love rather than social status. Additionally, as modern democratic societies offer women more and more equal opportunities, men are no longer expected to be the sole or dominant source of family income. All right, let's take a moment or two to review. As we learned, hypergamy and hypogamy refer to social status and who a bride marries. In Hindu culture, hypergamy is known as analoma and is the traditionally accepted form of marriage if a bride doesn't marry within her own social class. Pratrilome, or hypogamy, is a union of a bride to a groom in a lower social class. While hypogamy isn't traditionally accepted and even discouraged in Hindu culture, it's a growing trend because of the progression of women and their status.
Kayla is a happy, healthy kindergartner. She's growing and learning every day. When she was a baby, she couldn't do much but cry and eat. But now she can run and skip and count and even read a few words. She can talk to her mother about things because she can speak in full sentences. She's come a long way since she was a baby. In the first 8 years of life, children grow and develop in many different ways. They get bigger and learn to walk, which is part of their physical development. They learn to speak and read, which show language development. Socio-emotional development leads them to being able to understand their own emotions and those of others. All development is a combination of genetics and environment. Partly, children develop because they are hardwired to do so. But they also grow and learn because the people around them are able to support them in it. And because of the amount of time spent with them, a child's family is a central part of his or her development. But family is much more than just the people someone lives with. Let's look closer at several types of family systems: nuclear family, matrifocal families, extended families, and blended families. When I say family, what did you picture? If you're like a lot of people, you probably pictured a mother, a father, and children who are not yet adults. That's what Kayla's family used to be like. Her father and mother and she all lived together when she was a baby. A family consisting of a mother, a father, and underage children is called a nuclear family. Traditionally, nuclear families were seen as the best option. People believed that children who grew up in a heterosexual, two-parent family were the happiest and most well-adjusted children. However, studies have shown that nuclear families are no better or worse than many other types of families. It is really about the family itself, not what makes up the family. A happy, healthy, single-parent family can be more beneficial to a child's development than a nuclear family that is made up of unhappy or abusive members. Kayla's family used to be nuclear, but when she was 4, her father was in a car crash and died. Now it's just Kayla and her mother. They're doing okay, but they are no longer a nuclear family. A family consisting of a mother and her children is called a matrifocal family. You can remember the word matrifocal by thinking about matra, which means mother. The matrifocal family centers around, or is focused on, the mother. Matrifocal families are more common than patrifocal families, or families consisting of a father and his children. Partly, this is because in divorce, mothers have traditionally gotten custody of the children. Divorce or death can create a matrifocal family through making a woman a single mom. But traditional nuclear families can also be matrifocal if the father is away from home for extended periods of time. A man who is gone for months at a time, perhaps due to work obligations, might be in a 2-parent family, but it is matrifocal because of the absence of the father. Like a nuclear family, a matrifocal family can be a positive or a negative influence on a child. It really depends on the members of the family and how they interact. After Kayla's dad died, her mom needed some help. Luckily, they have a large extended family, or group of relatives outside of the immediate family. Kayla has grandparents, aunts, uncles, and cousins who are all around to help. Not only that, but Kayla also has a much older brother who is an adult and lives on his own. Even though he is Kayla's brother, he's still considered to be part of her extended family because he does not live in the same house as she does. Extended families offer several benefits for children who are developing. As they did after Kayla's father died, an extended family can offer emotional support to the child. And because they are a larger group, they can offer more variety of experience and knowledge than the nuclear family unit. This is especially beneficial for the intellectual development of a child. Now that it's been a while since Kayla's dad died, her mom is starting to date again. She's met a really nice guy who is divorced and takes care of 2 kids of his own. If Kayla's mom marries her boyfriend, Kayla will be part of a blended family, or a family unit made up of people who are not all blood relatives. Blended families involve step-parents, step-siblings, and/or half-siblings. As with extended families, blended families can offer more variety of experience and knowledge than a traditional nuclear family. And, as with other types of families, the individual members and how the family works together as a unit are the best predictors of whether the family will have a positive or a negative effect on the child. Families come in all shapes and sizes. Nuclear families are made up of a father, mother, and underage children living together under the same roof. Matrifocal families consist of a mother and her children. Extended families are made up of blood relatives outside of the immediate family, such as grandparents, aunts and uncles, and cousins. Finally, blended families consist of family members who are not all blood relatives, such as step-parents, step-siblings, and half-siblings. The type of family is less important to a child's healthy development than the members and the family unit itself.
Imagine that you want to study families. Families are, after all, pretty important to society. Most social scientists identify the family as the fundamental social unit, upon which we build the rest of society. The relationships between family members, or kinship structures, define how we interact with almost everyone else. So it's not hard to imagine why you may want to study families, but how do you do it? Well, wonder no more. This is John Study, social scientist extraordinaire, and he's about to study families. Now, John Study has a very specific approach to this topic, which is demographics, or the statistical analysis of a population. This sort of research is all about numbers, looking for trends and changes in behavior through percentages, ratios, and rates. So a demographic approach to family would be a study of the relationship between kinship structures and population statistics. Let's watch John Study work and see what this means for ourselves. In the demographics approach to family studies, there are two main questions that are addressed. The first is how population statistics affect kinship structures. Specifically, researchers are interested in vital statistics, major changes in a person's life that include birth, marriage, divorce, or death. Those are the vital statistics. The other major tool researchers use here is population distribution, or the analysis of where people live, or basically the number of people who live in a single area. Vital statistics and population distribution are both recorded as sets of numbers, and John's study will use these data sets to look for major changes in kinship structures. Okay, John's study, get to work. And go. This is boring. Let's speed this up. And there we go. Looks like John's study has found something. Look at these two sets of data. Both of these come from cultures that have very similar kinship relations. They both have medium-sized families, children respect their parents, and multiple generations all live together. However, John's study has found a major demographic split between the two cultures. In the first culture, people are marrying younger and there is a large increase in fertility. When we examine that culture, we find that kinship structures have changed. Families in this culture are now very large, and people within that family are very dependent on each other. They share resources, they share chores, and they all work and live together. Now, in the second culture, John's study found a demographic change in where people lived and how much money they made. While they used to live on farms, now they live in large cities that are very densely populated, but they make really good money. This seems to have really impacted their kinship structures. Now, people have very small families, and they only live with their spouses and children. There are no multi-generational houses here, and families don't share resources like they used to. See how that worked? John's study identified a change in demographics through statistics, and that helped him identify areas where kinship structures were changing. The other way that social scientists look at the relationship between demographics and families is by identifying changes in kinship structures, and then looking to population statistics to uncover larger trends. Look at this population. In this society, almost every adult male lets their mother live with them after their father dies. So almost every household was multi-generational. But nowadays, that isn't the case. There are very few people who have a parent living with them. So why this change in kinship structures? Well, John's study decides to examine population statistics in order to help figure it out. What he discovers is that there is actually a big change in the average life expectancies of males. Men are living up to 10 years longer, which simply means that there are fewer widows, so children don't need to take care of their mothers, and so kinship structures change. Demographics and kinship structures are closely related, and researchers have noted several trends that occur throughout the world. Later marriage in life tends to lead to low fertility. Sparsely populated regions tend to have larger families, and areas with high divorce rates tend to have looser family networks. But for something so personal as families, all of these changes can be observed through demographics, through statistics. So, whichever way you choose to do your research, starting with statistics or with observed changes in kinship structures, a demographic approach can illuminate interesting changes in the meaning of family. Imagine that. When studying the family, the fundamental social unit, there are many possible approaches. One of these is the demographic approach, or the study of the relationship between kinship structures and population statistics. This compares two distinct areas that can demonstrate change. Demographics are statistical analyses of a population. These generally include vital statistics, birth, death, marriage and divorce, and population distribution, where people live and how many people live there. The other side of the demographic approach is the kinship structure, the relationships between people within a family. The demographic approach uses both of these to identify major changes and propose reasons that could create these changes. So a lot of researchers use this approach, and it's not hard to imagine why.
Think about the popular 1980s television show The Cosby Show and the more recent cartoon show Family Guy. What do these two television shows have in common? If you guessed that both shows depict traditional families, you would be correct. A traditional family is a family structure that consists of a man, woman, and one or more of their biological or adopted children. In most traditional families, the man and woman are husband and wife. In The Cosby Show, viewers watched Dr. Heathcliff Cliff Huxtable and his wife, attorney Claire Huxtable, raise their 5 biological children in Brooklyn, New York. In the show Family Guy, married couple Peter and Lois Griffin raise their 3 children in their home. The percentage of traditional families in the U.S. has steadily declined over the past 40 years. In 1970, traditional families accounted for 40% of U.S. households. By 1990, the percentage of traditional families had declined to 25.6%. In 2010, the U.S. Census Bureau estimated that only 20% of all U.S. households were traditional families. Another term used to refer to a traditional family is a nuclear family. The traditional family is different than the non-traditional family, which is a blanketed term used to describe all other types of families that are not traditional. If you have ever seen the television show Modern Family, you have been exposed to several different types of non-traditional family structures. Non-traditional families include cohabitation families, or unwed couples who live in the same household; single-parent families, which consist of one parent and one or more biological or adopted children; extended families, which consist of 2 or more adults from different generations of the same family who maintain a household together; and same-sex families, which consist of couples of the same sex and 1 or more children. There are several benefits to living in a traditional family. They include more stability when compared to single-parent or multi-generational families, increased consistency with raising children, strong bonds and emotional support among the family. In most of today's traditional families, both parents contribute financially. This leads to increased financial stability and cash flow for family needs and extracurricular activities for children, among other things. There are also several problems that may arise as a result of living in a traditional family. They include isolation from extended family members, the stress of finding outside childcare, especially if both parents are working, and burnout. A traditional family is a family structure that consists of a man, woman, and 1 or more of their biological or adopted children. In most traditional families, the man and woman are husband and wife. The percentage of traditional families in the U.S. has steadily declined over the past 40 years. In 1970, traditional families accounted for 40% of U.S. households. By 1990, the percentage was 25.6%. In 2010, that number dropped to 20%. The traditional family is different than the non-traditional family, which is a blanketed term used to describe all other types of families that are not traditional. These include cohabitation, single-parent, extended, and same-sex families. There are several benefits to living in a traditional family, such as more stability, more consistency with raising children, and increased financial stability. The disadvantages, however, can be isolation from extended family members, difficulty finding childcare, and burnout.
Families are an important part of our society. Almost everyone is a member of, or identifies with, a family. Families are all around us, in our personal lives, and in media and entertainment. The concept of family tends to be different across cultures and has certainly changed over time. However, there is an expected familial pattern in our society that has remained the same for hundreds of years. Couples get together, marry, have children, and then age while their children restart the cycle. Obviously, not everyone goes through this process in the exact same order. Some people never experience this cycle at all. However, these 4 steps in this order are considered the basic stages of traditional family life in sociology: courtship, marriage, child-rearing, and aging. Courtship refers to the stage of family life during which a couple develops a relationship before marriage. It is specifically about finding someone to marry. In this lesson, we'll discuss the two most common types of courtship: romantic love and arranged marriages. In our society, we celebrate romantic love as the basis of marriage. For us, courtship is used to seek the one, that special person we are destined to love, marry, and spend the rest of our lives with. We find it hard to imagine marriage without love and passion, and popular culture, from fairy tales to television shows and movies, depicts them as the keys to a successful marriage. However, a well-known statistic is that nearly half of American marriages end in divorce. This suggests that romantic love can be a less stable foundation for marriage than the social and economic considerations behind arranged marriages. Arranged marriages may seem odd and outdated to modern Americans. However, in some cultures, courtship is considered too important to leave up to the young. Arranged marriages, although more common during ancient times, still exist in some countries and even in some worldwide religions. They are often used to create an alliance between two families or to provide a number of economic benefits. They tend to have a much lower rate of divorce and separation. Regardless of the emphasis on romantic love or arranged marriages, homogamy is common in all societies. Homogamy is marriage between people with the same social characteristics. Potential mates who have similar backgrounds and other characteristics are generally considered the most attractive. For example, arranged marriages typically occur between two families who have similar social statuses. Likewise, even in couples who marry because of romantic love, it is extremely common for individuals to find mates within their same social class. Regardless of how one finds a mate, the result of traditional courtship is marriage. Marriage refers to the stage of family life during which a couple legally unite and begin a life together. In our society, not only do we idealize romantic love, but we tend to also idealize marriage as happily ever after. Fairy tales that are used over and over again, romance novels, romantic comedies, many of them show marriage as the epitome of happiness. The wedding industry appears to profit quite well from this. Not only is it booming, but the average cost of a wedding today is around $25,000. After the wedding, of course, comes the honeymoon, a time of endless romance and sexual gratification. However, there's a reason why "the honeymoon is over" is a fairly popular phrase in depicting the reality of marriage. A fairly significant percentage of marriages don't quite meet the high expectations of the ideal marriage once the honeymoon phase ends. As we previously discussed, nearly half of American marriages end in divorce. The high U.S. divorce rate has many causes, one of which is the fading of ardor and sexual passion with time. At greatest risk of divorce are young couples who marry after only a brief courtship, since they lack emotional maturity and seem to idealize marriage more than anyone else. Many young people end a marriage in favor of renewed excitement and romance with a new partner. However, even magazine articles and self-help books will tell you that a successful marriage requires more than just love and sexual compatibility. It requires trust, honesty, respect, and hard work. The next step for successful marriages in the traditional family cycle is child-rearing, which is the stage of family life during which a married couple bear and raise their children. Despite the demands children make on us, American couples overwhelmingly identify raising children as one of life's greatest joys. Today in the U.S., 2 or 3 is typically considered the ideal number of children. This is different from just 2 centuries ago, when 8 children was the average. Big families are advantageous in pre-industrial societies because children supply needed labor. However, industrialization impacts the birth rate dramatically. For example, several factors have brought about a decline in the birth rate in the U.S., which is at a record low. Economic costs, birth control technology, higher employment of women, and higher education are just a few of those factors. Once the children are grown, a married couple's relationship and responsibilities change significantly. Aging refers to the stage of family life after one's children have become independent. I'm sure you've heard the metaphor, spread their wings and fly, referring to children leaving their parents' home. The empty nest is when parents are left with empty space in the home after their children leave. Any major life change requires some adjustment, and it may take time for a married couple to adjust to living by themselves again. Some couples experience significant grief and depression when this happens, and this is referred to as empty nest syndrome. However, around this age, some adults may begin to take care of their elderly parents. This can help decrease the negative effects of an empty nest. The final transition in married life comes with the death of a spouse, and it tends to be the hardest to cope with. Increasing life expectancy in the U.S. means that couples who stay married do so for a longer time. However, women usually have a greater life expectancy than men, and thus can expect to spend some years as widows. The potential for elder abuse is one very disturbing aspect of older adulthood. It is usually discussed in the context of elderly persons living with or near their children, which is a common part of this last family stage. Elder abuse is the neglect or abuse of dependent elderly persons. Physical and/or psychological abuse, financial exploitation, medical abuse, and neglect are all forms that elder abuse can take. Although it certainly doesn't happen in every household, the rates of elder abuse are disturbingly high and a topic of study for sociologists. In summary, family is an important topic of study for sociologists. Although much has changed over the years, there is still an expected familial pattern in society. There are 4 basic stages of family life. The first is courtship, during which a couple develops a relationship before marriage. In our society, we use romantic love to find a mate, but some societies and worldwide religions use arranged marriages. Homogamy is marriage between people with the same social characteristics and is common in all societies, regardless of the emphasis on romantic love or arranged marriages. The second stage is marriage, during which a couple legally unite and begin a life together. Like romantic love, our society tends to idealize marriage as happily ever after. However, after the honeymoon is over, reality sets in, and marriage can take a lot of hard work to avoid divorce. The third stage is child rearing, during which a married couple bear and raise their children. Many adults consider raising children one of life's great joys. However, the birth rate in the U.S. is the lowest it has ever been due to a number of factors. The final stage is aging, which is family life after one's children have become independent. Some adults experience significant grief and depression when their child leaves the home, which is known as the empty nest syndrome. Later, the final and hardest transition in married life is the death of a spouse.
Kevin and Susan, 2 video game enthusiasts, met at a local gaming convention. The pair quickly hit it off and became great friends. It was no surprise when Kevin and Susan began dating a few weeks after the convention. 2 years later, Kevin and Susan married. Within 10 years, they had 3 children, Todd, Cindy, and Mike. Kevin and Susan are both computer engineers, believe education is important, and value creativity and individuality, so they've decided to bring up their children to share these same values. In this example, we just described Kevin and Susan's family of procreation. Simply put, family of procreation refers to the family that we create when we marry someone and have or adopt children. In the example above, Kevin and Susan's family of procreation consists of each other and their 3 children, Todd, Cindy, and Mike. When we get married and have children, we can influence our children's socialization and teach them the values and behaviors that we deem appropriate. We can also influence our kids' personalities as well as impact how our kids develop and learn. Sociologists often compare family of procreation to family of orientation. While these terms may sound similar, they refer to two different types of families. Family of orientation refers to the family that we are born into and raised in. While we have some choice over our family of procreation, that is, we get to choose our spouses and if we have or adopt children, we do not get to pick our family of orientation. The initial example in this lesson is told from Kevin and Susan's point of view. We learned about the family they created by marrying each other and having 3 children. Now let's look at the example from the point of view of Cindy, Kevin and Susan's daughter. Cindy is a 9-year-old with 2 brothers. Since Cindy's parents are both computer engineers who love to play video games, Cindy and her siblings grew up surrounded by the latest technology and played every video game system there was. Cindy grew up in a household where her parents taught her to value education, be creative, and not be afraid to be herself. Cindy tries to uphold these values every day. In this example, I am describing Cindy's family of orientation. So what is the difference between the two examples? When we look at the family from the parents' point of view, we're looking at the family procreation. However, when we look at family from the point of view of the children in a family, we are talking about family of orientation. Family of procreation refers to the family that we create by getting married and having or adopting children. Through the family of procreation, parents can influence the values, behaviors, learning, and development of their children. Family of procreation is often compared to family of orientation, which is the family that we are born into. In the same way that our family of orientation influenced us as children, we get to influence our own children when we create a family of procreation.
Jim and Lisa are high school sweethearts. Though they both attended separate colleges, Jim and Lisa were able to maintain a long-distance relationship. 2 years after they finished their bachelor degrees, Jim and Lisa were married in a small church in their hometown. 10 years later, Jim and Lisa are still happily married with 2 young daughters and a son. So, what is a conjugal family? Simply put, a conjugal family consists of 2 adult spouses and their unmarried minor children. The relationship between the spouses is highly important in conjugal families. Typically, it is the marriage bond that ties a conjugal family together. Ties to other family members outside of the conjugal family are voluntary. They are not driven by duty or loyalty. Once the minor children grow up and get married, the relationship between the parents and children changes, and the children form new conjugal families with their spouses. If we take a second look at our example, Jim, the husband, Lisa, the wife, and their 3 minor children make up a conjugal family. Jim and Lisa have a strong marriage that they both value. You can tell that Jim and Lisa love their children very much. They make up their own close, supportive family unit. Let's take another example of a conjugal family. Bill and Jacob met each other using an online dating platform. After meeting for the first time, Bill and Jacob quickly hit it off. They went on dates every week for a year until Bill finally asked Jacob to marry him. 2 years after their wedding, the pair decided to adopt twin boys from Africa. Bill, Jacob, and their boys are another example of a conjugal family. Though Bill and Jacob are both men, the fact that they are legally married and have children together meets the requirements set forth by the definition of conjugal family. It doesn't matter whether children in conjugal families are born or adopted into the family. The family unit is the first system in which we are socialized. Most of what we learn as children, we learn in the context of our family. Our relationships with our family have a significant influence on our early development and learning. Furthermore, the way in which we are parented affects our growth and development in all areas. If we think of our development as nature versus nurture, our family influences both. Our nature, or genetic makeup, is inherited from our parents. The way in which we are nurtured, which includes our environment, is also determined by our parents and how they choose to raise us. Our family shapes our values, beliefs, and behaviors. When compared to other domains of socialization, such as the peer domain, our family influence results in more permanent, stable changes. A family that consists of 2 adult spouses and their minor unmarried children is called a conjugal family. Conjugal families are characterized by a strong marriage bond and have voluntary ties to extended family members. Children in conjugal families may be born or adopted into the family.
Growing up, I had a friend that lived in a house with both her parents and her grandparents. Coming from a home that consisted of just my mom, my dad, and my siblings, this sort of seemed odd to me. Making it more odd to me, my grandparents lived hours away. Yes, I loved them and really enjoyed their holiday visits, but the idea of living with them was not at all within my paradigm. This is true because I grew up under a very different family system model, which just so happens to be the topic of today's lesson: nuclear and extended family households. Before we get into defining these terms, there's one thing we need to nail down. When we're discussing these two family systems, we'll be generalizing. For instance, when we discuss the nuclear family unit, we'll be discussing it amid the context of being a norm or an accepted rule of behavior in society. For example, the Western world of the United States has traditionally seen the nuclear family as the norm. However, just like my friend who lived with her grandparents, there are definitely exceptions to these rules. With this in mind, let's first define what anthropologists mean by family. In the scientific sense, a family is a social or economic unit that consists of at least one parent and their children. Now notice this definition doesn't make any mention of whether or not the people within a family reside together. For this reason, we have to look at our two terms, nuclear versus extended family households. Being very familiar to most of us, a nuclear family household consists of a single parent or a couple residing with their unmarried children. Historically, the nuclear family has been what the modernized world thinks of when we think of family. We see them all over TV, and they fill our movie screens. However, although they seem to be very commonplace to us, nuclear families are rather rare in the non-industrialized world. To explain, many anthropologists would assert that nuclear families tend to exist in industrialized and commercialized societies where individuals trade money for labor, goods, and services. With this transfer of money for labor and such, couples are usually able to be self-sufficient, not typically needing to lean on grandparents or aunts and uncles and such. Even as I say that, please remember we are speaking in generalities, focusing on the traditional cultural norms of the very modernized West. With the idea of a nuclear family being rather familiar to most of us, we'll move on to the extended family households. An extended family household consists of more than one couple and their offspring residing together. It can be a young couple residing with the groom's parents, or it can be the other way around. It can be two brothers living together with their wives, or it can be two married sisters moving their families in with their mom and their dad. Adding to this, it can also be one man married to different women, all living together under one roof with their many children. Conversely, it can be one woman living with her two husbands and their collective children. Regardless of the form in which they take, leading anthropologists Carol and Melvin Enber assert that extended family households exist in over half of the world's societies. In other words, they're very, very common. In citing reasons for why this may be true, some anthropologists assert extended households may exist to keep the family's resources, specifically land, from being divided among generations. Also, they assert these households are prevalent in non-industrialized agricultural societies in which it really does take more than one man and one woman to supply for a family's needs. Think about it. As a mom today, I have lots on my plate, and so does my husband. Now just imagine if I had to go out and gather the vegetables I was planning to make for dinner, while my husband had to go out and kill a cow. Making this more understandable, imagine a world with no dishwashers, microwaves, cars, or convection ovens. With this in mind, I can sort of understand why a young bride might be willing to give up the independence and power that comes from living alone for the idea of extra help. Apart from the need to divide labor, some societies hold to extended households due to religious beliefs. For instance, many Asian societies feel it is their spiritual duty to live with and care for the elders of their family. Speaking in anthropological terms, a family is a social or economic unit that consists of at least one parent and their children. Throughout the world, there are many different norms or accepted rules of behavior within a society that dictate what family residence is supposed to look like. Most common in the industrialized West is the nuclear family household, consisting of a single parent or couple residing with their unmarried children. Existing in over half of the world's societies, there is also the extended family household, consisting of more than one couple and their offspring residing together. Although the reasons for this are many, anthropologists often note the need to share the burden of labor as well as the desire to keep family resources, specifically land, from being divided among generations. They also exist due to religious beliefs, which dictate a person should take care of the daily needs of elderly family members.
There's no denying that the concept of family has certainly changed in American society over the last few decades. Statistics continue to show that fewer Americans are getting married, and those who do so are having fewer children or none at all. More marriages are ending in divorce. More people are living alone, cohabiting with someone, or marrying more than once in a lifetime and creating step-families. Traditional families once dominated every neighborhood. A traditional family consists of a husband and wife, plus their children, whether biological or adopted, if they have any. Today, American society displays greater diversity, and many American households can be considered non-traditional under this definition. Family structures that may be considered non-traditional or alternative include single parenthood, cohabitation, same-sex families, and polygamy. Let's take a brief look at each of these. Single parenthood was fairly common prior to the 20th century due to the more frequent deaths of spouses, but at that time, there was a certain stigma surrounding being a single parent. Today, single parenthood is considered more acceptable. One-parent families may still result from the death of a significant other, but now also come about through circumstances including a parent's choice or divorce. Cohabitation is the sharing of a household by an unmarried couple. This arrangement continues to gain popularity in the U.S., and cohabitating couples and their children made up approximately 15 million households, according to the 2012 U.S. Census. Cohabitation can be seen as an alternative form of marriage, and in many ways is similar to marriage. It can be used by couples wanting to test their compatibility, or by couples whose marriage would not otherwise be legal. However, it does not receive the same formal recognition or legal benefits as marriage, and cohabitating adults may face social disapproval from family or faith communities where traditional marriage is considered the ideal or standard. Up until June 26, 2015, same-sex marriage, that is a marriage between two men or two women, was not legal in most states. This long-simmering and controversial issue was legally settled by the U.S. Supreme Court ruling in Obergefell v. Hodges, making same-sex marriage legally recognized in all 50 states. However, same-sex families may still face social resistance. In the U.S., monogamy, marriage consisting of only two partners, is the norm. However, in some societies, polygamy, which is a marriage consisting of more than two partners, is common. Polygamy usually exists as a man married to more than one wife at a time, although it can also apply when a woman is married to more than one husband at a time. Polygamy is illegal in the U.S., so those who choose to live a polygamous lifestyle are typically legally married to one spouse and cohabitating with the other spouses. Although it's difficult to find hard statistics, it is generally believed that polygamous families make up a very small portion of American households. Singlehood is the last alternative household we'll discuss in this lesson. Because 9 out of 10 people in the U.S. marry, we tend to think of singlehood as only temporary. However, increasing numbers of people, about 32 million, live alone, and many do so by choice. These individuals are found in higher concentrations in large cities or metropolitan areas. Today, having a spouse is often a matter of choice rather than a financial necessity or a cultural requirement, yet many single men and women still report social pressure to get married. Although single men are typically portrayed as happy bachelors who don't want to settle down, how often have you heard the phrase, "he just hasn't found the right girl yet"? Single women often feel more pressure than men, as they are sometimes portrayed as unhappy old maids who can't find a man to marry them. Nevertheless, many singles, both male and female, are secure and happy with their status. In summary, our diverse society today is no longer dominated by traditional families that consist of a husband and wife, plus their children. By that definition, many households in the U.S. are non-traditional. In this lesson, we discussed 5 alternative households. Today's families may be characterized by single parenthood, cohabitation, same-sex marriage, or polygamy. Single-parent families are headed up by a mother or a father who is single by choice or by circumstances. Cohabitating couples are living together but not married. Same-sex marriage includes couples, 2 men or 2 women, who are legally wed. And polygamous families are usually headed up by a man with multiple wives, although only the first wife is legally wed. Additional wives are cohabitating in practice.